where your satisfaction is our pleasure.
Celebrating a decade of achievement, this is CNN.
CNN Election 90. Election Night with Bernard Shaw.
Hello, and thanks for joining us. The candidates have had their say, attack, appeal, nasty, nice. Now, American voters are exercising their right to the final word at the ballot box, with redistricting on the agenda next year. The state-level outcome on this Election Day 1990 could be key to determining the shape of the political landscape for the rest of the century. On Capitol Hill, the Democrats are bidding to boost their majorities in both houses of Congress. The Republican presence seems destined to dwindle. The main question at this hour is by how much? And on everybody's mind, whether an electorate facing the reality of a rocky economy, plus the possibility of war in the Persian Gulf, will succumb to the urge to throw the incumbents out. Polls closed in 6 states just moments ago. The focus right now, a prize political plum, the governor's race in Florida. CNN is declaring Democratic challenger Lawton Chiles the winner in this hard-fought contest. He has toppled incumbent Republican Bob Martinez, who was seeking a second term. Joining us now, Ken Bodie with a look at this race.
It was a landslide, Bernie, across all groups, all parts of the state. Lawton Chiles ends the first-term governorship of Bob Martinez, and this means that the Democrats will be completely in charge of the all-important reapportionment in Florida. The Democrats will have the governorship. They already have the House and Senate. There's no chance that tonight's elections will alter that result, and so this is a time, Bernie, when you can do some real damage to your opposition, when you have everything. There's one other factor in Florida, and that is we are seeing early indications, at least in this state, that abortion may have been an important issue. Those who are pro-abortion rights really ganged up on Bob Martinez. We're
going to come back to that in a moment. We're going to take you now to Florida and our man Charles Jaco at headquarters in Orlando. Charles?
Well, Bernie, to the people here at the Chiles campaign headquarters in Orlando, the call that Chiles has indeed won the governor's race is no surprise. The exit polling by CNN has shown some interesting trends among men and women. Lawton Chiles apparently carried the day across the Sunshine State. Among blacks, pretty much as expected for a Democratic candidate, Chiles won, according to our figures, 87 to 13%. Among whites, Chiles also won, 55 to 45%. Education and environment, according to our surveys, were the big issues, and that's no surprise to the Chiles people because those were the issues that Chiles kept hammering on throughout the campaign. Our surveys showed that the voters of Florida trusted Chiles, that they liked his experience and liked the man personally. There was also some fallout against Bob Martinez for him imposing a tax on services, which was later rescinded, and then a session on abortion, which did not pass any abortion legislation, rather. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Orlando, Florida.
Continuing our CNN election 1990 reporting now in New Hampshire in that Senate race. We are declaring Congressman Bob Smith, the Republican. He is the winner. That had been an open seat. At the gubernatorial level, credit Judd Gregg, the Republican incumbent, going back to work. In Georgia, the lieutenant governor, Zell Miller, in an open seat contest, he's the winner tonight. Vermont, or rather South Carolina, the governor, Carroll Campbell, he was the Republican incumbent. He did not have any strong opposition. Looking now at that Vermont race, the gubernatorial level, no winner yet, and that's the race with Richard Snelling and Peter Welch. In South Carolina, the Republican incumbent, Governor Carroll Campbell, easily has won re-election. At the Senate level, Strom Thurmond, the Republican incumbent, going back to Washington, as is the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Sam Nunn of Georgia. In Virginia, this man had hardly any opposition. In fact, he had none. John Warner going back to Washington. Ken Bodie, no surprises there.
Well, there is a surprise, however, Bernie, and the congressional race in Vermont. Bernie Sanders, the former mayor The socialist has won that race. We're calling that one for him, and he will be the first socialist in the Congress of the United States since the 1950s, when Vito Marcantonio was in Congress, and it's a strong indication, perhaps, that independents around the country will do well tonight. We have several independents: Wally Hickel running for governor of Alaska, and Lowell Weicker for governor of Connecticut, and so forth. Bernie Sanders will be an interesting addition to the Congress of the United States, and that's for sure.
Well, that race had a bit of theatrics in that Peter Smith was the man who, when George Bush showed up, Mr. Smith talked about what he disliked about Bush's policies in Washington, and the president sat there eating his pancakes.
Exactly. A remarkable performance. The President of the United States comes up to campaign for a candidate of his own party, and the candidate uses the occasion to express all of his differences. And Peter Smith is not going to Congress. Bernie Sanders is.
Okay. Rick Allen is here tonight. We've had enough to chew on so far, lots more to come. Anything excite you?
Yeah, the Sunshine State. I think it's absolutely fascinating, particularly because I guessed this one wrong, and I always like to admit that.
No.
But yeah, I'm afraid so. But one of the things we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight is how the campaign consultants have done, Democrats versus Republicans. And one of the biggest national consultants around is Frank Greer, and he has won this one for Lawton Chiles. Lawton Chiles spent 18 years in the U.S. Senate and yet somehow managed to run as an outsider, which is a fascinating turnaround. And, of course, some of the last of those years, Chiles was chairman of the Budget Committee. So to the extent that people were mad at fiscal insiders from Washington, Chiles shook that off. Quite a successful thing. Also, it amazes me that Martinez had negatives as bad as he did. At one time, Bob Martinez in the polls had an approval rating of 15 and a negative rating of 70, which means you should really go outside with a bodyguard because people are going to shoot you. Came back to make it close, but Chiles, such a beloved figure that in the end, people just seem to love him.
Before we go back to Ken Bodie, one question, a very personal question. Do you think these consultants are going to be pleased with you exposing their work tonight? You're going to be telling our viewers about how each of them did. Roger Ailes, all of them.
Ailes, we'll see how he does, but Greer is running his people as outsiders, and it's an interesting thing for the Democratic challengers. They're trying to tap into this voter anger.
Voter anger, Ken Bodie?
Well, Bernie, we looked at Indiana very early and called Indiana for the Republican Senator Dan Coates, the appointed senator, to fill Dan Quayle's shoes when he became vice president. On our national exit poll, we have lots of questions about prospects for 1992, and we'll get to those later tonight. But one thing we did ask the Hoosier voters of Indiana today is whether President Bush should keep Vice President Dan Quayle on the ticket in 1992. And it was kind of a mixed result. 55% said yes. 42% said no, we should be dropped. Now, I suspect if we look closely, we'll find a strongly partisan division there. But also they were asked whether they thought Dan Quayle would make a good president, and the voters of his home state of Indiana were split almost evenly. 52% said no, Dan Quayle would not make a good president.
The Quayle chair is alive in the United States Senate tonight.
And filled by Dan Coates, a man who was very close to Dan Quayle, will probably vote very much the way Dan Quayle did when he was in the Senate.
This is going to be a very long and interesting night, and when we return, we'll pick up our coverage.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one. And by Hewlett-Packard Personal Computers. There is a better way.
Ford profiles in quality, vision.
Quality of the glass that goes into our cars is so important, we make it ourselves.
No other car company in the world does that.
Ford glass has to pass over 110 quality inspections. Our people check it, our lasers check it, our robots check it.
Our glass is so good, it not only goes into our cars, many other automakers put it in their cars.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Announcing powerful PCs, priceless printers. Explain.
Easy. Just buy as few as 2 HP Vectra PCs and get an HP DeskJet 500 free.
And if I buy 5 PCs?
Free Hewlett-Packard LaserJet 2P.
Well, how about 7?
You get a free HP LaserJet 3.
27?
Free HP LaserJet 2Ps, 3s, and 3Ds.
Free HP LaserJet 2P?
3s and 3Ds.
Oh.
Wait a minute. You've only got 7 people in your office.
Yeah, but what a great time to expand.
Call now for the Hewlett-Packard dealer nearest you.
So where you from?
Warsaw.
Huh? Hey, I got an uncle from there. Or was it Krakow?
Warsaw is a famous name in business insurance.
Hey, maybe you know him. Paul Zakowski?
Sorry. But some people have trouble placing us.
Where's Warsaw?
Wisconsin.
Oh, welcome to America.
Oh, Warsaw Insurance.
That's Warsaw.
W-A-U-S-A-U.
Right.
Warsaw.
We're the business insurance experts from Warsaw.
Whatever.
I want to fly in business class. My company only pays for coach. So I fly business class for the price of coach. It's called beating the system. Of course, you can't do it on just any airline.
Now till December 15th, when you buy an unrestricted domestic coach ticket on TWA, you can reserve a confirmed seat in our business class for the price of coach.
You pay for coach, you sit in business class, and it isn't even your birthday.
TWA's business class. We did it first, we do it better.
One question on our minds tonight. The President of the United States, the leader of the Republican Party. Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Charles Bierbauer in Washington. Charles, what's at stake for George Bush tonight?
Well, the president has quite a bit at stake here, partly in terms of reputation. He campaigned very hard for a lot of the Republican candidates. Now, White House officials, as we crossed the country back and forth over the last couple of weeks, kept telling us this is not a referendum on George Bush. They also said it's not a referendum on the budget. They didn't want that to be a factor. But there will be, from time to time, races where I think we'll be able to pinpoint that the budget was a factor and George Bush was a factor. Certainly the case of Florida comes to mind already. Bush went down to Florida several times to campaign for Governor Bob Martinez, and it didn't work, albeit Martinez was way behind for much of this campaign anyhow. But that's one place where the president invested a fair amount of political capital, and it has not paid off. I would point out that the White House officials are also concerned about the governor's races in Texas and Illinois. They think they're in better shape in California, and also the other one where they think they'll be all right is Ohio. A last point, Bernie, what's at stake for the president? What kind of Congress he's going to have to work with next year. Bernie?
Charles Bierbauer at the White House will be returning to you throughout this night. Partisan power. It's the bottom line, of course, in election 1990 tonight. Going into the vote, the Democrats held the majority in governor's offices across the country. But some tough, tight races could result in a shift of power in some pivotal and populous states. That already, as you've heard, has happened in Florida. The new balance of power is just starting to take shape at this hour. Let's check those numbers. 36 governor slots are on the line. At this hour, CNN has called Democratic winners in 2 races. The most critical, the Florida governor's race, where former Senator Lawton Chiles has tossed out the Republican incumbent, Bob Martinez. And Republicans are declared winners in 2 races. Among them, Judd Gregg's re-election victory up in New Hampshire. 32, of course, are still undecided. In the contest for Congress, the Democrats are expecting to bolster their majorities, while the Republicans are hoping to minimize their losses. There are 35 seats up for grabs in the Senate this election 1990. 17 are Democratic, 18 Republican. So far, CNN has called Democratic victories in one of those contests, incumbent Sam Nunn's race in Georgia, uncontested, and the Republicans are declared winners in 4 races, including Representative Bob Smith's win in the open contest in New Hampshire. 36 of those are undecided at this point. We should point out, we mentioned 35, but Louisiana Senator L. Bennett Johnston, of course, easily won re-election in that state because of the fact that Louisiana has that unusual open primary system. We have a call for you now in Kentucky. We are declaring the Republican incumbent, McConnell, the winner. This is what our vote tally shows so far, with 63% of the precincts reporting in Kentucky. Mitch McConnell will be going happily back to Washington. Charles Beerbauer said just a little while ago, before this night is over, we're going to see whether or not this has been a referendum on George Bush, his campaigning, and his policies. He spent a lot of time in the South, and we're going to go to our correspondent covering the South, our anchor Catherine Cryer in the South. Catherine?
Good evening, Bernie. Well, Democrats made Florida's Republican Governor Bob Martinez #1 on their hit list, and it paid off. CNN is declaring Democrat Lawton Chiles the winner in the state's hotly contested gubernatorial contest. The state's faithful GOP, though, are still clinging to the hope that those absentee ballots may be their savior. As many as 180,000 absentee ballots are still out. Crime appears to be the state's top issue among voters. Now, that's going to be important because Florida voters are considering a ballot issue today that would mandate a 3-day waiting period for anyone wanting to buy a handgun. Now, proponents say the measure would keep pistols out of the hands of hotheads. Florida voters say abortion is also a crucial issue for them. Ironically, both candidates stayed away from the abortion topic while on the campaign trail. Now, Bob Martinez, you may remember, called an ill-fated special session of the state legislature to try and toughen up Florida's abortion law. It failed miserably. Now, Chiles has said he is personally opposed to abortion, but in just recent days prior to the election, he said he believes the government should remain neutral on the burning social issue. He says he'll veto any anti-abortion legislation. Now let's turn to the race in South Carolina for governor. The racial battle lines have been drawn in that gubernatorial showdown. Polls just closed there. Indications are the contest between the incumbent Republican Carol Campbell and Democrat Theo Mitchell is the most racially polarized in the nation. 89% of the state's white voters supporting Campbell, while 84% of the black favor Mitchell. Nearly 3/4 of the voters going to the polls in South Carolina today were white. Mitchell, who is black, chastised the blacks who supported Campbell using racial slurs against those particular voters. Mitchell refused to back down from those statements. Campbell has hardcore GOP support. I'll have more on races throughout the South as we have our next update later in the evening. Back to you, Bernie.
Catherine, we have to stay in the South, Ken, because of that one race in the Tar Heel state has just got everyone absorbed tonight.
Jesse Helms, Harvey Gantt, a very close race right now. Polls are going to close there in a few minutes. We'll be looking at it much more closely and very often tonight, Bernie. At the present time, we can tell you that the race is, as expected, polarized along racial lines. That Harvey Gantt is getting 95% of the black vote. Jesse Helms is getting a majority of the white vote, over 60% at the present time. We don't know quite how much of that vote because the polls are still open, of course. And we do know also that Jesse Helms is running very, very strongly in the rural areas and small towns of North Carolina. And North Carolina is a state of small towns. This is Jesse Helms' base. He's doing very well there, and it looks like Harvey Gantt is going to have a tough one coming out to pull it out. He has to pull it out in the urban areas, and as we've said, the polls are going to be kept open for as much as 2.5 hours longer in Raleigh-Durham tonight.
Ken, speaking of polarization, it occurred to me over the past 48 hours that just listening to the heads of the Democratic Party and also the head of the House Republican campaign operation, Ed Rollins, and Ron Brown on the other side, their interpretation of that race, their interpretation also is polarized.
Yes, that's very true. Everybody seems to agree on the general dimensions of that race, and we also seem to get common agreement on the fact that it is going to be one of the most important indicators of whether we have progress in racial voting or not.
In the East is our man Frank Sesno, and he's got some interesting developments tonight. Frank?
Well, Bernie, in 2 states in the East, Vermont and New Hampshire, the polls have closed now. In Vermont, there is some very interesting matters to talk about. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, in New Hampshire, the Senate race to fill a seat vacated by the conservative Republican Gordon Humphrey. In that race, CNN calls Republican Bob Smith the winner. Bob Smith was the one, you may recall, who didn't show up when George Bush showed up to campaign for him. Smith finding that distance in the case of the federal budget was a virtue. and that worked for him. In the New Hampshire governor's race, no surprise there. Judd Gregg, the Republican incumbent, winning easily there. New Hampshire has had budget problems, but that is one state where the pledge, read my lips, no new taxes, still works. New Hampshire does not have a broad-based tax, and Judd Gregg aims to keep it that way. Over in Vermont, in the governor's race, Richard Snelling in a battle against Peter Welch, the Democrat. That still too close to call, results incomplete there. However, we are calling in the very interesting Vermont House race, Congressman Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. He'll be going down to Washington. He ousts the Republican incumbent, Peter Smith. Peter Smith, too, had sought some distance from President Bush. Peter Smith, in fact, had a 49% voting record against George Bush, but that didn't go down very well in the state of Vermont, opting to go for a real change there in the person of Bernie Sanders. Sanders, as I say, is a socialist. He calls for, among other things, national health insurance and a 50% cut in defense spending in this country. Another House race we've been watching, seat vacated by a new Republican senator from New Hampshire, is now being Republican Bill Zeliff is squaring off against Joe Keefe. Early indications that the Republican is ahead. In Massachusetts, a very tight, nasty, tense race between John Silber, an outsider with an acid tongue, and William Weld, an outsider with a preppy polish. Neither has held elective office before. Both found a great deal of distance from Michael Dukakis to be a virtue in this race. Silber's got real problems. Our indications are, as we've talked with voters, as they've left the polling places. Silber is the personification of an anti-incumbent spirit, but he is not benefiting from voters who are worried about the decline of the state's economy. More people with economic worries, in fact, are voting for William Weld this day. Quite a commentary, considering that the Democrats enjoy a 4-to-1 registration edge in the state of Massachusetts. Not only that, Silber is not holding the party faithful. He's capturing less than 2/3 of the registered Democrats based on our early conversations. In Maine, too, economic worries predominate, and in Maine, the polls close in about 40 minutes from now. We've been talking with voters there as they have left the polls, and we are finding that some 70% of them, 7 out of 10, feel that their economy is going in the wrong direction. And of those, of those people concerned about the economy, they're going with the Democrat Joseph Brennan predominantly. Those who feel the economy is in pretty good shape are siding with the incumbent Republican Jock McKernan, but since they only represent about 1/3 of the electorate, or so far anyway, that is not breaking McKernan's way. Bernie?
Frank says no. Our extensive coverage will go until 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll pick up our coverage when we come back.
Ford, profiles in quality, protecting your investment.
It's really upsetting when something chips the paint on your new car. So today, we're demonstrating a remarkable chip-resistant spray we now apply at the factory to the critical areas of all our American-built cars.
Half this test hood was sprayed with it, half was not. Look for yourself. You can see the difference.
When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Now the man I retained 1 year ago to recommend this corporation's property, casualty, and group health insurance companies. Here with his findings, the most sought-after efficiency expert in business, Mr. Fred Fox.
Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
For all your business insurance, one word says it all.
A few short years ago, Georgia Pacific set out to become a world leader in the paper business. And though today we've soared to heights even beyond our imagination, we never forget. We're working for tomorrow. Georgia Pacific, savvy from the ground up.
There's a new team on the beat. Veteran writers, producers, and reporters from every major news organization. CNN's Special Assignment, the most experienced investigative unit ever assembled. Watch for their reports only on CNN.
Election night coverage on the court. Boston and Chicago. Bird versus Jordan. Baby! Later, Dominique Wilkins and Atlanta battle Sacramento. Tonight at 8 Eastern on TNT. Bigger than life.
Our Welcome Mat, of course, is out for you wherever you're watching in the United States, or for that matter, around the world. The Welcome Mat is especially out for an old friend from Inside Politics 88, William Schneider, out in Los Angeles. The polls are still open in some instances in North Carolina, Bill, but what do you see so far? What do you expect?
It looks like it's going to be a close race, Bernie, between Harvey Gantt and Jesse Helms, one of the most watched races in this year's contest. We're showing Gantt picking up about 37% of the white vote in North Carolina. The view was he had to get 40% to win. If he can get 40%, he may have it, but right now he's just below that. We're also showing abortion showing up as a very heavy issue in North Carolina. Those voters who are voting on the abortion issue, about a third of the North Carolina voters, are splitting their votes, tilting slightly to Harvey Gantt. We're also seeing an interesting difference that we rarely see. The poorly educated voters of North Carolina, those who didn't get beyond high school, are voting 2-1, or actually 3-2 for Jesse Helms. The best educated voters in North Carolina are voting 2-1 for Harvey Gantt. That's a reversal. Usually better educated, more affluent voters vote for the Republican, but not in North Carolina.
What about Iowa, that nip-and-tuck race?
Well, in Iowa, it is a nip-and-tuck race. We think Harkin looks pretty good in Iowa, although the polls obviously have not closed yet. Iowa suffers from a bad economy. They voted for Dukakis in the last election. 41% of the state's voters are rating their economy bad. They're going 2-1 for the Democrat, Tom Harkin, in that race. He's the incumbent. 44% of the voters in Iowa disapprove of George Bush and his performance. They are going 4-1 for Tom Harkin. The abortion issue was a major division between the two candidates, Tom Talkey, the Republican, Tom Harkin, the Democrat. Among the pro-choice voters in Iowa, that's 33% of the voters out there, they're going almost 2-1 for Tom Harkin. So the abortion issue seems to be helping Harkin quite substantially in the Iowa race for the Senate, one of the hottest in the country.
Do you have anything for us, Bill, before we leave you on the gubernatorial level?
Well, yes, Lawton Chiles seems to be doing very well in the race, the governor's race in Florida. Again, there's a very heavy Bush disapproval race. Florida's a good Republican state, but Bush has a 42% disapproval rating in Florida, and the voters who disapprove of Bush are going 86-14 for Lawton Chiles, the Democratic senator who's running against Governor Martinez, the incumbent Republican governor. In fact, 40% of those who voted for George Bush in the 1988 election are voting for Lawton Chiles, the Democrat, in Florida.
Bill Schneider, he's going to be a very busy man tonight, and we'll come back to you very shortly. Now let's pause for a moment. Susan Rook has a news update for us. Susan?
Thanks, Bernie. Topping our check of the other headlines that we're following tonight. Thousands of people crammed into a Brooklyn synagogue today for the funeral of Rabbi Meir Kahane. The founder of the Militant Jewish Defense League was gunned down while addressing a Zionist group last night. Police say a suspect, a naturalized American of Egyptian descent, is under guard at a hospital. He was shot while fleeing the scene. Kahane's body is being flown to Israel for burial. Israel stepped up security today as supporters of Rabbi Kahane went into the streets, some shouting death to the Arabs. Troops were deployed around the nation in the occupied territories. 2 Palestinians were killed in the West Bank 2 hours after Kahane was shot. Police say they suspect it was a revenge attack by a Jewish extremist. Former West German Chancellor Willy Brandt met with some of the Germans today held by Iraq. A meeting in Baghdad came as Saddam Hussein pledged to release more than 100 European and Japanese hostages. Iraq said the move is a response to appeals made by Brandt and other delegations, including former Japanese Prime Minister Yoshihiro Nakasone. Secretary of State James Baker is visiting Turkey as he discusses possible military action with U.S. allies against Iraq. Baker won signs of support today from China's foreign minister during a meeting in Egypt. The minister said China still supports a peaceful resolution. That's a quick check of some of the top stories we're following. Now back to Election 90 and Bernie.
Thank you, Susan. When we come back, a closer look, the latest on that race for the Senate in North Carolina.
banking,
Nashville Business Journal,
real estate,
Nashville Business Journal,
manufacturing,
Nashville Business Journal,
marketing,
Nashville Business Journal,
transportation,
Nashville Business Journal. The most comprehensive local business news coverage comes to you each Monday in Nashville Business Journal. Pick it up at newsstands around the mid-state or subscribe and have it delivered to your door. You can use Nashville Business Journal to prospect for leads or examine public records like bankruptcies and deeds. Nashville Business Journal also features business developments not published anywhere else. Pick up a copy today and find out more.
the music industry,
Nashville Business Journal,
government,
Nashville Business Journal,
retail,
Nashville Business Journal,
healthcare,
Nashville Business Journal,
and the arts.
Nashville Business Journal. Subscribe and receive a free copy of the Book of Lists. 254-9154. Nashville Business Journal. First with business.
Celebrating 10 years of growth. This is CNN.
Democracy in action on this election night, 1990. Most of the polls in the state of North Carolina are now closed, but that bitter Senate battle there, the one pitting incumbent Republican Jesse Helms against Democratic challenger Harvey Gantt, is too close to call. Not so for the governor's race in Florida, where Democrat Lawton Childs has won in a walk over incumbent Republican Bob Martinez. Ken Bodie, still too close to call in the Tar Heel state.
Fascinating race, Bernie, in the Tar Heel state. Jesse Helms was considered by Republicans to be their most vulnerable incumbent. If Harvey Gantt does win this race, he'll be the first black in the Senate since 1978, when Massachusetts' Ed Brooke left the Senate, another Republican, the first Southern black to be in the Senate since Reconstruction. George Bush made 2 stops in North Carolina for his friend Jesse Helms. He stood on the dais with Helms and said, "I need this man." He raised over $1 million for Senator Helms. Senator Helms, as he always does, used social issues in this campaign to sort of polarize the electorate. He accused Harvey Gantt of being a tool of a secret campaign amongst homosexuals. He also sent to most small-town newspaper editors the Mapplethorpe photos that were so controversial. But for national press and state press, you had to make an appointment to see Senator Helms, and you had to fax him your questions in advance. He all but hid from the press in that race.
I said that most of the polls had closed. A majority of the polls have closed there in North Carolina. Tom and Tears at Gantt headquarters. Tom?
Bernie, most of the polls are closed, or are they? In Durham, they are not going to close until 10 o'clock. And they have 3 or 4 other counties that they're on the phone with right now with the State Board of Elections, trying to determine if those counties are going to remain open later. There are reports of lines at least 2.5 hours to vote in many areas of Durham. There are some reports of some irregularities with some of the machines. One worker was telling me that in one precinct there was a machine that didn't even have a Gantt handle on the voting machine. Here is one of the strangest things that I've ever heard of. The candidate will not be here for another 2.5 hours. He is out walking the streets of Durham, and in the room behind me there are people who will be getting on buses in the next few minutes. They are holding a campaign rally tonight in Durham, and it is expected to go on for a couple of hours. They say they're going to go out and knock door to door to get all the people who have not possibly voted yet and pull them into the buses and take them to the polls. So there is a campaign rally going on in Durham probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes that will be beginning. And Mr. Gantt is going to be at this rally and leading it in a church, and they're going door to door to try to get people out. They say it is that close that it could make a difference on the doors that they knock on, whether they beat Jesse Helms or not. Bernie?
Tom and Tier there at Gantt headquarters in North Carolina. Let's take a look now at that gubernatorial race in Ohio. Anthony Calabrese, who no longer can run for another term, is being challenged by the Attorney General, or rather George Voinovich, and so far we do not have a winner in that one. In West Virginia, in that Senate race, Jay Rockefeller, the Democratic incumbent. Our estimate is that by the time the evening is over, Mr. Rockefeller will be returning to Washington.
Bernie, Jay Rockefeller is this time agreed that he would spend not so much of his own money to win re-election in West Virginia, but he didn't have to spend much of his own money because he didn't have much of an opponent in that race. He still was able to outspend his opponent by a hefty margin. In that Ohio race that we haven't been able to call yet, there's some interesting statistics from our exit poll on the question of savings and loans. Ohio voters are split in their assessment. We asked them today how they felt about John Glenn's involvement with the savings and loan scandal and with Charles Keating. And 1/3 said they think that John Glenn should run for re-election next time. Slightly more than 1/3 think he shouldn't. And 1 voter in 5 of both parties told us today in the exit poll, Bernie, that they think John Glenn should resign. So when you have some specific ethical problems in this electorate, a mood of anti-incumbency really does begin to take shape. John Glenn is lucky, as are the rest of the Keating 5, that they're not on the ballot this year.
Well, of course, Howard Baker, former White House Chief of Staff and also former Senate Majority Leader, says that this thing is going to bill, and in '92, we're really going to see the voters' feelings on the subject.
1992 is going to be a dynamite political year to cover. It's going to be a year when there's going to be not only the anti-incumbent sentiment building further, but also a year when the reapportionment effects will be felt. And there's a peculiar law that goes into effect in 1992, Bernie. You can keep some of the money that you've got from your campaign and leave with it in 1992, and that's expected. That's the last year you can do it. And that's expected to spur a lot of retirements in Congress, a lot of open seats for 1992.
Well, the new political balance of power is beginning to take shape. Let's take a look at how it stands at this hour, starting with the United States Senate. There are 35 Senate seats at stake in election 1990, 17 Democratic, 18 Republican. So far tonight, CNN has declared Democratic winners in 2 races. That includes the winners in Georgia and West Virginia, Mr. Rockefeller, whom we just discussed. Republican candidates have won 5 races, including Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, New Hampshire, and Virginia. Neither party has picked up a Senate seat that previously belonged to the other party. While there haven't been any real surprises in the Senate races, those governor's races have provided plenty of excitement on this election night, and this is how the balance of power looked going into election 90. 29 Democratic governors, 21 Republicans. At stake this year, 36 governor seats, 20 of them held by Democrats, 16 by Republicans. At this point, CNN is declaring Democrats the winners in 2 races, including those in Georgia and Florida. Republicans have won 2 governor seats in New Hampshire and South Carolina. That means, so far, Democrats have picked up 1 seat that previously belonged to Republicans. The grand old party has not yet picked up any Democratic seats. Well, the evening is still young, Ken, but do you see anything that interests you?
Well, let me give you a piece of news first, Bernie, that we just got in. The polls in North Carolina are not only going to be open later in Durham, North Carolina, but they're also going to be open later in Guilford County, North Carolina, which is Greensboro. They're going to stay open until 8:30. Now, in the results that we've seen so far, we see that Senator Helms is doing his very best in the small towns and the rural areas. Harvey Gantt, the challenger, is doing his best in the big cities. And Greensboro is the 3rd largest city in the state of North Carolina.
Brooks Jackson has been listening to everything that we've been reporting so far tonight. He's our man in Washington. He is going to be the man. This man is going to follow the money tonight. You know, if you want to know what ends up where, follow the money. Brooks, so far, has money meant victory tonight?
So far, Bernie, money seems to be making a difference. In the first 6 Senate races we've called, the average, the winners have spent on the average more than $2 million. The losers have spent on the average $568,000 approximately. A big disparity. Some of the things that are figuring into that, Jay Rockefeller spent $3.3 million and made it very clear privately that he was willing once again to open his own personal checkbook and spend more than that if he had to. He drew a token opponent who managed to raise about $19,000. It was a walkover. Strom Thurmond, South Carolina, raised $1,900,000. His token challenger managed to spend about $6,000 of his own money, losing that race. One race, interestingly, where money was attempted to become an issue, where the challenger attempted to make money an issue, was in Kentucky. There, the challenger, the Democratic challenger, Harvey Sloan, was outspent 2-1, but he tried to turn the financial advantage of the incumbent Mitch McConnell against him. Here's one of Harvey Sloan's commercials.
Washington, Mitch McConnell's voted for huge tax breaks for the wealthy and higher taxes for middle-income families. That's why he's known as the Fat Cat Senator. They pull his strings, and Mitch McConnell...
Well, in the end, of course, Senator McConnell raised $3.8 million, more than $1 million of that from political action committees, and the money helped make the difference for Senator McConnell. Senator McConnell, interestingly, is a very strong voice in the seemingly endless debate that goes on in Congress over whether or not to change our campaign finance laws. In the Republican caucus, he stands foursquare against any spending limits. He will be back in Congress once again for another 6 years.
Brooks, you just triggered something in my mind. Jay Rockefeller, having spent, as you reported, $3 million on this campaign, he walks to the Senate, and he says he's prepared, he had been prepared to write more checks. Didn't all this big money, the real fattest of the fat cats, start with Jay Rockefeller's uncle, Nelson, in that New York campaign?
Well, that's a long time ago, and clearly that was one of the campaigns that caught people's eye. I've completely forgotten how much Nelson Rockefeller spent back in those days, but it was probably peanuts compared to what we're seeing today. Bernie, I want to make one point here. There is a race where money did not make a difference. In Kentucky, I understand we are calling Congressman William Natcher the winner. He was outspent by a large margin because William Natcher has never accepted any campaign contributions from anyone. He's the only member of Congress who not only doesn't take political action committee money, doesn't take money from anyone, spent $4,000 in change of his own money, and was reelected tonight.
Can you imagine William Natcher when he gets back to Washington? He'll have a lot of fun in the cloakroom talking about that. Brooks Jackson will check back in with you very shortly, and we'll be right back with more of our Election 1990 coverage in a moment.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford, profiles in quality, reliability.
The quality of today's Fords, Lincolns, and Mercurys is no accident. It's engineered into every car and truck we build. We bump before you bump. We open and close. We brake, we shake, we get in and get out. We freeze, we start. When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
I'm going to review today's scores very briefly.
No.
86, 94, 92, and one hieroglyph. That's before we got to the back nine. I didn't think anybody was keeping score today. Follow him, right? It says here that on the third hole you hit, I don't know, you
a 90-yard putt.
I do. It wasn't a flash.
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If they're not Dockers, they're just pants.
Oh, there you go! Cost me the towel, please, Darnell.
Introducing an easier way for your family to call you at home.
Hi!
New MCI Personal 800. Now they don't need a calling card.
Honey. It's my sister. We've got to go. I know.
They don't need any money.
Hi, Mom.
Sweetheart.
It's Bobby.
We gotta go.
They can call you anytime from any phone.
Susan. We gotta go.
New MCI Personal 800.
It's the phone.
No, it's not.
A very new, very affordable way to stay in touch.
We're counting on Brian McDonald to help solve one of America's toughest engineering problems, the critical shortage of engineering professors. Instead of accepting a challenging job in industry, he accepted a bigger challenge, earn a Ph.D. through the Rockwell-funded fellowship program. It's one of hundreds of ways Rockwell encourages American innovation and leadership through quality education. Emphasize education. It's our future.
So far in the Buckeye State, at the gubernatorial level, no winner yet to report to you. The Attorney General, Anthony Celebrezzi, being challenged by the former mayor of Cleveland, George Voinovich. But elsewhere in the Midwest, there is a story, especially one in Indiana, covering the Midwest for us, Mary Tillotson.
Bernie, as you pointed out, we don't have any raw vote yet out of Ohio in that gubernatorial race, but at least the polls are closed in Ohio and Indiana. Voters in the Midwest, those two states, have finally said whatever it is they're going to say with their ballots this evening. In the Indiana Senate race, CNN is projecting incumbent Republican Senator Dan Coats the winner over Barron Hill. That means Coats will serve out the remaining 2 years in a term originally won by Vice President Dan Quayle. Coats was challenged by Bush chose Quayle as his running mate in 1988. It set off a political domino effect in Indiana. Dan Coats worked as an aide to Quayle when Quayle was in the House and later won that House seat in his own right. A Republican governor appointed Congressman Coats to fill out Quayle's Senate term, and that opened up Coats's seat from northeastern Indiana. In a special election last year, a young Democrat named Jill Long won the House seat.
I want you all to know that I am committed to being the very best congressperson this district has ever seen. Thank you.
Long won with only 51% of the vote, and Coats had never won election to the Senate. So both were considered vulnerable going into the election. President Bush came into Indiana to help Coats raise money.
And God bless the state of Indiana. God bless you all. Thank you very, very much.
Jill Long, the Democrat, borrowed a page from Bush campaign technique, his No New Taxes page. As we've told you, with 33% of the vote in now in Indiana, we are projecting incumbent Republican Dan Coats the winner in that race over Barron Hill. Also in Indiana this evening, with 26% of the vote in her congressional race, Jill Long is leading Republican Richard Hawks with 61% of the vote to 39% for Hawks. Vice President Quayle was not on the ballot this year in Indiana, of course, but we did ask Iowa voters if President Bush should keep Quayle on the ticket in 1992. 71% of the people who voted for Coats said that he should be kept on the ticket in 1992. We also asked Iowans as they finished voting today whether they think Dan Quayle himself would make a good president, and the percentage there was even higher. Among people who voted for Coats, 77% said yes, indeed, Dan Quayle would make a fine president. As we say, no vote count in yet from Ohio, but we would hope by the time we come back next hour, we'll have some numbers for you in the contest there. And polls will also be closing next hour in Illinois, Michigan, and Kansas. Gubernatorial and Senate seats are up in all three of those states, and we hope we can report a little progress when we come back. Bernie?
Mary Tillotson, we do have a number for you, a meteorological number in Nebraska, where Governor Kay Orr is really having a battle for her political life. 15 inches of snow on the ground in Nebraska. Rick Allen sits back down now. What's in this whole thing for George Bush? Do you see any kind of warning note so far tonight?
Bernie, I do indeed. And we start back in Florida. I think many Americans tonight wonder how George Bush's flip-flop on taxes, his going back on his no taxes promise, is going to play, not just tonight, but as we head into '92 in another presidential race. And if you look to Florida, there's a very ominous note, because one reason that Bob Martinez, the incumbent Republican, was so unpopular, one reason he was beaten, was that he put through a tax, a services tax, after campaigning against taxes. It was extremely unpopular. It had to be repealed, and he went to the voters and apologized.
I know I've made mistakes. You've told me I've disappointed you sometimes. I've listened and I've learned. And today we're fighting drugs and crime harder than ever.
Bernie just mentioned another first-term Republican incumbent, Kay Orr in Nebraska. She's also in trouble. She also was blamed for a tax hike in her first term. She also apologized.
In 1987, I supported tax reform that wasn't supposed to raise your taxes, but did. I made a mistake. Experience means learning from mistakes. You deserve better education and tax relief, and I will...
Well, being president means you can't always say you're sorry, and I don't know that we can look forward to seeing President Bush apologize, but he may have to, or think of something else.
Well, if not publicly, maybe privately, to some of those Republicans who feel they've been left naked. Election 1990 on CNN. We continue in a moment.
Profiles in quality. Pride.
When you get pride, you get quality.
That's what I said back in '81.
And today we still have that same pride.
And from what we hear, a lot of people think we're doing a pretty good job.
You can hear the quality.
You can see the quality.
You can feel the quality in the way it handles.
Thanks.
That's what happens at Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln when quality is job one.
How can anyone offer me a computer solution without seeing my business first? That's why we're talking to Microage. Instead of trying to sell me something off the shelf, they're coming here to look at my computer needs firsthand.
Microage, as close as the telephone.
I called Microage. They showed us how compact computers can work for us here and on the road. Powerful portables and desktops that can crunch numbers with the best of them.
Microage, authorized compact dealer.
Help you? Just looking.
We interrupt this browsing for another useful tool.
Perfect.
The card that actually pays you cash back for every charge.
That's it.
The Discover card.
Thanks for just browsing.
It pays to discover the card that pays you back.
Thursday night on TBS.
Belinda.
She was deaf, mute, and innocent. That made her the perfect victim.
Belinda, what's wrong?
Richard Thomas.
All right, the baby's not yours. But damn it, nobody ever paid attention to Belinda till you came.
Dennis Quaid.
That's my little boy in there, and I come in here to get him out.
And Rosanna Arquette. Johnny Belinda. 8:05 Eastern on TBS, Thursday night.
I'm smiling because they're here. Buchanan, Novak, Kinsley, and Shields. Our front four, the Capital Gang. They'll join us every time this night. Just before the hour, let's go to them now in Washington. Pat?
Thanks, Bernie. Mark Shields. Looks like Jesse Helms 9 points down a week ago. It looks like he pulled even, maybe slightly ahead tonight. They're keeping the polls open in Durham. Harvey Gantt is out there apparently trying to rally the troops and get them to the polls. Big victory for the president. Is it on the way? What do you think?
Big victory for the president, Pat. You want to run? You want to run that by me? Are you calling Jesse Helms a winner?
I think he's going to win.
No, but I mean we are not.
No,
this network is not, Pat. I mean this is an independent call. What I'm saying right now is that it's a terrific turnout. Harvey Gantt, who was written off by all the wise guys who said he couldn't win a primary, is now taking the father, the patron saint of the conservative movement, the new right movement. Pat, if that's what you're holding on to in 1990 after Florida and everything else that's going on, you're in big trouble.
I hope with my heart that Mark's optimism is justified, but I really don't believe it. And this swing back to Helms in the past few days, I think the most alarming thing is that it's all based really on one issue, which is affirmative action. Now, these ads do invite racism. There's clearly a racist tinge to them, but there also is a legitimate issue there, especially this issue of this television station that Gantt got handed on a platter that was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Excellent points,
and
Kinsley,
I think the Democrats have a real problem with that in the future.
Okay.
The interesting thing is, you see, Mark was way off on Bob Smith in New Hampshire. The Republican incumbent won big. He said he was going to lose.
I didn't say
McConnell. He said McConnell might lose in Kentucky.
Bob, do you want to quote me correctly?
Might lose.
I said there was a possibility. I said there was a possibility.
You said McConnell might lose. So you're wrong down there, but I'll tell you, where you're weeping, where you got the black armband, is Jesse Helms. And all over this city of Washington tonight, people are in angst with the idea of 6 more years for Jesse Helms. I think that the guy ought to be ashamed of himself is my friend, the White House Chief of Staff, John Sununu, who got on national television and accepted the premise that this was a racist campaign that Jesse was doing. And it is not a racist campaign. It's affirmative action, and the people of North Carolina knew it.
I don't think it is, Mark. Okay. I saw that ad, and that ad is a deeply controversial issue, affirmative action. There is nothing wrong with saying this is lousy policy.
Oh, look, but Pat, it's like there's nothing wrong with raising the issue of prison reform if you want to when you're running for president, but the way you raise it with the Willie Horton ad says something more than I am concerned about furlough programs.
Let's not get into the Willie Horton ad. You saw the ad, Michael.
I saw the ad.
The ad was valid.
The issue is valid. The ad was not valid.
Pat, 18 years into the Senate, Pat. and the guy gets the scare of his life. He may very well lose, and he may very well lose on a couple of very fundamental issues. Harvey Gantt ran against Jesse Helms on what matters to the people of North Carolina, which is education, which is health, which is the future of their kids, not Nicaragua, but North Carolina. If he wins, that's where he wins.
And the pornographers in the art lobby were pouring in millions of dollars for Gantt.
Have you got a problem with gays, Bob?
I want to take
you have a problem with gays, Bob?
Listen.
Do you?
Listen,
do you want to address that tonight?
We'll get into that later. Look, let's go down to Florida, Bob.
Promise?
Bob Martinez, the president, went in for him repeatedly. Looks like he is losing, and maybe losing badly. There's a possibility the GOP could lose as many as 3 House seats down there.
That's right.
Their opportunity for redistricting. Florida's going to pick up 4 seats after this census. What's going on in Florida?
This is a catastrophe. Ileana Ross-Latenham, the Hispanic woman who one called Pepper Seed is losing, the party switcher Bill Grant is losing, Craig James is losing, and Martinez has already lost. This should be one of the most Republican states in the union, and I say this rests at the door of George Bush, because I was down in Florida this week, and the politicians said the whole bottom came out of the Florida campaign when they made the budget deal. And I'm sorry, but the president turned things worse when he went down there to campaign for Martinez.
Listen, in Ohio, George Voinovich is running ahead, maybe winning. Republican pickup offsets the loss in Florida. He beats a guy, Celebrezzi, who flipped from pro-life, if you will, to pro-choice on abortion. What's going on in Ohio?
Well, I think 2 things are going on in Ohio. First of all, Ohio is reverting to its pattern. It had 8 years of a Democratic governor, Dick Celeste, a controversial administration, especially in the second term. George Voinovich, a very popular mayor of Cleveland, cut right into the Democratic base in the northern Ohio industrial crescent, from Toledo to Youngstown, especially coming out of that Cleveland media base where he was strong and where he neutralized Tony. I just add one thing on Florida, and that is, I don't know, Bob, when Jesse wins, Jesse wins. When Bob Martinez loses, it's George Bush's fault.
What about your big victory, George Bush did not help Jesse in North Carolina.
Let's get Michael. Michael's got a big victory tonight. Bernie Sanders, the socialist up in Vermont, appears to have captured a Republican House seat, the seat of the fellow Peter Smith, who stiffed the president on that trip.
It's wonderful to have a socialist in Congress. I'm not a socialist. I don't think anyone in this table is a socialist. There's 435 seats. There's plenty of room for variety. It's wonderful to have an iconoclast there, and he certainly is one.
You know what I think is wonderful, Pat? That all the world is turning away from socialism, and we're going to get one in the House, and we may get one in the Senate. Professor Wellstone from Minnesota have a little socialist caucus right here on Capitol Hill. But the question is, how can you tell those socialists from the rest of them?
All right, from the real ones. Let me ask you this. Right, Vermont. Bernie Sanders is a socialist, but Snelling, the Republican liberal, is apparently winning Vermont pretty big. And here's a Democrat picking up a seat from a Republican liberal now. What's going on in Vermont?
Well, you had 3 Democratic governors in New England, Pat, who did not seek re-election. Bill O'Neill in Connecticut, Michael Dukakis in Massachusetts, and Madeline Kunin in Vermont, and all, I think, for similar reasons. They all had serious problems facing, and I think when you have to carry that baggage, I just say, after the devastating performance in Florida, the question becomes, will Dan Quayle keep George Bush on the ticket in 1990?
All right, look, we'll be back at the same time in the next hour, and right now, let's give it back to Bernie.
Thank you, Pat. Can't wait. A lot of polls are closing. We'll have more results when election 1990 returns.
That's a commercial? I can do that. Oh, Charlie's, featuring fresh salads, juicy steaks, tasty seafood, and lots more. Relax and unwind while our friendly, efficient staff serves you your favorites, prepared Charlie's own special way. Whether you're out for lunch, dinner, weekend champagne brunch, or just looking for a fun place to hang out. Oh, Charlie's is your great-tasting, good-time place. Let's do lunch. Charlie's!
They were super. They helped me pick out my fabric. They matched my wallpaper and my carpet. They custom ordered for me, and it was great. I didn't really have to do anything at all. Price is important to me, and quality and service are also important. And when you can go into one store and get all 3, there's really nowhere else to go.
B.F. Myers, behind City Hall in Goodlettsville, where the low price guarantee saves you money every day.
I think the prices are the best.
Bankruptcy Liquidators of America. I-24 at Harding Place is going out of business with prices reduced even further. Men's suits, $700 to $800 values, priced from an amazing $100. A great selection of leather jackets, including members only. All sizes, values to $600, starting at just $125. And a tremendous selection of name brand athletic shoes. This inventory must go. Low tops, none higher than $25. High tops, none higher than $35. Bankruptcy Liquidators of America, going out of business. Look for the red building atop the hill at I-24 in Harding Place.
Okay, people, this, of course, is the Van de Graaff generator.
Touch it, Ted.
1.4 million volts of electricity have been harnessed harmlessly.
Hey, where's the elephant going?
It's okay. I'm sure he'll be back.
Dad, your hair!
These big moments have been brought to you by the new Canon E51 video camcorder.
See the full line of Canon products at Tinsel's Audio Video, 2109 Abbott Martin Road in Green Hills.
Celebrating a decade of achievement. This is CNN.
Video, 2109 Abbott Martin Road in Green Hills.
Celebrating a decade of achievement. This is CNN.
CNN Election 90. Election Night with Bernard Shaw.
Big money, nasty talk, high stake. When it comes to political drama, the race for Texas governor has had it all. When it comes, what it does not have right now at this point is a winner, as the majority of the polls close in Texas, along with 16 other states in the District of Columbia. The Lone Star State, Ken Woody.
Bernie, Clayton Williams said that he would head her, he would hoof her, and he would drag her through the dust. But he hasn't done that so far in Texas, that's for sure. We don't have a winner in that race, but we do have a little bit of information that we pass on from our state exit polls. There is in Texas, as you might expect, a definite, well-defined gender gap. It didn't disappear. Clayton Williams is getting a strong majority of the men, and Richards is getting a strong majority of the women. There's also an income gap there. Clayton Williams being the people who make over $50,000, and Ann Richards getting strong support from people lower on the income level. Late deciders are going to Ann Richards in a fairly substantial majority. That may mean, Bernie, that those people who watched the cumulative effect of the Richards gaffes, the fact that on an income of over $100 million in 1986, he paid no taxes, that he didn't know what Proposition 1 was on the Texas ballot when he voted for it already, for it or against it, that these kind of things may have finally been cumulative and added up, and the voters of late deciders of Texas were deciding to go for Ann Richards. But we still have no result in that race at all, still close to call.
Not only do we not have a result there, but we have no result. We cannot declare a winner for you yet in North Carolina. The challenger, Harvey Gantt, going against Republican incumbent Jesse Helms. We still not declare a winner. And it looks like that's going to be the case for a little while, and I can.
That certainly is. That's a very, very tough race, North Carolina. Jesse Helms was the senator that the Republicans knew they would have the hardest time keeping in. 6 years ago, he had a very difficult race against North Carolina Governor Jim Hunt, who sat this one out, passed the baton to former Charlotte Mayor Harvey Gantt, and Harvey Gantt has run a very tough race here. Harvey Gantt has taken the tact in this race of pretty much ignoring the strident Helms charges. When Helms charges that Harvey Gantt is a tool of a homosexual conspiracy, Gantt just doesn't bother to respond to that sort of thing. But Jesse Helms knows that he's got to stir the older, native, born in North Carolina, small town base, and that's what he's doing with those charges. Still too close to call in North Carolina.
And a development there. 2 counties are going to be open for another half hour. They were extended, as we heard earlier. Let's check in with Tom Mentir and Raleigh. Tom?
The situation is this. In Durham County, they will not close the polls until 10 o'clock, a little less than 2 hours from now. In Guilford County, that is Greensboro, they will close in about 28 minutes. That is, if people are not still in line. So those are the scheduled poll closings that have changed things. And apparently, the Helms campaign is rather livid that the polls are being kept open, because in these 2 counties, it is a very, very strong Democratic vote that Harvey Gantt is going to have some extra time to get out. What Harvey Gantt is doing tonight is exactly that. He is holding another rally at this hour in downtown Durham. He is not going to come to his headquarters until well after 10 o'clock when the polls close there. They have buses that are parked outside his hotel here in Raleigh that are waiting to load up. There are 4 buses out there, and they are trying to convince the supporters to leave the ballroom, go out on the buses, attend a rally, or go knocking door to door in Durham, trying to get people who may not have voted out to the polls. So for Harvey Gantt, this race isn't over. It isn't at the point where he sits back and waits for the results. He's still campaigning. He is going to be out for another 2 hours trying to get people in these heavily Democratic areas to go to the polls. So for Harvey Gantt, the work still remains to be done. The Gantt forces think that this race is so close that by keeping the polls open till 10 o'clock in a large city like Durham, that there is a possibility that they may be able to run the vote up. Now, on another issue that their lawyers contracted the State Board of Elections about, despite the fact that polls in 2 counties are not closed, election returns are starting to come across the television screens here, being released by the Board of Elections in the state of North Carolina. They were complaining that those numbers should not be coming out because polls haven't closed in 2 large cities. But as right now, the numbers are coming out and people are still voting. Bernie?
There's tension elsewhere, Tom, along the eastern seaboard, taking you north now to the Bay State, Massachusetts. Well, first of all, in that Senate race, John Kerry and Jim Rappaport. We still cannot declare a win for you there yet. And at the gubernatorial level, that's the one I was alluding to in that race now between the Attorney General William Will and the challenger John Silber, the Boston University president, who's on leave. That one we cannot declare a winner for you yet. Ken Bodie, that looks like that's going to be nip and tuck too.
John Silber is probably the only candidate in the country this year who is more angry than the voters themselves. That's been his cachet. That's been his ticket in this one. He has said some very interesting things, Bernie. He has made himself the issue in this campaign, which is what consultants tell you never do. But John Silber has said he would deny welfare benefits to any second children who were born out of wedlock. He would say that all kids should be in school full-time at the age of 3. He has suggested that child care, working mothers who make over $50,000 as a joint income, who put their children in child care, that's the equivalent of child neglect. So it comes as no great surprise that, having sort of offended some of the Democratic orthodoxy, John Silber in our poll in Massachusetts is having trouble holding the Democratic base. Less than 2/3 of the Democrats are voting for Silber in Massachusetts right now, and the erosion is greatest among liberals, feminists, and union members, which is the Democratic base. Now, we should mention, Bernie, that at the present time in Massachusetts, independents outnumber Democrats in terms of party registration, and there are very, very few Republicans. But this is a great race to watch. It's been a very, very polarized race and a very interesting one. We'll just keep an eye on it.
Other races, too. Let's take a look at the Connecticut right now at the gubernatorial level. These are the 3 vying for the seat, and the man in the middle, the maverick liberal Republican Senator Lowell Weicker, was stepped down. He's running for that. We cannot declare a winner for you yet. Out in the land of Lincoln, the man with the bow tie is going back to Washington, Paul Simon, the incumbent. Our estimate is that he will be the winner tonight. In Kansas, Joan Finney, the Democratic challenger, a pickup for the Democrats at the State House level. She's a winner. In Illinois, the Attorney General Neil Hargan battling Jim Edgar. In Michigan, Carl Levin is going to go back to Washington. He's the incumbent. Our estimate is that he will have won. Now we're saying he has won re-election. In Alabama, no winner yet. Paul Hubert going against incumbent Guy Hunt. Ken, it's still early tonight, but I sense some trends. What do you sense?
Well, I sense a general tendency for there to be the incumbents to be reelected to the House and Senate. We haven't seen any House results yet. We know what's going on beneath the overall results we've seen. But in the Senate, people like John Kerry are being reelected, Paul Simon's being reelected, Carl Levin being reelected in Michigan, and so forth. But there is trouble for the governors. Governors are where the anti-incumbency move seems to stop, their doorsteps. They are very much more public. They are very much more directly concerned with the business. They're in the newspaper every day, and they have had the toughest results so far this year. The senators are doing better, even those that had tough races. We can't call North Carolina yet, but the ones we have called have pretty much been incumbent results.
Well, I have one surprise for you up in New Jersey right now in that race with the incumbent Bill Bradley. That one is too close to call for you right now in New Jersey. That's
astonishing, Bernie. That Bill Bradley might be in a close race. Nobody expected that. That pans out to be true. He had a 40-to-1 advantage in fundraising over his opponent. That would be an astonishing result.
I thought that would get you. Let's go out to Oklahoma and take a look at the governor's situation there. This was an open seat. Credit the Democrats tonight with picking it up. Dave Walters, our estimate is that Walters is winning and has won. In Maine, at the gubernatorial state level, no winner yet. The Joseph Brennan and John McKernan, both men have served in Congress. One wants the job back, but we cannot declare a winner yet. In the nation's capital, we have no winner to declare for you yet between Sharon Pratt Dixon and the former police chief Maurice Turner. Ken?
Bernie, there's one non-surprise in that whole list, at least one non-surprise, and that's that Democrats have won the governorship of Oklahoma. If I could tell a little joke here, the Republican governor of Oklahoma, Henry Bellman, had the lowest positive ratings of any governor in the country. There were some low ones when you add Michael Dukakis and Ed Preet of Rhode Island. It is said by those in Oklahoma that every day Saddam Hussein used to go into a little room in Baghdad and look at a mirror, and he would say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most hated man of all?" And he one day came out and looked at his aide and he said, "Who the hell is Henry Bellman?" So Henry Bellman, the Oklahoma incumbent governor, is gone. A Democrat, David Walters, takes his place, and it's not a surprise.
I started laughing because I'm just a few days removed from having returned from Baghdad, and when you said Saddam Hussein, it sort of struck me. In Tennessee, Albert Gore is smiling tonight. This man, the incumbent, is going back to Washington. Does he have thoughts about 1992 for his party at presidential level? We'll find out. Delaware, in the Senate, Joseph Biden. We estimate that he will easily walk back to Washington, the Democratic incumbent there. No surprise in Kansas, Nancy Kassebaum, the Republican incumbent, we estimate that she has won re-election. As with Republican incumbent William Cohn of Maine, he's a winner tonight. Out in Oklahoma, this man has a smile on his face. He's a friendly man. Senator David Warren, chairman of the Intelligence Committee, he has won re-election easily. As has this Democrat, Alabama's former Supreme Court Chief Justice Howell Heflin, the Democratic incumbent, will be going back to Washington. In Pennsylvania, Robert Casey, the Democratic incumbent, wins re-election tonight. In Tennessee, Ned McWhorter, he has won re-election. William Donald Schaefer, the former mayor of Baltimore, the governor now, has won re-election. Mississippi Senator Thad Cochran, the Republican, easily wins. Election 1990, we'll be right back.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, employee involvement.
If you're working together, you do a better job. I said that back in '82, and the quality of our cars and trucks is proof that it's working today.
Money alone won't build quality cars. You've got to have better designs.
Better designs don't mean a thing unless engineering can live up to the designs.
Engineering works only when everyone is committed to quality.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
Bit by bit, putting it together. Piece by piece is the way to make an idea work. Every moment's contribution, every detail plays a part. Just a vision's no solution. It all depends on execution. Putting it together, that's what counts. Ounce by ounce, putting it together. Putting it together.
Behind every great accomplishment, there is always a document. A document that bridges the gap between what can be and what will be.
Putting it together, putting it together, putting it together.
Xerox technology helps people transform ideas into documents that change the world. Faxing, scanning, copying, publishing. Xerox, the document company.
Putting it together, putting it together, putting it together.
There's a new team on the beat. Journalists from every major news organization. One broke the story on the Iran-Contra scandal. Another is best known for its unprecedented political coverage for NBC News. Their exposés have won critical acclaim and widespread recognition. From the horrors of medical malpractice to shaking up the inner sanctum of televangelism. They tell it like it is. CNN's special assignment, the most experienced investigative unit ever assembled. Watch for the reports, only on CNN.
In Massachusetts, Republican challenger Jim Rappaport put up quite a fight, but it wasn't enough to topple this man. Incumbent Democrat John Kerry will be going back to Washington, representing his state. Down in the Lone Star State, Tony Clark is at the headquarters of one of those battling for the gubernatorial seat. Tony, I imagine there's a lot of fingernail chewing tonight in Texas.
There is indeed. In fact, right now it's very quiet. The polls throughout much of Texas just closed about 15 minutes ago. Polls are still open in far west Texas in the El Paso area, and so people are still looking out there as a source of votes. So the campaign, the election activity is still going on. It's really very quiet here. It'll probably be a little while before a lot of the people get here, but there are certain areas as the vote comes in that people here at the Williams headquarters and people over at Ann Richards headquarters are watching very closely. There are a couple of things in particular to watch for. The way the women break out in terms of their support. 53% of the electorate in Texas are women, and Ann Richards was counting on a large amount of support from them to help her win in this election. There was some talk, especially late in the campaign, women may vote for her. They may have been turned off by the Williams campaign, and so it's going to be important to watch how well Clayton Williams holds on to the women vote. There was also a lot of activity in the past few days with Ann Richards trying to get the blacks and Hispanics thinking that they could provide a large portion of this vote. And that may help her at her campaign. Her campaign has come up in the polls since September. She was 15 points behind Clayton Williams in September. Now she is, according to the Williams campaign, they did a poll over the weekend, and it showed that he was ahead by 3 or 4 points. Right now, the undecided vote is the important way, and to see which way that breaks out right now. Everyone here is waiting to see how those votes come in. Bernie?
Thank you very much. Everyone waiting down there in Texas, Ken Bodie, and it's going to be a while for both camps.
It certainly is. And it appears that the people in Texas who went to the polls today had somewhat different things on their minds when they were going to the polls. The Williams voters and the Richards voters. We'll be giving you a little bit of a picture of that as we go along. There is something that's important that just came in, Bernie, and that is that question 3 in Massachusetts. The initiative in Massachusetts that would have rolled back the taxes would have siphoned off about $100 million in revenues has been defeated. It's the most important ballot issue on the ballot in Massachusetts. It's an issue that Silber was opposed to, so his side won. The former U.S. Attorney William Weld was favoring question number 3. It would have repealed gas taxes, repealed states' taxes on services, and repealed certain fees up there. It was a very big issue, and it has been defeated in Massachusetts.
One of the underlying important issues in this election, 1990, of course, is the whole question of redistricting. We do it next year based on the 1990 census. And the question is, which party could get how many state houses tonight? An upset, an open seat in the Buckeye State. It was vacated by Governor Richard Celeste. The Democrat. CNN tonight is declaring the former Cleveland mayor, George Voinovich, the Republican, the winner in that race. The GOP tonight picking up that state. Let's take you to the South now. Catherine Cryer with the latest.
Thanks, Bernie. Well, most of the polls are closed in North Carolina now, but those in the Raleigh and Greensboro area remain open. This is a brutally close Senate race between incumbent Jesse Helms, the darling of the right wing, and former Charlotte Mayor Harvey Gantt. Durham is expected to be a stronghold for Gantt, so his successful appeal to the election board to keep those polls open until 10 p.m. is somewhat of a coup. Abortion has been at the front of this heated battle. Helms, a powerful anti-abortion supporter. He doesn't want any taxpayers' money going to pay for abortions. Gantt, on the other hand, believes abortion should be up to the woman. Right now, it's clear from voters that abortion is the top issue in the state. Abortion rights groups have tried to capitalize on this, supporting Gantt.
Years ago, Jesse Helms ran for re-election, saying he would keep the government out of your private life. But 10 times he has sponsored a constitutional amendment to outlaw abortion, even for victims of rape and incest. 10 times, even for victims of rape and incest. The fact is, Jesse Helms wants to have the government and politicians make this personal decision for you. 6 years ago, the Supreme Court protected the rights of North Carolina women from politicians like Jesse Helms. Now, it's up to you.
Helms trying to make Gantt appear out of step with North Carolina values. He suggests Gantt would support terminating pregnancies into the 3rd trimester.
It bothers me that a politician is running ads to scare women just to get votes. The truth is, Harvey Gantt is avoiding some important facts. Harvey Gantt is asking you and me to approve of some pretty awful things. Aborting a child in the final weeks of pregnancy. Aborting a child because it's a girl instead of a boy. That's too liberal. Harvey Gantt is asking us to approve of some pretty extreme views to vote for him.
Gantt's trying to counter by saying he supports North Carolina's current abortion law, which allows abortions in the first 20 weeks of pregnancy for any reason. Now, abortion is one of the hottest issues elsewhere in the South. The National Abortion Rights Action League declares more than any other election in the country, Florida's gubernatorial race was a true test of abortion rights. That paid off for Democrat Lawton Chiles, who has defeated GOP incumbent Bob Martinez. Chiles personally opposes abortion, but he maintains he doesn't think the government should interfere. He certainly didn't hurt himself with abortion rights groups by saying he would veto anti-abortion legislation. Abortion is a key issue in the hotly contested race for the 8th congressional seat in Virginia. Republican Stan Paris is fighting to keep his seat. Democrat Jim Moran has challenged Paris on his conservative abortion stance. Moran is an abortion rights supporter.
I oppose abortion. We'll abolish abortions in this Commonwealth.
On May 14, 1989, Stan Paris went further. He said women who have abortion should serve time in jail. Jim Moran is pro-choice.
Stanford Paris doesn't represent Northern Virginia. He would rather put women in jail than trust them to make their own choice. I don't think government.
Paris has since altered his anti-abortion stance. Now let's take a look at one particular race, that horse race in the Lone Star State. We see with 1% of the precincts reporting, Clayton Williams, the Republican candidate, has 53% of the vote, and the Democrat Ann Richards is now showing 47%. What you can't see in these numbers is the large gender gap appearing in this race, as women clearly siding with Ann Richards and men with Republican Clayton Williams. Interestingly, both candidates were equally chastised by the voters for the extremely negative campaigns run by both. We'll, of course, continue to update you on races throughout the South later in the evening. Back to you, Bernie.
Catherine, when we return, we'll take you to the Midwest and Mary Dillon.
Ford, profiles in quality, customer satisfaction.
Today we realize that quality has got to be number one.
I said that back in '82, and today it's truer than ever.
Looks attract me, but the performance sold me.
After 2 years, it still shines like new.
We love hearing things like that. The only thing better than a Sable
is two Sables.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Feel the higher touch.
The magic touch.
100 years ago, before America's landfills were overflowing, these words were written. The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. In the web of life, man is merely a strand. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. This thought is brought to you by Alcoa as a reminder to recycle your aluminum beverage cans. Already, half the aluminum cans come back for recycling. What about yours?
In today's world, you hear a lot about time. How to manage it. How to find more of it. How to make the time you have work for you. That's why Headline News is designed to fit your schedule. Anytime, all the time, 24 hours a day. Headline News. The perfect choice whether you've got a few minutes or all the time in the world.
I was just looking at Ohio. We reported to you that the Republicans picked up the state house there in Ohio. It looks like after reapportionment, Ohio is going to lose 2 seats. But anyway, the Republicans have made a pickup. There's a lot more going on in the Midwest, and Mary Tillotson is there. Barry?
As you point out, we have not got enough numbers. The CNN has projected Republican George Voinovich over State Attorney General Anthony Calabrese as the new governor of Ohio when all votes are counted. That is a pickup for the Republican Party. That seat has been held, the governor's mansion has been held by Democrat Richard Celeste for 8 years now. With 3% of the vote in, Voinovich is holding 56% of the recorded votes so far to Calabrese's 45%. And from the questions CNN put to voters as they left the polls today, Voinovich consistently was the top candidate in every category, demographic, and age group, with the exception of one. Voinovich had 60% of the white vote, but among black voters, Calabrese was the candidate 61% of the time. Republicans in Ohio have also been hoping to produce the first black GOP congressman in 56 years. That's how long it's been since black Representative Oscar DePriest of Illinois retired. Those Republican hopes have been pinned on Kenneth Blackwell. He's a former Bush administration official who was also mayor of Cincinnati. President Bush came into Ohio to campaign for Blackwell, even though Blackwell publicly has criticized Mr. Bush for dropping his no new taxes pledge. Blackwell, who is a conservative candidate, did support Mr. Bush's veto of the Civil Rights Bill last month, and that cost Blackwell the support of the NAACP in Ohio. The question in Ohio's 8th district is whether Republicans can hang on to that seat after the embarrassing departure of GOP Congressman Donald Buzz Lukens. Lukens lost the primary, and then he resigned in disgrace only last month after still more allegations of sexual impropriety. Poll closings are going to be taking place just a few minutes from now in Kansas, Michigan, and we hope to bring some updated information to you on Governor Joan Finney's winning in Kansas. Democratic Governor Jim Blanche is looking for a third term if he can defeat Republican John Engler. And Illinois, again, Neil Hargan is hoping to win the governor's seat over Republican Jim Thompson. That's the seat Republican Jim Thompson has held 14 years now. Jim Edgar is trying to keep that governor's mansion in GOP hands. Bernie?
Mary Tillotson. Now let's go quickly to Susan Rook for a news update. Susan.
Bernie, thousands of mourners turned out today in Brooklyn for the funeral of Rabbi Meir Kahane. Police believe an assassin acting alone shot the founder of the Jewish Defense League last night. A suspect is under guard at a hospital. He was shot and wounded when he ran from the site of the shooting. Kahane will be buried in Israel. Saddam Hussein is apparently opening the door again. The Iraqi leader said today he will release 108 more hostages, but there are no Americans on the list. 77 Japanese are to be freed, and small numbers of Italians, Swedes, Germans, Portuguese, and Australians. Meanwhile, former British Prime Minister Edward Heath says Hussein's promised to let out at least 50 more Britons next week. And Moscow is draped in red banners. In a few hours, the Soviet Union celebrates the 73rd anniversary of the Communist Revolution. Moscow city officials tried to cancel the military parade through Red Square, but they were overridden by President Gorbachev. The anniversary comes as the Soviet Union shows many signs of disunity. Russian Republic President Boris Yeltsin says he and Mr. Gorbachev are planning talks this weekend to address their political differences. That's a quick check of the other news. Now back to Bernie.
Thank you, Susan. When we come back, a look at the balance of power as it stands at the half hour and a lot more on CNN's Election 1990.
I'm Tom Brokaw. In Nashville and the Mid-South, NBC is proud of its news partnership with market leader WSMV Channel 4. Now, WSMV brings you not only the quality of its highly acclaimed newscast, but introduces News Extra, news when you need it, 17 times a day. So tune in to WSMV Channel 4 for the best in local news with News Extra and The Scene at 6 and 10. And join me at 5:30 for the best in national news, NBC Nightly News.
If you or someone you love has a drinking or drug problem, you've come to the right place. The Harbors at Brentwood offers professional, confidential treatment. A caring staff is on hand 24 hours a day to help you. If you or someone you love has a drinking or drug problem, call us now. Suffering ends where the healing begins. The Harbors at Brentwood, 615-273-8700.
Celebrating 10 years of growth. This is CNN.
The close calls, the cliffhangers are grabbing the spotlight as we continue our coverage of this election 1990. No winners yet in two very important contests for governor and a very high-profile Senate race. Let's look at the latest. In Texas, no winner yet between Ann Richards and Clayton Williams. In Massachusetts, no winner yet. In North Carolina, that's the Massachusetts race. Weld and Silber in North Carolina, still no winner in the race for the Senate seat. In Arkansas, Governor Bill Clinton, the man who made the keynote speech at the convention, has won re-election according to the CNN estimate. Also in Arkansas, David Breyer, the incumbent, the Democrat, has won re-election. And in New Jersey, Senator Bill Bradley, the incumbent, the Democrat, the senior senator, Ken Bodie, is going back to Washington.
Well, that's the way. That's what we expected to hear, but in fact, Bernie, I'm being told in my earpiece here right now that he has not won, that that race is still too close to call. So Bill Bradley in New Jersey has not won that race yet. It's a very, very big surprise for all of us here and to political junkies all over the country, I know, but Bill Bradley has not won. Bill Clinton, a potential candidate for president, has won his 5th term in Arkansas. And that certainly indicates that there's no anti-incumbent mood in the voters in Arkansas to throw him out. We've had some interesting results tonight, Bernie. We've had 4 presidential candidates from 1988. Paul Simon, re-elected senator from Illinois. Joe Biden, re-elected senator from Delaware. Al Gore, re-elected senator from Tennessee. And shortly we'll be able to tell you that Jesse Jackson has won his first election. He will certainly be elected the shadow senator from the District of Columbia. There's an old song that says, often in American politics, if you run for president, the voters back home punish you either for overweening ambition or for neglecting your job. That doesn't seem to have been the case with any of the senators on the Democratic side this time, Bernie.
Okay, I'm just being told that apparently there's some confusion at some of the polls in the hotly contested Senate race there in North Carolina. Apparently, according to our CNN reporters, some people are being turned away at the polls. People who went there who were told that polls would be held open. Of course, it's a very close race. The incumbent, Republican Senator Jesse Helms, and the challenger, the former mayor of Charlotte, Harvey Gantt.
Bernie, there were also federal marshals at some of the polls in North Carolina today because of the postcards that were sent out by the Helms campaign warning some Democratic precincts, mainly black precincts, voters that they should not go to the polls and in any way misrepresent themselves. This generally is considered to be a scare tactic to try to keep lower income and mainly black voters away. So North Carolina, there's a lot of confusion in that state right now. Federal marshals at some polls open, some polls not open. We'll keep up to date on that one, but it's still too close to call between Harvey Gantt, the former mayor of Charlotte, and Jesse Helms, the incumbent Republican senator. Bernie?
The two counties in question, as Tom Tier told us, in North Carolina were Durham and Guilford counties. Now for you, a very quick check on how the balance of power is shaping up across these United States, starting with the United States Senate. Of the 35 seats at stake in election 1990, 17 are Democratic, 18 are Republican. At this hour, CNN has declared Democrats winners in 9 states: Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, Michigan, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Georgia, and West Virginia. The Republicans have captured seats in 9 states, including Kansas, Maine, Mississippi, Texas, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, New Hampshire, and Virginia. So far, Democrats have yet to take any seats that belong to Republicans before the race, and Republicans have not secured any seats from the Democrats. In other words, few surprises in Senate contests, but that's not quite the case in races for the governor's mansions. Before tonight's elections across the country, Democratic governors held 29 seats, Republicans held 21. 36 seats are at stake this year, 20 of those held by Democrats, 16 by Republicans. So far, CNN has declared Democrats winners in 8 gubernatorial races, including Arkansas, Oklahoma, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. Republicans have won in 3 states: Ohio, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. The Democrats have picked up 3 gubernatorial seats previously held by the GOP in Florida, Kansas, and Oklahoma. Republicans have taken 1 governor's seat from the Democrats, as we indicated, in the Buckeye State, Ohio. In the East, Frank Sesno, what's happening in New Jersey?
Very good question, Bernie. The ground may be moving in New Jersey, where there is tremendous anti-tax sentiment thanks to Governor James Florio's recent nearly $3 billion tax increase there. And it appears, I repeat, it appears at this hour that Governor Bill Bradley, steady as she goes Bradley, is in some trouble. Look at that. Very close indeed against Christine Todd Whitman. Even closer when you consider Bradley has frequently been mentioned as presidential timber in 1992. And get this, for spending figures, these two candidates, Bradley raised $12.5 million, spent $10.5 million on this, what was presumed to be easy re-election bid. Christine Todd Whitman raised just $500,000. What's going on there? We'll be watching that very closely as the evening goes on. Excuse me, in Massachusetts, Democratic candidate for Governor John Silber appears to be in big trouble there, based on some early conversations we have had with voters as they have left the polling places. There are massive defections from the Democrat Silber, from women, liberals, across all income groups, even from Jewish voters. Silber is half Jewish. William Weld, the Republican candidate whom you see there, has been labeled a moderate. He is benefiting from this crossover. Well, favors abortion rights, environmental activism, and he does favor question 3, which is the tax rollback issue in Massachusetts, even though that tax rollback appears not to be succeeding this evening. In Connecticut, Lowell Weicker, the independent, running there on a throw-the-bums-out, anti-establishment ticket. Rather ironic when you consider that Weicker was the Republican in the Senate for so long. He seems to be doing reasonably well. It's too early to call that one. Weicker ran on a reduced corporate taxes platform. He wants to bring Connecticut back from its very significant economic problems that it's experiencing right now. In the Green Mountain State in Vermont, well, we'll call it a red star rising. Perhaps not quite that extreme, but Bernie Sanders, the self-styled socialist, we are declaring the winner in what has to be considered an upset victory over Peter Smith, the Republican, the incumbent. Look at that spread, rather significant across the state. President Bush campaigned in Vermont on behalf of Peter Smith. Peter Smith used that occasion to distance himself from the president and do much good. In the governor's race, a very close one there indeed, and for the moment anyway, the Democrat Peter Welch seems to be out in front. of Governor Richard Snelling. Snelling has been favored all along. Snelling was governor before Madeline Kunin stepped down. Madeline Kunin stepping down, the Democrat, amid very tough economic times. In Vermont as well, story of New England's life. In Maine, Senator Richard Cohen wins, and in the governor's race, a close one had been predicted, and right now anyway it isn't so close. Governor Brennan, he's the incumbent, Congressman Brennan, seeking to oust the incumbent John McKernan, seems to be doing that right now, but it is too early to call that one indeed. And just to tick through some things that have been determined already, in West Virginia, Senator Jay Rockefeller wins. In Delaware, Senator Joseph Biden wins. In New Hampshire, Bob Smith is the new senator. He's a Republican there. In Pennsylvania, Republican Robert Casey stays governor. And in Maryland, William Donald Schaefer remains the governor there. So you see, Bernie, in some places in politics, there may be some job security.
Well, Frank, you really have us wondering about Bill Bradley, the senior senator from New Jersey. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Elected 1990 returns very shortly in a month.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, vision.
The quality of the glass that goes into our car is so important, we make it ourselves.
No other car company in the world does that. Ford glass has to pass over 110 quality inspections. Our people check it, our lasers check it, our robots check it.
Our glass is so good, it not only goes into our cars, many other automakers put it in their cars.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Word is, Japan has it. The U.S. Air Force has it. Nearly half the Fortune 500, 3 major automakers, even a major team has it. The power of Northern Telecom. The world's most advanced voice and data equipment. Northern Telecom. Technology the world calls on.
Statement-sized copies.
Right away!
The problem with some copiers is having to deal with those annoying paper trays. No one seems to know where to put them, and they always seem to show up in the most awkward places.
And letter-sized copies.
No problem.
Minolta has done away with all of that with our new space-saving copier. Its 3 front-loading paper drawers make it compact enough to fit in any office. And those annoying paper trays? They're a thing of the past.
Only from Mind Minolta.
In the Tar Heel State, the polls are open in 2 of the counties there, Durham and Guilford. And up in Washington, Brooke Jackson, a man who's been following all the money. This race is too close to call in North Carolina, Helms and Gant. Brooks, how is the money playing in North Carolina?
Well, North Carolina cliffhanger is one of those increasingly rare examples. It's an even financial match, a race where the challenger has had enough money to mount an effective campaign. Now, you wouldn't think that from looking at the gross amounts of money raised. Jesse Helms, during his 6-year Senate term, has raised $15 million more, while Harvey Gantt, starting in this election year, has raised about $5.7 million. Look at the money that they had sitting in the bank just 20 days out on October 17th. These are the latest figures we have from the Federal Election Commission. Jesse Helms had $136,000, and he owed more than that to his vendors. Gantt had $1.1 million. Now, there's some reasons for that. Gantt's supporters say that the money just flowed in unbidden, unsolicited, that Jesse Helms, in fact, was as good a fundraiser for Gantt, the Democrat, as he was for himself. There's so much emotion in this race. The $100,000 came in, for example, one day after the San Diego newspaper ran a profile of Harvey Gantt. $100,000 from people in California who just read a newspaper article. So in North Carolina, we have a case where it's not a typical case, but a case where the challenger really did have enough money and may actually in the stretch have outspent the incumbent. That's not the case, however, in New Jersey, where we have one of the giants of the Senate, Bill Bradley, who spent perhaps $12 million over his 6-year term, opposed by candidate Christine Todd Whitman, whom the Republicans didn't consider a serious candidate, didn't give her much support. She got about $6,000 from political action committees at last report, and only was able to raise a little over $500,000. The Republicans have got to be kicking themselves right now at not having put some serious money in that New Jersey race.
Oh, you bet they are kicking themselves at this hour, because that race, as we indicated, is very, very close. Gene Rendell is watching West.
Listen, we got to add some perspective to this.
Bernie, polls will close soon in 4 western states: Arizona, Colorado, Wyoming, and New Mexico. 4 states expected to end this night with Democratic governors-elect. 1, New Mexico has a Republican chief executive. He is prevented by a now-changed constitution from serving a 2nd consecutive term. Of course, the biggest prize of all in the West and perhaps in the nation is California, the governor's mansion in Sacramento. Republican Pete Wilson and Democrat Dianne Feinstein, with their eyes on the prize, voted this morning in the cities where they got their political starts. Wilson cast his ballot in San Diego, where he served as mayor for 11 years. Dianne Feinstein voted in San Francisco, where she served 9 years as mayor. Ms. Feinstein was standing on a solid wall of support in Northern California to offset Wilson's base in the southern part of the state. It is a very high-stakes contest in California. The next governor will have a strong voice in how the state redraws its congressional districts when California gets its 7 new House seats. Among the House races we'll watch in California, the 17th Congressional District, where longtime Republican incumbent Chip Buchanan could be a victim of the SNL scandals. Buchanan was tied to Charles Keating and could pay the price. Going into this election day, according to the polls, Buchanan was an underdog to the Democratic candidate Cal Dooley. Elsewhere in the West, in Oregon, Republican Senator Mark Hatfield faces a strong challenge from Democrat Harry Lonsdale. Hatfield probably is the favorite once again, but only after Lonsdale managed to make up more than 30 points in the polls at one point. In Oregon's race for governor, there is a 3-candidate field that should help Democrat Barbara Roberts, Oregon's Secretary of State. There is a 3-candidate field in Alaska that could mean a victory for an independent, former Republican Governor Walter Hickel. He has consistently led in the polls going into this election day. Among the ballot questions we'll watch in the West, Big Green, the environmental reform package in California, and in Arizona, whether Martin Luther King's birthday should be a paid holiday, and if so, whether it should be at the expense of Columbus Day. Bernie?
Gene, imagine your name is Michael Dukakis. You're the outgoing governor of Massachusetts, and tonight you realize that they're fighting over your chair. Our man Richard Rolfe is in Boston at one of the candidates' headquarters.
Yes, at John Silber headquarters here in Boston. Things were a bit subdued in the last hour, but after some initial returns were posted on television screens, returns showing that Silber with a slight lead, the mood picked up a bit, the band started playing, but those are very early returns. It's still a little too soon to predict, exactly what's going to happen in this race. John Silber had a big lead in the last few weeks, but in the final days of the campaign, William Weld, the Republican, closed the gap. Now, there's a survey that has been conducted by the Roper organization and station WCVB, which has interesting findings. Among Democrats, Silber naturally has the lead, 58% to 33% based on exit polling. And among independents, though, William Weld taking 15% more of the voters, 55% to 40%. But the interesting question about William Weld, when voters were asked, why did you vote for him? 49% said, I voted for William Weld because I liked him. 51% said to stop Silber. And that's exactly the problem the John Silber campaign is facing now. So several caustic comments in the last few days may have cost him votes. Comments about minorities, women, and crime. And that is what the voters here are waiting for, to find out if John Silber will be moving from the university chair at Boston University to the State House. This is Richard Rolfe, CNN, reporting live from Silber headquarters. Now back to Bernard Shaw in Washington.
Richard, there's a question tonight as to whether or not the senior senator from New Jersey will be moving back to his seat in Washington, Ken.
Well, this is a fascinating race. This is certainly the biggest potential upset we've seen so far, Bernie. Christine Todd Whitman, the president of Public Utilities Board, Republican, was considered to be the sacrificial lamb to run against Bill Bradley. No chance at all that Bradley had a fight on his hands. There's even a question on the New Jersey exit poll today that says, do you think Bill Bradley would make a good president? That's how much of a walkover this was considered to be. The New Jersey electorate is in a very volatile mood. The tax issue is what's on their mind. They're mad at taxes. They're very mad at the Democratic governor, Jim Florio, who increased New Jersey taxes by $2.8 billion. Now, Bill Bradley tried to run away from that issue, or at least stay away from that issue. He was asked in one of the 30-minute debates about the Florio tax increase, and he said he considered that to be a state matter, not a federal matter. Well, the voters didn't seem to see it that way, evidently, Bernie. And later on, Bradley said that's the way he was going to run on the issue. But frankly, I think that Bill Bradley got himself a big surprise today, Bernie, with that. And that's probably, when we get our exit polls in and look carefully at them, we're going to find that the trouble for Bradley brews out of Jim Florio, the Democratic governor's $2.8 billion or $2.8 billion tax increase.
And Ken, if you broader on that, if you look at the way taxpayers in general and New Jerseyites felt about what's going on in Washington at time in the run-up to the end of this campaign, that embarrassing mess over federal budget deficit and the agreement, you crinkle in the S&L factor and the fact that everybody, all Americans, are going to have to pay to defray the cost of this scandal. And New Jersey voters tonight indicating they are mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore.
This is one we've got to keep an eye on. This is certainly the shocker of the evening so far.
It certainly is. Our coverage will continue in just a moment.
Ford profiles in quality, protecting your investment.
It's really upsetting when something chips the paint on your new car. So today, we're demonstrating a remarkable chip-resistant spray we now apply at the factory to critical areas of all our American-built cars.
Half this tested was sprayed with it, half was not. Look for yourself. You can see the difference.
When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
I want to fly in business class. My company only pays for coach, so I fly business class for the price of coach. It's called beating the system. Of course, you can't do it on just any airline.
Now till December 15th, when you buy an unrestricted domestic coach ticket on TWA, you can reserve a confirmed seat in our business class for the price of coach.
You pay for coach, you sit in business class, and it isn't even your birthday.
TWA's business class. We did it first, we do it better.
This is the average stay at an ordinary hotel. This is the average stay at Residence Inn. People who travel for a living live here. At Residence Inn, we've made room service available 24 hours a day. People who travel for a living live here.
With Sonia Friedman, you never know what you'll be discussing. Talk to the most interesting people. We'll kiss Sonia. Come on, baby. Come on. You consider today's current issues.
Celibacy for men and women of the clergy religion.
Keep up to date on your health. She's informed. She'll give you her opinion. And she'll let you give yours.
Let's go to phones and see if we...
Intelligent, thoughtful, provocative. Sonia live tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
Well, Newt Gingrich
the House Minority Whip.
Right here in Georgia, David Worley, his Democratic opponent, in a very surprisingly close race, 51% to 49%. And that's certainly something I think the Capitol game will want to chew over, Bernie.
Not only chew on that, but they're probably gaggling on what's happening in New Jersey. Washington, gentlemen, come in.
Okay, thank you, Bernie. Mark, it is a rough night for Republicans. We just heard Newt Gingrich was in a tight race. There isn't a tight race down in Georgia, but let's look at it. Republicans doing fine. Pick up the governorship in Ohio, hold it in Illinois, fighting chance in Michigan, fighting chance in Minnesota. Problems? Jesse Helms, contrary to what Brother Novak and I were saying, is in a dead heat right here tonight. We may be losing Republicans, maybe losing Senate seat in Minnesota. It's a tight race. They could have one in trouble in South Dakota. Florida governorship is lost. Texas governorship, Clady Williams, rough situation down there, Mark. And I want to take this to Bob, though. Double-digit possible losses in the House.
Yeah, the way they've lost, Republicans appear to have lost both seats in New Hampshire, seat in Vermont, John Hyde in Indiana, always in trouble, but he may really take it this time. Stan Harris in Virginia may lose a seat. This adds up, as you project it, to a 16-seat loss. The way I figure it could climb to 20 seats or more, and that is a catastrophe because it's going to be very hard for President Bush to do much governing if he loses 20 seats in the House.
What is going on? I mentioned we've got all these industrial Midwestern states, Republican gubernatorial candidates and guys filling in for governors are coming in very well, but elsewhere it's bad news.
Well, you know, I think the great maxim here, Pat, is all business is local. I mean, there's no question that in the Midwest, the economy has not been hit the same way it has in the Northeast. I think before we gloss over the Texas rate results, Jim Hightower, the Agriculture Commissioner of Texas, after Clady Williams made the 19th of his 17 gaffes in the last week of the campaign, said if ignorance goes $40 a barrel, he wanted drilling rights on Clady Williams' head. And I can understand. I'm sorry, Bob, there was nothing personal. But there is one little item in the East. The East, Mario Cuomo isn't doing as well as he's supposed to do. Bill Bradley is in a tough race.
About Bill Bradley.
Okay, in New Jersey. But there's one guy that really shouldn't be ignored, and that's Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Every other face card of the Democratic right. Bob Casey's the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania. He's going to win tonight somewhere better than 2-1. Over
what's his vote among conservatives?
Among conservatives, the exit polls that I saw, he was running 65% among conservatives.
And what is your special interest in Bob Casey?
Pro-life. He is a pro-life Democrat who did not deviate from his position and was supposed to be in big trouble because of it, running against Barbara Hiffer, who started off the campaign by calling the redneck.
There are, of course, in Florida.
I'm not saying that. My point. I'm not saying.
You got one state.
I'm saying what I'm saying is that Bob Casey is an impressive victory in an area where Democrats are not doing well.
One thing you could say is he didn't change his mind, which is a good thing. When they do change their mind, one way or the other, people hold against them.
But let's talk about Bill Bradley. Here's a presidential candidate thought of in 92 or 96, Chrissy Todd Whitman is running even with him,
daughter.
Only 5,000 votes behind.
He's a victim of Florio phenomenon.
What is the Florio phenomenon?
Jim Florio promised not to raise taxes, came in, did raise taxes.
What happened to him?
They can't vote against him, so they're voting against Bradley. I defer.
This is a tax revolt.
This is a very interesting story. Jude Winnicky, the supply side, who lives in Morristown, New Jersey, has been telling me, been telling the White House for a year that Bill Bradley was in big trouble. Put your resources in there, do everything. They say, no, the polls show you can't beat him. That shows how stupid the politicians are, because they could have beat Bill Bradley.
This is a real chance for a pickup, not only a pickup, a defeat of National Democrats.
And they blew the opportunity.
I don't know if the chance was really blown, Pat. I think what Michael said is true to a degree. Jim Florio, the governor of New Jersey, has become the typhoid Mary of American politics. Everybody, the Democratic side, stays away from him. But Bill Bradley, who is a national figure, who's an authentic national figure, ought not to be tar-babied by Jim Florio. He ought to be above it.
Why not?
He ought to be above it the same way that Ted Kennedy in Massachusetts rises above whatever's going on with it.
But he's not Ted Kennedy.
My final word is I'll trade you Bill Bradley for Newt Gingrich. How about that?
I don't think
you're going to get.
I don't think Newt Gingrich is going to lose.
Hey, what about Jesse? I mean, should we send the flowers? Should we send the flowers for Jesse Helms?
We're going to talk about it in the next hour. I still think he's coming home.
Back to North Carolina?
There's one other guy in your hometown, Mark. Marion Barry, running at 17%, running third, will not get an at-large seat on city council.
No, but he's got other prospects, Pat. He's got other commitments.
Bernie, back to you.
Don't you just love them? When we come back, more results because more polls are closing as CNN continues covering election 1990.
interest rates may fluctuate, Accord offers years of dependable transportation, plus 80% of the original value after 3 years. A sound investment for your 5-star Honda dealers. Darrell Waltrip, Trickett, Honda Car Village, and Capital.
The 1991 four-door Honda Civic, 35 miles per gallon highway, 31C. Any questions? Class dismissed.
See your 5-star Honda dealers. Darrell Waltrip, Trickett, Honda Car Village, and Capital.
I'll have my usual. Prime rib, medium rare, baked potato, no butter.
And you, ma'am? Ma'am?
Abigail.
Oh, I must have tripped it off. Take your time. I'll be right back with you.
It's Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma, we came in to surprise you.
Abigail.
Old Charlie's. Good times, great food. O'Charley's Restaurant at all our Middle Tennessee locations.
Bankruptcy Liquidators of America. I-24 at Harding Place is going out of business. Name brand men's shoes from Florsheim, Nunn-Bush, San Remo, and more. Price to move now at $29.99 a pair, or 4 pair $100. Amazing prices on name brand women's shoes and boots. Jasmine, Gloria Vanderbilt, Federico, Penaljo, and other top names. Prices slashed to $19.99 a pair, or 2 pair $30. Ladies athletic shoes, low tops none higher than $25. High tops none higher than $29.99. Bankruptcy Liquidators of America. Going out of business. Look for the red building atop the hill at I-24 in Harding Place.
One of the reasons I shop Jewelers of Las Vegas is
Guys, we will refund the difference in cash.
Celebrating a decade of achievement. This is CN.
CNN Election 90. Election Night with Bernard Shaw.
Now, we take a look at another set of close contests we're watching tonight. A majority of the polls closed in 11 more states, and several of them are hot ones. 2 of them are in a state not known for its heat, Minnesota. Let's look at the latest. In this race between Rudy Boschwich, the incumbent Republican, and Paul Wellstone, the man challenging with those commercials, no winner yet, too close to call. At the gubernatorial level, no winner yet, too close to call between Rudy Perpich and Arne Carlson. Taking you to Rhode Island, Democratic challenger Bruce Sudlum for his party has picked up that seat. He is the winner in Rhode Island. We are declaring it so. And incumbent Claiborne Pell returning to Washington. He has won re-election. Well, no surprise?
Well, no surprise at the end. This was one of the seats that the Republicans really thought they could pick up. Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Claiborne Pell, is 71 years old. There was speculation he would retire this year. His challenger, Claudine Schneider, a very vigorous, active, young Republican, moderate congresswoman. But 71 years old is not old for Rhode Island, as it happens. Rhode Island has the second largest percentage of senior citizens of any state in the country, and Bernie, they seem to like to re-elect elder statesmen. Senator Pell's predecessor was Theodore Francis Green in that seat, and he retired when he was 93 years old. So this is a victory for the senior citizens of Rhode Island today.
A lot of people thought that so-called cryptic hidden word in the speeches when they were run backwards, that might be a factor in that race, but apparently not.
Well, Senator Pell has a long history of being interested in the paranatural sort of things. He used to take Uri Geller, the spoon bender, over to Geneva during the arms control talks to take a look at the health of Uri Geller as advisor. That's a strange thing to have happen, but the voters of Rhode Island don't mind that either.
Claiborne Pell.
But we also have Minnesota, Bernie. We have a very tight race for the Senate in Minnesota. Paul Wellstone, never given a chance against Rudy Boschwich. Jesse Jackson's campaign chairman in the state of Minnesota, and here he is in a tight race with a long-standing Republican incumbent, Boschwitz.
And now CNN can declare a winner in the state of Connecticut. The former Republican senator, the liberal maverick Lowell Weicker, he's an independent. He is winning that race there in Connecticut. Lowell Weicker, CNN declaring him the winner.
Well, that was a really rough and tumble race up there, Bernie. One of his opponents called Lowell Weicker pond scum, and the other said he would be a dirtbag governor if he won. He is the winner, and he is a very unusual maverick, and the people of Connecticut know him very well. Lowell Weicker going to the governor's seat, giving up the Senate seat for Connecticut a couple years ago, and back home now again in Connecticut. Bernie?
Earlier, Rick Allen told you about some of the politicians who made mistakes. They apologized. One of those is the governor of Nebraska, Kay Orr. You know, they revised the tax code out there, and she had maintained that the taxes had not been raised on citizens, and there was an uproar. She later did a commercial. She apologized. No winner yet in this race. K.O.R. being challenged by Republican Ben Nelson. At the Senate level, Nebraska, J. James Exon, the Democratic incumbent, has won re-election. In South Dakota, the Republican incumbent, George Mickelson, is a winner tonight. A winner in Wisconsin, Republican incumbent, Tommy Thompson. Tommy Thompson's run a very tight ship up there in Dairy State.
He's very popular. That's not a surprise, Bernie. The race, however, in Nebraska for Senate was an interesting race. It also was a big race. Senator Exon was the first senator to come out against John Tower, former Senator John Tower, when he was being considered for Secretary of Defense. Exon said he couldn't vote for Tower because of Tower's alcohol habits. So John Tower traveled to Nebraska in that race, went to a radio station and announced that in his experience in Washington and the Senate, Exxon was the biggest boozer of all. So it was a way for John Tower to do a little paying back.
We have a declaration to make in Alabama. The winner tonight is the incumbent, Governor Hunt. Alabama. And I think, Bodie, this is an opportunity by Hunt's winning tonight. He is walking in George Wallace's shoes, being reelected.
Yes, that's right. Wallace, of course, was a different party than Hunt was. This also is a very tough race down there, and it got a little bit racial at the end. The Republican Hunt, who won this race, suggesting that perhaps his opponent was conniving a little bit too closely with people like Michael Dukakis, Walter Mondale, and Jesse Jackson. But it worked in Alabama, and he won re-election in a race that was considered very, very close.
And being a Republican, as you indicate, that's remarkable that he's going back. In North Carolina now, a very, very close race. We want to show you some raw votes that we have in. With 31% of the Tar Heel State's precincts reporting, this is what we show: 280,000, 287 for the incumbent, Jesse Helms, the challenger, Harvey Gantt with that 226,346. 55-45 percentage breakdown, with 31% of the precincts in. Tom Intier has a guest.
Bernie, 31% of the precincts may be in, but not all of the precincts are closed here. The polls in Durham County, which is just outside of Raleigh, are going to stay open until 10 o'clock. Also in the Greensboro area, they stayed open until 8:30 or maybe a little longer. Joining me right now is Lawrence Davis III. He is the state chairman of the Democratic Party here in North Carolina. You've had a rather unusual night with polls staying open till 10 o'clock in the Durham area. Accusations of voting machines not working, people standing in line for 3 hours to vote. What's going to happen?
Well, the Republicans have apparently challenged the extension of voting hours till 10 o'clock in Durham County, and we've not heard any result from that. But the Superior Court judge who picked the hour at 10 o'clock certainly had reason to do so because of the failure of voting equipment in most of the precincts in Durham County, the failure even to have paper ballots available where there was a voting machine failure. And since people didn't have the opportunity to vote at all hours during the day, it's only fair that those hours be extended on into the night.
What about the challenges, the 150,000 postcards that were sent out to mostly black precincts? Did you find the Republicans challenging blacks at the polls today?
We don't have evidence of that at this point, and we know that the United States Justice Department got an agreement from the local Republican Party not to make challenges on that basis because the cards were clearly illegal and not a basis for challenge, and I assume that that agreement has been honored.
All right, so the polls are going to be open here until 10 o'clock in the Durham County area. This is a very strong area for Harvey Gantt, and it could cause some problems for Jesse Helms because Harvey Gantt is still out campaigning, trying to get people to the polls, trying to get that 10-point margin a little closer. Bernie?
Thank you, Tom. In Texas, both contenders for the governor's chair try to get people to the polls today. And we're going to take a look now at the latest figures we have. This is very, very brief, as you can see, with roughly 10% of the precincts in Texas reporting, roughly 50-50 there, and Richards and Clayton Williams. In Massachusetts, 7% of that state precincts reporting in the run for the governorship there. John Silver and, well, 54-46 is our breakdown now. In Connecticut, as we reported earlier, the independent Republican Lowell Weicker, the former Senate Republican liberal, we have declared him the winner tonight. 60% of the precincts having been counted. That's the breakdown there. And what's going on in New Jersey now? We're still wondering, 43% of the precincts in, and look at these numbers. The incumbent, Bill Bradley, going for fourth term. He's a senior senator from that state. And Ms. Whitman really challenging him. McKin Bodie, it makes you wonder, why didn't the Republican Party really pump her up and really fuse her campaign with several millions of dollars given what Bradley raised?
Because they, like everybody else, Bernie, didn't have the foresight to do it. No one saw this one coming. Let's not blame the Republican Party too much on this one. No one saw this one coming at all. The voters of New Jersey are obviously anxious to take a swing at somebody, and the only guy who's around to take a swing at right now is Bill Bradley. He is winning, we discover, virtually only in the heavily Democratic Essex County, which is Newark. All over the rest of the state, it is very close between the two candidates, and Ms. Whitman is holding her own completely in the more rural Republican areas of the state. We do have a little more exit poll information, Bernie, if we want to talk about it now on Massachusetts, that race for governor, which we can't, well, we don't want to talk about that now. We're going to go to Mr. Martinez live, I'm told.
Yeah, we'll go down to Florida now. This should be his concession statement. We declared former Senator Lawton Childs a winner some time ago.
Thank you. One-term Governor Bob Martinez of Florida, Republican.
Thank you.
The president's son, Jeb Bush, was Bob Martinez's campaign manager. He's the fellow we saw playing a little basketball with Mr. Martinez earlier today.
Abortion quite an issue in that race with Lawton Childs.
Thank you very much for being here tonight, for waiting. Mary Jane and I are here with, of course, Sharon and famous twins here, Emily and Lydia, and Neil, and of course, Alan and Sherry. And somewhere out there, the rest of my family that worked real hard the last 11 years. Here's some right here. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you've done on my behalf since 1979 when I first held elected office. And Mary Jane and I are proud to have had a chance to serve not only the city of Tampa, but the state of Florida. It was a great experience, and I believe that the things that we've done with environment, have done with the criminal justice system, economic development, are things we'll always be proud of. I'm very proud of another guy, Allison DeFore. And Terry. We could not have asked for a better team than Allison and Terry in terms of campaigning.
Republican Bob Martinez, the incumbent governor, losing tonight to the challenge from the Democrat Lawton Childs, the former senator, a campaign that was really nip and tuck, a campaign in which at one point Childs' ability, his stamina to withstand the jobs of a governor, the job of a governor was questioned by Martinez. That is the way the count looks right now. The Governor Martinez making his concession statement tonight. As the polls close, we'll be back with more winners and losers, and our coverage of election 1990 continues.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, reliability.
The quality of today's Fords, Lincolns, and Mercurys is no accident. It's engineered into every car and truck we build. We bump before you bump. We open and close. We brake, we shake, we get in and get out. We freeze, we start. When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
I want to fly in business class. My company only pays coach, so I fly business class for the price of coach. It's called beating the system. Of course, you can't do it on just any airline.
Now till December 15th, when you buy an unrestricted domestic coach ticket on TWA, you can reserve a confirmed seat in our business class for the price of coach.
You pay for coach, you sit in business class, and it isn't even your birthday.
TWA's business class. We did it first,
We do better.
North with heavy rains moving into the area.
There's a lot you can learn with a Bearcat scanner from Uniden.
Hey, Dad, I'm headed for the airport.
Okay, Kyle, better take a raincoat.
Really? Okay.
All flights delayed.
Well, gotta catch my plane.
No rush, it's delayed.
I'll drive slow.
We got an accident on Highway 290.
Kyle,
What?
don't take the highway.
Dad, I know what I'm doing.
Bearcat scanners from Uniden.
Unfortunately, this is how we live. Groceries in, garbage out. Groceries in, garbage out. Fortunately, there are aluminum cans. Use them and recycle them. Use them and recycle them. It's that easy. So please do your part. We're not asking you to save the world. We're just asking you to take better care of it.
Checking once again on how tonight's races are affecting balance of power. In the Senate, there are 35 seats at stake in this election, 1990, 17 Democratic, 18 Republican. CNN has declared the Democrats winners in 14. That should actually be 13. Republicans are winners in 12 states. And we see that 9 races remain undecided. In the gubernatorial races, 36 seats were up for grabs in this election. And at this hour, CNN is declaring Democrats the winners in 12 races and Republicans the winners in 6 races. 17 contests undecided. Now, prior to tonight, Democrats held 29 governorships, Republicans 21. The Democrats have picked up 4 governor seats previously held by Republicans. The Grand Old Party has picked up 1 seat previously held by the Democrats. And Lowell Weicker of the Connecticut Party has won a seat previously held by the Democrats. We want to take a look now at one Senate race out west in Colorado, an open seat. Hank Brown has won that race. He was challenged by Democrat Josie Heath. In Arizona, still no winner yet. Terry Goddard, the Democrat, and Fife Symington, Republican. And in New Mexico, no winner yet in that contest between Bruce King, the Republican, and Democrat Frank Bond. New York, no surprise here. The incumbent there, Mario Cuomo, has won re-election very easily.
Another potential Democratic candidate for president in 1992, Mario Cuomo, Bernie. The Colorado Senate race might have once been a race where we look for some kind of fallout from the savings and loan scandal. It turns out that most voters out there thought it was not an important issue. They did say that Neil Bush was somewhat to blame, or a lot to blame, the president's son, for his role in Silverado, but that was not the key issue in the Colorado Senate race at all. Josie Heath, the Democrat, losing in that race to Congressman Hank Brown, the Republican. Bernie?
I was thinking about what we're reporting. We heard the concession statement by Republican Bob Martinez, the incumbent down there in Florida, conceding to Lawton Childs, the former Senate Democrat. He is going to be going to the State House there in Tallahassee, and we were talking about one of the issues in the campaign. Childs admitting that he had suffered depression. He was being treated for using the drug Prozac, and Martinez really hammered away at that.
We had a question on our exit poll today, Bernie, asking the voters of Florida if they agreed that former Senator Lawton Childs was burned out, and they said simply no, it was not an issue across the board in all population groups. So that's one that did not work for the Republican Martinez, who conceded a few minutes ago.
We just declared Mario Cuomo, to no one's surprise, the winner there in New York, the governor of New York. I wonder what is going through his mind as he thinks about campaign 92, possibly running for the White House, knowing what's happening in New Jersey.
That's right. You know, one of the things that Mario Cuomo said during the course of this campaign year is that he considered Governor Jim Florio of New Jersey a hero. Florio bit bullet, he said, and raised taxes $2.8 billion. Well, it certainly seems to have come back to Bill Bradley, his Democratic colleague in that state. There's no rule that says if you can avoid it, don't mention taxes. And boy, it was certainly on the mind of the New Jersey voters tonight.
Well, try this one for size. In South Dakota, we cannot declare a winner. The incumbent, the Republican Lade Pressler, being challenged by Mr. Munster. We cannot declare a winner yet, Ken Bodie, in that race. Let's look at some of the other contests tonight. In New Mexico, P.M E.T, the Republican incumbent, has won re-election. In Colorado at the State House, Roy Romer, the Democratic incumbent, wins tonight. Mr. Simpson, President Bush's best friend in the United States Senate, Alan Simpson, winning easily in Wyoming. And at the governorship, Governor Mike Sullivan, the incumbent, has won re-election. Louisiana, J. Bennett Johnson, no competition because you recall, due to the state's unusual open primary, he won his seat in the Senate last month. Catherine Pryor is in the South. Catherine?
Hey, Bernie. The saying goes, everything's big in Texas. The Census Bureau has caught up with a growing population that is gaining on the number 2 state, New York, and is expected to pass it in the 90s. It's expected the Lone Star State will pick up a few more House seats as a result of redistricting, and with governor's veto power in that battle. The Texas gubernatorial race is, of course, drawing loads of attention, and it's a close one. With a small percentage of the vote in, let's look at some numbers. At this point in time, we'll take a, here we go. We've got 13% of the precincts reporting, and Ann Richards, the Democrat, 50%, barely leading by almost 2,000 votes over Republican Clayton Williams. Now, Democrat Ann Richards has been successful in luring legions of women voters to the polls. Whites are showing a strong support for Clayton Williams. Now, Williams has targeted the state's Hispanic vote, believing he needs a respectable showing to win. Now, he speaks Spanish fluently and has been trying to translate that into votes, but as you can see here with this particular board, it does appear to have worked. At this point in time, the Hispanic vote is clearly going 75% for Richards. Now, in North Carolina, Senator Jesse Helms says he wanted to run a positive campaign against his challenger, Harvey Gantt, but somewhere along the way, that race got shoved off the high road. Race has become one of the main issues in that campaign. Both sides admit it's been a spirited contest. Gantt has won a battle of sorts. He's asked the state's election commission to keep the polls in the Raleigh-Durham area open late to deal with the huge vote crunch.
Harvey! 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 Go!
Gantt supporters have been out and about trying to lure supporters of the former Charlotte mayor to get out and vote. Buses have been used to take people to the polls in some areas. The polls in the Raleigh-Durham area are set to close at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, the Helms campaign wants the federal officials to overturn the Election Commission decision for these later closings.
We have made 2 requests, one to federal officials who are in the state, Justice Department and FBI officials, to go to Durham and watch the vote, which they are here to do. We secondly have asked or are asking federal and or state judges higher in the chain than Judge Hudson, who's a Superior Court judge, to overturn this order, which is not grounded in law.
Now, Gantt is trying to become the first black from North Carolina ever elected to the U.S. Senate. Now, the number 2 House Republican is in danger of losing his seat tonight. Let's look at some numbers in that race. We have challenger Harvard-educated lawyer David Worley with 50% of the vote, 28% of our precincts reporting in. It is neck and neck with incumbent Newt Gingrich. Now, Gingrich is trying to run against the system he has so successfully maneuvered within. Others have described him as a bit of a chameleon, and the voters may be reacting to this divisiveness, the budget battle he engaged in with the president, as we see the numbers shaping up in the race for the 6th Congressional District in Georgia. Back to you, Bernie.
Oh, thank you, Catherine. Election 1990 will be right back with more coverage.
Profiles in quality. Pride.
When you get pride, you get quality. That's what I said back in '81.
And today we still have
have that same pride.
And from what we hear, a lot of people think we're doing a pretty good job.
You can hear the quality.
You can see the quality.
You can feel the quality in the way it handles.
Thanks.
That's what happens at Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln when quality is just one. There are other ways to get to Canada for less than AT&T. But with AT&T's Reach Out World plan, you can call Canada for 18 cents a minute with more operators, immediate credit, and faster connections. Act now and sign up for free. Before you make your next international call, call AT&T.
What makes a child seat safe is how an adult uses it. To make sure you're using your child seat right, see an Allstate agent for a free booklet.
Coming soon, a video cassette.
I'm not going to marry. I'm going to enjoy spending every cent you owe me.
Goodbye, marital bliss. Hello, revenge.
All you do is marry him. Marry him?
Not just any revenge.
Do you come here often? How typical, right?
The perfect revenge. Well, almost perfect. Carrie Fisher, Rosanna Arquette, John Sessions, Sweet Revenge. Coming soon from Turner Home Entertainment.
Vietnam veteran John Kerry, senator from Massachusetts, Democrat, going back to Washington for second term. Let's listen.
Let me, before I say many thank yous, I would like you to join me, and I want to say a very special thank you to the two people responsible for my being here who celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary this year. My father.
John Kerry, thanking people up there in Boston. Let's go down to Orlando. Lawton Childs, the former Senate Democrat, will now be the governor of Florida. This state's going to pick up 4 new seats in redistricting. His running mate there, Buddy McKay.
This time the people win.
Thank you. That's your hand up here. I want you all to see it. Yeah. Thank you. I think I'm going to say something here. We were delighted to get a call from the governor, and I think you heard about that call. He was very, very gracious. He congratulated us, said that he wanted to help us with the transition. I think that's, again, a wonderful spirit. That's the spirit that we have in Florida. So, obviously, now this is the healing time. And we want to ask the other Republicans to come join us now as well.
Yeah, I said the other ones, you know. And we thank all of the non-Democrats that are here tonight. And we should thank the Democrats, too.
Well, clearly a very satisfied, a very content, a very happy Democrat, Lawton Chiles. He tried it in the United States Senate, took a look at the State House in Florida. He wanted tonight for Bob Martinez. Susan Rook now with a news update.
The Secretary of State James Baker tries to win support from Turkey tomorrow for possible action against Iraq. Baker is visiting U.S. allies in the crisis, laying the groundwork for possible military action today. He won signs of support from China's foreign minister during a meeting in Egypt. New York police stepped up security today as nearly 30,000 people turned out for the funeral of Rabbi Meir Kahane. A 34-year-old Egyptian immigrant has been charged with second-degree murder and other counts. Police say the alleged assassin probably acted alone, not a part of a conspiracy. Kahane, who wanted Israel to kick out all Arabs, was gunned down after addressing a Zionist group last night. A major earthquake measuring as much as 7.0 on the Richter scale has hit a mountainous area of southern Iran. No casualties reported so far. The U.S. Geological Survey says the quake was centered some 550 miles south of Tehran. In June, a more powerful quake hit northern Iran, killing some 50,000 people. That's a quick check. The other news we're following tonight. Now back to Bernie Shaw at Election Central. Bernie.
Thank you, Susan. The Washington, D.C. voters tonight have elected this woman, Sharon Pratt Dixon, a Democrat, the new mayor. She beat back a strong challenge by the former police chief, Maurice Turner. During that very, very tough campaign, Turner had accused her of being soft on crime. She said she didn't need a new broom, she needed a shovel to clean up. The city was up for grabs following the misdemeanor conviction on charges against the incumbent Marion Barry. Sharon Pratt Dixon, a winner tonight in the nation's capital. Lots of winners and losers tonight. Our coverage of Election 90 will continue, and when we return, we'll report more results to you.
I'm Tom Brokaw. In Nashville and the Mid-South, NBC is proud of its news partnership with the market leader, WSMV Channel 4. Now, WSMV brings you not only the quality of a highly acclaimed newscast, but introduces News Extra. News when you need it, 17 times a day. So tune in to WSMV Channel 4 for the best in local news with News Extra and The Scene at 6 and 10. And join me at 5:30 for the best in national news, NBC Nightly News.
The Fantastics, starring Robert Goulet.
I can see it shine.
You've never seen it before. Not like this.
Soon it's gonna rain, I can feel it.
Robert Goulet in New York's longest running musical.
Try to remember, and if you remember.
The Fantastics.
November 13th through the 18th. Call now for tickets at Ticketmaster.
Celebrating 10 years of growth. This is CNN.
The drama is building. Most of the polls are closed in 40 states. Winners are emerging or already have been declared in a growing number of races. But some big ones still are too close to call. Among them, one of the most closely watched contests in the nation. The Senate race in North Carolina. 40% of the precincts are in. This is what we have. Incumbent Republican Jesse Helms with roughly 55% of the vote in to Harvey Gantt's 45%. In the Lone Star State, 19% of Texas's precincts have reported. Look at these figures. Ann Richards, Clayton Williams, neck and neck in there. Should tell you, at this point, out in California, the polls are going to be closing at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. That's a little less than 90 minutes from now. And keeping you up to date on balance of power in the Senate now, 35 seats at stake in this election 1990. 17 of them Democratic, 18 Republican. At this hour, CNN has declared Democrats winners in 13 states, among them Nebraska, Rhode Island, Illinois, Massachusetts. Republicans have scored victories at a dozen Senate races, including contests in Colorado, New Mexico, Wyoming, Texas, and Kansas. The Democrats have yet to take a single Senate seat previously held by a Republican. The Grand Old Party has failed to put anything in the turnover column as well. The turnover story is very different as we shift our attention to the balance of power in the governor's races. With redistricting looming on the horizon, next year to be exact, we're paying special attention to these contests. Going into election 1990, the Democrats occupied 29 governor's mansions. Republicans held the chief executive slot in 21 states. Let's take you now to Michigan, where we had not called yet. And this is the incumbent, Governor Blanchard.
When the final chapter is written on this election, it will be because of your hard work, your tireless energy, walking the precincts, speaking at meetings, making those phone calls, believing in our state. We said all along, and I've been quoted tonight, and I'm glad I was, we said all along, this would be a very close election, and it is. We may not know the result until very late tonight. We may not know the result until the more than 200,000 absentee ballots are counted. But I can tell you when the final result is in, our victory will be due to the fact you believed in Michigan. You believed in this great state. You believe that men and women working together from Marquette to Monroe, from Detroit to Kalamazoo, can build a brighter future for all of our people. You helped save this state.
Well, that is what's happening right now in Michigan. Incumbent Governor James Blanchard not saying he's won it. Mary Tillotson, it sounded like he has concern in his voice.
He does, and I think a lot of senators and governors who are up for election tonight would like to be so lucky as the governor of South Dakota. They're not but a few hundred votes in, and we are already calling incumbent Governor Middleton the winner in that one. Projected 68% of the vote. That's with so few votes in. We're calling it 0 of the votes in at this point. We're also calling a winner in Wisconsin, another incumbent Republican Governor Tommy Thompson in that state with 54% of the vote. CNN is projecting Democrat Joan Finney has won the Kansas governor's seat over incumbent Republican Mike Hayden there. Taxes were central in Kansas governor's race. Incumbent Republican Hayden got stuck with the blame for presiding over a big property tax increase that was actually approved by the Democratic governor who preceded him, a fellow by the name of John Carlin. In the Illinois governor's race, with 16% of the vote now in, we are at this point seeing Neil Hartigan, the Democrat, ahead with 53% of the vote. And in the Michigan governor's race, if we can take a look at that, here we are, 11% of the vote in, and so far, the Republican, John Engler, is ahead with 52% of the vote. But as we heard from Governor Blanchard, the incumbent, that one is still much too close to make any predictions on at this point. In those states where we do have enough votes to matter, we are seeing every incumbent, Republican and Democrat, re-elected to the Senate. That includes Nancy Kassebaum in Kansas, Paul Simon in Illinois, Carl Levin in Michigan, and Dan Coates, Indiana. With voters worried about the economy and recession and picking up what could be a $500 billion tab for the S&L crisis, any sitting member of Congress with an S&L connection has been considered a sitting duck this campaign season, and one of them in particular is 75-year-old Congressman Frank Annunzio. In Illinois, he heads a House banking subcommittee that oversees thrift regulation. But at this point this evening, with 32% of the vote in, Annunzio is leading with 54% of the vote to Walter Dudich's 46%. He is ahead there, Frank Annunzio. One of the Midwestern political figures most closely identified with S&Ls is Ohio Senator John Glenn. He's a Democrat, a war hero, an astronaut, and he's also one of 5 senators who face an ethics committee inquiry later this month because of his relationship with indicted S&L figure Charles Keating. Glenn was not on the ballot today, but we did ask voters as they came out of polling places in Ohio if they think Glenn should run again in 1992 when he's up for re-election. 34% of the people said he should run again, but not good news for John Glenn. 39% said he should not run again, and even another percentage, 19%, said he should resign right now. Bernie, we'll be back with more news out of the Midwest as those votes come in.
Thank you, Marilyn. Mary Tillotson. I was thinking Mary Tillotson, thinking of Maryland, and also thinking of Kentucky, where the incumbent there, Mitch McConnell, tonight, the Republican, is a winner. He'll be going back to Washington. He obviously feels very good. He was challenged by the Democrat Harvey Stone. Let's listen to what he has to say on this night of victory.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Bob Gable. When we started this year, I said to the staff, we ought to prepare for this campaign assuming everything could go wrong. I said, I know this is preposterous, but let's assume fear of recession. Let's assume fear of war. Let's assume the president's popularity takes a dramatic dip. Let's assume that everybody's been told by the press they ought to hate all incumbents. Now, I said, I know all of that won't happen. It's impossible for all those things to go wrong, but let's prepare in case it does. The operation of Murphy's Law, whatever could go wrong did, and as you know, the last couple of weeks, particularly fed by the national media, you'd think that every incumbent wore horns, and that and the atmosphere was really quite difficult. Now, in the face of that, what we have done working together is a dramatic victory against the odds, and I want to thank all of you for it.
Freshman Senator Mitch McConnell going back to Washington, very pleased that he's doing so thanks to the votes tonight from the people in Kentucky. CNN's Election 1990 coverage will continue in a moment.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one, and by Extra Strength Tylenol Gel Caps. For everyday pain, nothing works better.
Ford profiles in quality, employee involvement.
If you work together, you do a better job. I said that back in '82, and the quality of our cars and trucks is proof that it's working today.
Money alone won't build quality cars. You've got to have better designs.
Better designs don't mean a thing unless engineering can live up to designs.
Engineering works only when everyone is committed to quality.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
I've got a sinus headache right now, and it just will not go away. It almost feels like my cheekbones are bruised back in here. I need something to relieve the pressure.
Today, Innkeeper is trying Tylenol Sinus. It combines maximum strength Tylenol pain reliever with a maximum strength pressure reliever, and it won't make you drowsy.
My sinus headache has vanished. The pain is gone. The pressure is gone. I didn't know Tylenol made a sinus medication. This is wonderful.
Tylenol Sinus, the strength you need from the name you trust.
Bit by bit, putting it together. Piece by piece is the way to make an ideal work. Every moment's contribution, every detail plays a part. Just a vision's no solution. It all depends on execution. Putting it together, that's what counts. Ounce by ounce, putting it together. Putting it together.
Behind every great accomplishment, there is always a document that bridges the gap between what can be and what will be.
Putting it together, putting it together, putting it together.
Xerox technology helps people transform ideas into documents that change the world. Faxing, scanning, copying, publishing. Xerox, the document company.
Putting it together. Putting it together. Putting it together.
Four Senate races that we have not called. Cannot call. Ken Bodie, what's going on?
Bernie, we've said again and again that there are no turnovers by either party in the Senate so far. No new Senate seats won or lost by either party. There are 4 that we haven't called. That's too close to call yet. The Republican Senate seat in South Dakota held by Larry Pressler. The Republican Senate seat in Minnesota held by Rudy Boschwitz. The Republican Senate seat in North Carolina held by Jesse Helms. And the Democratic Senate seat in New Jersey held by Bill Bradley. We keep asking ourselves why this was such a surprise. I look back at some of the midsummer polls in that one, Bernie. It was 64% Bradley, 17% for Christine Todd Whitman. That's why we're surprised tonight.
Let's look a little closer in the East. Frank Sesno has been a very, very busy man tonight.
Well, Bernie, mostly looking at what in the heck is going on in New Jersey, just as you discussed. Bill Bradley had thought that he was immune from what we'll call the Florio fallout. Florio fallout, to be named after the governor, Jim Florio. He raised taxes, a whopping $2.8 billion after promising not to do it. And look what has happened now. With 55% of the precincts reporting, we're going to call this a dead heat. This was a surprise. Now, keep in mind that Bill Bradley had raised $12 million for this effort. He spent $10.5 million of it. His opponent, Christine Todd Whitman, raised just $500,000. That is quite a commentary. What is going on here? Well, the Florio tax plan is up for grabs. That is clear. People don't like it and link Bill Bradley to it. And the folks who disapprove, as you can see, who came out of those polls, and we asked them about it, went in droves to Christine Todd Whitman. She has done everything in her power to link Bradley to Florio, to link Bradley to taxes and to the bad news on the federal deficit. And again, as you can see here, based on the questions we asked voters after they came out of the polls, those who had problems with the federal deficit and objections to raising federal taxes went to Whitman. That is what is hurting Bill Bradley this evening. One of Christine Todd Whitman's radio ads said, and I'm quoting here from the ad, "Send a message that higher taxes are just not acceptable." That appears to be what is happening this evening. Whitman pounded away at Bradley throughout this campaign, and Bradley appears to have not taken this all very, very seriously. Whitman demanded that Bradley return contributions that came from the savings and loan industry. She slammed him for accepting contributions for political action committees, and she slammed him for stumping for other candidates outside New Jersey, which raises the interesting point as to what now happens to all that talk about Bill Bradley's presidential possibilities and aspirations in 1992. I believe it's safe to say that even if Bill Bradley pulls this one out, this is an election he's going to remember. It leaves some wounds. Over in Rhode Island, they called it Senator Magoo, but 72-year-old Claiborne Pell easily defeats his opponent, Claudine Schneider. There's a tremendous wellspring of affection for Pell there. The governor's race, however, not such good news, as the incumbent Edward DePrete has turned out in favor of the Democrat Bruce Sunland. DePrete got nailed on some of his tax, and his popularity in polls sunk to 20% before this happened this evening. New York, Governor Cuomo, Mario Cuomo, wins big there, about 80% last we looked at the numbers he was carrying. Pierre Rinfret, well, poor old Pierre. He didn't run a very impressive campaign. He ran out of money. He had to take a bus to attend a debate at one point out of New York because he ran out of cash. He is so feisty and so angry, though. He said, promised that if Mario Cuomo won, he would pack his bags and move out of the state. There's a pool to see where exactly he's going to end up. Over in Massachusetts, too close to call, with about 19% of the precinct reporting. Close race between John Silber and William Weld. Silber, the Democrat, Weld, the Republican. Neither have held elective office before. Silber and Weld both running as anti-establishmentarians, both of them running against Michael Dukakis. We'll see where that one goes. An important question on the ballot in Massachusetts. Should taxes be rolled back? And based on 20% of the precincts reporting, an overwhelming no for rolling back those taxes. Massachusetts taxes stay where they are. People don't like that in Massachusetts very much, but with the state in such a budgetary mess, People apparently did not want to face the music of what would happen if the taxes were rolled back. That would be rolling back services as well. Over in Connecticut, Loweiker running as an independent, he wins, and apparently wins rather easily against a couple of his challengers, both Republicans and Democrats. In the 5th Congressional District now, with 66% of the precincts reporting too close to call. Gary Franks, the black conservative Republican endorsed by Ronald Reagan, by George Bush, is trailing, at least for the moment, Toby Moffett, who moved into the district, Democrat, to serve there, and that is where that race stands right now.
I thought you were going to do the anchorman.
Well, I'm going to, actually. Should I do that? Toby Moffett was an anchorman, Bernie, before he moved to that district to run. Should we presume to conclude something from that?
I don't know. Let me think about it. If you're checking your watch right now and saying, hey, where's the Capitol gang? They'll be along very shortly. We'll have much more of our coverage of this election 1990 in a moment.
Ford profiles in quality, customer satisfaction.
Today we realize that quality's got to be number one. I said that back in '82. Today, it's truer than ever.
It looks track to me, but the performance sold me.
After 2 years, it still shines like new.
We love hearing things like that. The only thing better than a Sable
It's 2 Sables.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
This isn't what you think. It's a new kind of cold relief. Introducing fast-acting, better-tasting Tylenol Cold Effervescent. Strong non-aspirin cold relief from Tylenol. The only effervescent cold medicine that speeds 2 cold medicines, your sneezing and congestion, while it sends Tylenol pain reliever to your aching body. New orange-flavored Tylenol Cold Effervescent, part of Tylenol's complete cold relief line. Nobody cares for your cold like Tylenol Cold.
Get met. It pays.
As the ugly threat of war casts shadows on the Gulf, there is one source where President Bush checks Saddam Hussein's next move, and Kuwait royal family gets news from home, where families of hostages and servicemen learn about loved ones, and King Hussein turns to offer peaceful resolution, where Iraq monitors UN sanctions and world reactions. The one source of information these people have is the source you have. 24 hours a day. CNN.
Time to put our feet up and listen to and watch the members of the Capitol gang in Washington. What's the menu now, Pat?
Well, I'll tell you what's coming up, Bernie. We're going to be discussing Mr. Newt Gingrich, who's the #2 Republican in the House, the moderate Republican who challenged George Bush on that budget deal and is running about even money. Bob, what is going on down there in Georgia?
What is happening is that he is running much worse in the areas where he ran pretty well 2 years ago. Optimistically, they see a long night winning with about 53%, 51% of the vote. They say his best areas are still to report, but considering how disappointing the others have been, they are not entirely optimistic. It's going to be a nail-biter, and what's happening is that it's what's happening elsewhere. The old people's vote and the women are murdering the Republican Party, particularly the old people. I mean, they are killing them.
Well, you know,
and the young people are not coming out.
You can't fool all the people all the time. Isn't that
well, the old people are on the gravy train. Anybody who says, take my gravy away, they vote against it.
Newt Gingrich never said, take my gravy away. He's always, through his entire career, tried to have it both ways. We're going to cut your taxes. We're not going to touch your benefits. Maybe people have finally seen through this, saying, if you're going to cut our taxes at a time like this, you are going to.
Let me tell you one problem. Let me tell you one problem he's got, and he's had for a long time, and that's the congressional pay raise.
That's right.
Where he cut the deal, and he was the guy they brought along, and the Democrats said we won't really go after you if you'll go along with us on this pay raise. That's been hurting him.
How
for
many people
years.
think remember that?
His
opponents campaigned against him on it.
Pat, you know, when Ronald Reagan won re-election in 1984. Some Democrats couldn't accept it, and they said, oh, the American people are vicious, mean, racist, and sexist. Right. You know, it's called blame the customer. Now, Bob Novak wants to blame the customer. He wants to blame the voters in Georgia. Newt Gingrich is in big trouble. This is the Sun Belt. This is where the Republicans are supposed to have their great beachhead, their great victory. Right. Zell Miller is going to win the governorship over Johnny Isakson, the Republican leader in the state legislature, big, and the Republican state chairman in Georgia put it right. He put it in perspective. He said they used to think we were the party that fought for the middle class and for everybody. Now they see us as protectors of the rich.
Let me try to
explain. And it's Newt Gingrich and it's George Bush.
Let me try to explain this to you very briefly. I know it's hard, Mark. The President of the United States came up with a budget deal which had the impact of cutting down on the benefits for the old people and at the same time raising taxes. It turned out the old and the young at the same time. Right, that's what Gingrich is suffering from.
Newt Gingrich was the leading voice in the entire nation against that.
He's suffering from it.
Let me follow up on that. Look, the Republicans have lost 4 governorships tonight. Oklahoma, Florida, Kansas, Rhode Island, all 4 Republican governors raised taxes. Now, Bob, I want to go to Texas.
And Nebraska may be another one.
Nebraska may be in trouble. Let's go to Texas. Now, Clady Williams is running dead even right now. The exit polls aren't looking all that hot. He's running dead even in the raw vote. We lost Florida, the big Sun Belt states, California. Texas is the next biggest state that's going on.
Clady Williams is running very badly in the cities, Dallas and Houston, where you usually get Republican votes. Clady, unless the absentee ballots that haven't been counted yet come up Republican, he's going to lose. Pete Wilson is going to have to rely on the absentee ballots in California. I will say that what is a bad Republican election can turn into a catastrophe if California and Texas join Florida.
Isn't one of the factors here, I know all 3 of you will probably be upset to hear this, the abortion issue. In fact, women and men, too, in the case of Florida, who are pro-choice, are voting for the pro-choice candidate.
Wait a minute, Mike, let's go to Kansas. There's a woman who is pro-life, who has dumped over a Republican by herself.
Who's pro-choice?
I'll take Florida, Texas, and California over Kansas. How's that?
I don't know how important the abortion issue will turn out to have been. I will say this, that when abortion becomes less important when you're talking about people losing their jobs and the country going to war. And I think that's really...
Mark, the war issue wasn't even an issue in any district or any state.
It became... It did not become... It's on people's minds, I think, Pat.
How does it cut, though?
I think what we're seeing is the re-election of incumbent senators. In 1980, we saw an upheaval in this country. We saw an enormous switch in the United States. The Republicans picked up 12 seats. Let me just point out the other thing in the Sun Belt, Pat. The Democrats pick up the governorship in Oklahoma. David Boren is re-elected from Oklahoma. Ned McWhirter, the governor of Tennessee, Democrat, is re-elected. Albert Gore is re-elected. Right across the Sun Belt, which was supposed to be the crescent, the Republican reach from Richmond to San Diego. This is bad news tonight, Bob.
One ray of Republican sun in the Sun Belt. They did re-elect the governor of Alabama, Guy Hunt, was re-elected.
Was he re-elected?
He was re-elected. I know you don't like to hear those kind of things, but it happened.
He was.
Happens.
Are you sure, Bob?
Some Republicans win. I want to ask Kinsley a question. I want to ask you a question. How in the world, in your wildest imagination, can you say the abortion issue is a problem for the Republicans in California when Pete Wilson and Dianne Feinstein are both as pro-choice as they can be?
Dianne Feinstein is a woman. I think women appreciate that. They trust her more.
All right, look, the one thing we're going to be talking about in this next hour, we got South Dakota Republican Senate seat may be in jeopardy. Of course, we don't know about Jesse Helms. I saw a raw vote that showed Jesse 10 ahead. And Rudy Boschwitz up in Minnesota could also be in trouble. What is going on in Oregon today, Mark Hatfield?
He's up by a small margin. According to exit polls, I don't think the raw vote shows anything yet.
Closed yet.
They're not closed. They're just exit polls.
Withdraw that statement.
Jesse Helms is in the fight of his life, and I think he's going to lose. And again, Richard's going to win in Texas.
I'll tell you what. I'll take any bet you want that Jesse's going to do it tonight.
Okay, you're on.
Okay. Bernie?
I'll bet your position, Pat, on communism.
I'll bet my position on Crossfire. Bernie, back to you.
I don't know, guys. A lot of giggling up there in Studio B in Washington. CNN's The Election 1990. We'll be right back.
For Nashville's best pizza, dine in or delivered, it's Sir Pizza, West Nashville's Pizza Parlor. You want pizza, not crust. The toppings make the pizza good to the very edge, no inch of crust. It's different, it's better, and cut in squares, but it still goes fast. Now hurry for lunch, try Sir Pizza's all-you-care-to-eat lunch buffet, including salad and spaghetti. And don't forget, 2 for 1 dine-in every Tuesday.
3 convenient locations, delivery or dine-in, 5418 Charlotte, at TSU on John Merritt Boulevard, and full service at 221 Old Hickory Boulevard, Bellevue.
Bankruptcy Liquidators of America. I-24 Harding Place is going out of business. Name brand men's shoes from Florsheim, Bush, San Remo, and more. Price to move now at $29.99 a pair. For 4 pair, $100. Amazing prices on name brand women's shoes and boots. Jasmine, Gloria Vanderbilt, Frederico, Pinaldo, and other top names. Prices slashed to $19.99 a pair, or 2 pair, $30. Ladies' athletic shoes, low tops none higher than $25. High tops none higher than $29.99. Bankruptcy Liquidators of America. Going out of business. Look for the red building atop the hill at I-24 Harding Place.
For the last several years, I've shopped the jewelers of Las Vegas, and I found that their jewelry tastes great and is less filler.
Jewelers accept all major credit cards. 90-day interest-free layaway. Financing is available. Now, seriously, Dave.
For the last several years, I've bought my wife gifts at the jewelers of Las Vegas, and I found their quality impeccable and their prices unbeatable.
2 locations, the shop at Rivergate and Harding Plaza.
I guarantee, if you can find a lower price for the same quality merchandise, we will refund the difference to you in cash.
On your side, Channel 2 on your side, every day. For the people, for the people, for the people, for the people, come on, Channel 2 on your side, every day.
Celebrating a decade of achievement. This is CNN. Celebrating a decade of achievement. This is CNN.
CNN Election 90. Election Night with Bernard Shaw.
It's amazing how much paper you accumulate on election night, computers generating more paper. It is 10 o'clock on the East Coast, 7 o'clock out west, and there's still plenty of suspense left on this election night 1990. Polls do not close for another hour in California. We're looking at toss-ups in the hot Senate races in North Carolina and the battle for the Texas governor's mansion. And we have a call to make for you now in Iowa. In Iowa, Senator Harkin, the incumbent, Tom Harkin, in the Battle of the Toms, has won that one. Harkin will be going back to Washington. Looking to the south in Texas, in that race between Williams and Richards, still no winner yet, with 27% of the precincts reporting. Taking a look at the Tar Heel State, North Carolina, Jesse Helms, the incumbent Republican, trying to hang on, 57% of the precincts in, no winner yet. In Minnesota, this is how it looks right now, with the challenger Wellstone going against incumbent Boschwitz. At the governor's level, 2% of the precincts ends, no winner yet. In New Jersey, no winner yet, 57%, Ken, of the precincts are in now. Bradley there with the challenger.
Bernie, the viewers who look closely at our New Jersey board are going to see in a few minutes that we're going to be taking 23,000 votes off the Bradley total in New Jersey from Burlington County, New York. Pardon me, Burlington County, New Jersey. 23,000 votes will be dropping from the Bradley total. That's to correct an input error in the New Jersey vote counting center.
Let's take a look at the Massachusetts gubernatorial race. Very close. No winner yet in the race between the university president Silber and the former attorney general, federal prosecutor Mr. Well. No winner yet in that.
Well, Bernie, that's a tough race up there. That's a race where taxes has played a big role, a race where the Democratic candidate, John Silber, president of Boston University, was the beneficiary of the primary voter outrage in the a little earlier this year. And running against a former U.S. Attorney, Bill Weld, No way to call that one. Still very close in Massachusetts.
And I remember that early on in the evening when we came on with our coverage, Ken, that Weld was remarkably pulling over a lot of Democrats, a lot of liberals.
That's right. The Democratic base, the very base of the Democratic Party, liberals, feminists, and union members, all outraged by John Silver's direct, acerbic manner, and these are the people that John Silver needed to hold and is not holding in that race.
Let's take a look at some of the other things we can tell you about the campaign so far. No winners to declare in the gubernatorial races in Vermont, in Michigan, in Nebraska, and New Mexico, and out in South Dakota, that Senate race. The following races with the polls closing at this hour. In Iowa, Governor Terry Branstad has won re-election. Idaho, in the Senate race, that was an open seat. Congressman Larry Craig is the winner. At the gubernatorial level, former cabinet member Cecil Andrus has won re-election. In Montana, Max Baucus, the incumbent, will be going back to Washington. In Nevada, the incumbent, Bob Miller, is the winner.
Bernie, a couple of interesting things to remark on here. In Iowa, this is a third term for Terry Branstad, and if this is a year in which abortion was to be an issue, Branstad was an opponent of abortion, as was Governor Cecil Andrus, the Democratic governor Andrus is not. Andrus is the governor who signed the toughest abortion bill written in the last year. This was the bill that was headed to the Supreme Court to become a test of Roe versus Wade, and this was to be a big target of the anti-abortion organizations, and it didn't come off.
The reason why I'm grabbing you by your left
why
wrist
are you grabbing me by my
is
wrist?
to tell you that we have some news. CNN is declaring the winner in that seesaw, nip and tuck Senate race in New Jersey. The senior Senator Bill Bradley, the winner tonight in New Jersey, and whew, there must be a lot of sweating up there. North Carolina, before we get back to you, CNN now is declaring at roughly 5 minutes past 10 o'clock Eastern Time, incumbent Senator Jesse Helms has staved off the challenge of Harvey Gantt, the former mayor of Charlotte and the architect. CNN declaring Jesse Helms has won re-election to the Senate.
Bernie, we don't have the vote totals for this one yet. We don't have the raw vote or the exit poll data on this one. It's going to be very interesting. This was a race that was won by Jesse Helms by carrying his base, the solid white vote in the rural areas. The lower educated North Carolina voters were for Jesse Helms. Blue collar Democratic voters crossed over to Jesse Helms in this race. And of course, Harvey Gantt held the black vote at 95%. The white voters who voted for Harvey Gantt in this race tended to be those who moved to North Carolina most recently. And that just wasn't enough for Harvey Gantt, the challenger, to pull it off. So Jesse Helms goes back to Washington for, what is it, a fourth term, I believe.
Yep. Goes back to Washington. There's still a lot of excitement tonight, and a man who's watching what's happening out in the West in general and California in particular, Gene Randall.
Well, Bernie, as we all know, the big one in the West is the California governor's race. The polls in California close in just under an hour. In the meantime, we have some exit poll information we can pass along. Democrat Dianne Feinstein is so far getting solid margins of support from some very important voting groups: women, abortion rights advocates, and backers of Big Green, the environmental reform package which she endorsed and Republican Pete Wilson opposed. Feinstein is also showing a 3-2 edge with Californians who are worried about the state's economy, at least those who voted. And voters who made up their minds in the past few days by a 3-2 margin say they finally decided on Feinstein. And that could be very important if she is to come out of this night as a winner. Pete Wilson's expected edge from being perceived as a strong leader has not materialized to any great extent. Voters leaving the polls gave Senator Wilson only a slight advantage on leadership. The one issue that clearly favors Wilson, from the information we have, is the crime issue. But something to keep in mind is what could be a large number of Wilson votes from absentee ballots. So, as they say, stay tuned. Looking at a few of the western states where the polls have closed, in Colorado, the race for governor, Roy Romer, will move into his second term. This was Republican John Andrews' first run for elective office. It was nothing to write home about. The Senate contest in Colorado, Republican Congressman Hank Brown proved an elusive target for Democrat Josie Heath, who failed to attract even a majority of Colorado's women voters. Hank Brown will take the seat being vacated by William Armstrong, a Republican who is retiring. In New Mexico, Democrats will pick up a governor's seat. Republican Gary Carruthers was prevented from running again under a now changed state constitution, and Democrat Bruce King, who has been governor twice before, is being elected again. His opponent was a member of the New Mexico House, Frank Bond. In the Senate race in New Mexico, no surprise here, three-term Republican P.M E.T coasting to a re-election win over Republican Tom Benavides, a state senator. Benavides was the only Republican willing to run against Domenici, and he pays the price tonight. In Wyoming, the race for governor. Oh, to run against a political unknown, most often a politician's dream. Democratic Governor Michael Sullivan enjoyed almost a free ride against Republican Mary Meade. Wyoming has not had a Republican governor in 16 years, and that streak will be extended tonight. The U.S. Senate race in Wyoming, pro-abortion rights Republican Alan Simpson wins a third term. His 32-year-old opponent, Kathy Helling, passionately anti-abortion, provided little competition. And that's the latest from the West. Bernie?
Thank you very much, Gene. We want to take a look at the estimate board, the CNN estimate board for the Tar Heel State in North Carolina. As you know, just a few moments ago, CNN declared Jesse Helms, the incumbent Republican senator, the winner tonight. This is the way it looks right now. This is our estimate of the vote, 54 to 46%. Tom Tier has been at the headquarters now of Harvey Gantt all evening. Tom?
Well, Bernie, they're not ready to give up here quite yet. His supporters have been gathered in the room for about the last hour. As we told you earlier, Harvey Gantt went out and was beating the bushes for more votes in Durham County, just outside of Raleigh, and wasn't expected to complete his mission there until 10 o'clock. We have heard that he has just returned to the hotel here. Everyone has been watching the returns very quietly here. Not much to cheer about. They were cheering some of the local state house races a few moments ago, but as far as Harvey Gantt, they have not had much to cheer about tonight. The numbers are not looking very good here, but there are probably going to be challenges to this race in court tomorrow. There were some voting irregularities that the Democrats were very upset about, that some precincts that only had one voting machine and maybe 300 people standing around waiting to vote. So there are a lot of irregularities that they say they're probably going to challenge, but looks right now that Jesse Helms has it wrapped up, and all he has to do is claim victory, and Harvey Gantt will have to come downstairs and make his statement. Bernie?
Thank you, Tom. Let's go take a look now at New Jersey's estimate board in view of the fact that we've declared the incumbent Bill Bradley, the Democrat, the winner, the senior senator from New Jersey. This is our estimate board of the breakdown of the vote. Our election 1990 coverage will continue in a moment, as will our analysis, because we've got two victories now in the Senate, both incumbents, one a Republican, Helms, one a Democrat, Bradley, going back to Washington. We'll be back in just a moment.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, vision.
The quality of the glass that goes into our cars is so important, we make it ourselves.
No other car company in the world does that.
Ford glass has to pass over 110 quality inspections. Our people check it, our lasers check it, our robots check it.
Our glass is so good, it not only goes into our cars, many other automakers put it in their cars.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Sir, I'm picking up something on our new Zenith Data Systems PC. It looks like a jet. Make that a laser jet, sir.
Land a reliable HP LaserJet printer from Heath Zenith Computers. Just buy a qualifying Zenith Data Systems Seamless Solution desktop or laptop PC. Plus get a transportable phone with VGA laptops. Now at your Heath Zenith Computers Business Center.
At coach fare on Eastern, you book and fly first class.
I would absolutely ask my employees to fly first class if it didn't cost any more than coach.
Probably the best program I've heard for the business traveler. It's the first time an airline is looking at the businessman and giving him a break.
Lure all the businessmen to fly Eastern.
They're trying to understand the needs
of the business traveler. Company policy. We're not allowed to book first class. Why buy bologna when you can get filet mignon for the same price?
He'll have my business 100%. I want to fly first class.
And so do a lot of brave Americans. Please help.
Call 1-900-820-2USO and add your name to a special thank you card for our troops.
I'm Steve Martin. The proceeds of your call will go to the USO and all the great people serving here.
Thank you, America!
Stop if you're keeping track. Hold on for a moment. Hold your pencil. Put it in pause for a moment. We're going to retract a call we made in the Senate in Idaho. We had talked about the Republican Larry Craig going against Ron Twilliger? Is that how you pronounce that name, Ken? Okay, the seat was open, the open seat of Republican James McClure. We are saying now that based on the information from VRS, we're saying that that race is too close to call. So there is not a winner as far as your network of record is concerned in the state of Idaho.
One more correction, if we could, on that one, Bernie. I made a mistake. I said Governor Cecil Andrus signed the anti-abortion bill out there. He, in fact, vetoed it, and that's what was expected to cause him trouble. You know, we keep talking about VRS and mentioning our exit polls. We should probably take a moment to explain to our viewers exactly where we're getting all this information about who voted today, how they voted, why they voted, and so forth. Voter Research and Surveys is a four-network combination operation. CNN, CBS, NBC, and ABC all agreed to go to 1,500 precincts around the country and ask voters after they voted to fill out a secret ballot for us and tell us a little bit about themselves, who they voted for, and why they did it. So we can tell somewhat how people of certain religious affiliations voted, party affiliations voted, what candidates they supported, and why they supported those candidates. The fastest way to learn the results of an election these days is through these exit polls, and they're very, very accurate. They don't take the place, obviously, of the votes in these close races or votes anytime, but they do give us an awfully lot of information to be able to pass on to you, the viewers, about who voted in the elections and why they voted. We asked these folks how they feel about the anti-incumbent mood today. We asked them how they feel about President Bush, how they felt about the Persian Gulf, how they felt about abortions, S&Ls, and so forth as issues. So we've got a lot of information that we'll be passing on to you as time goes on. After we make the calls and tell you who won the races, we'll be able to tell you a lot about why the people who won and lost did so. Bernie?
Don't think I have a nervous twitch. I've been twirling around and I was looking for the nationwide survey form. We just wanted to hold it up and show it to you. We've got a form covering every state, all of the questions that were asked you voters in the precincts. We just wanted to hold it up to you. We're ready to make a call in New Mexico at the state house level. Let's see what it looks like. Well, this is Texas first. Let's do Texas. Well, let's go back to New Mexico. Bruce King, this was an open seat to begin with, and it looks like now the Democrats have picked up this seat. Bruce King, the Democrat, is the winner there. I was just going to say we'll get that piece of paper to show you what it looks like, the questionnaire.
You say, Bernie, there's a lot of paper on election night. There's a blizzard of paper on election night, and I'm sitting under most of it here.
While you're looking, let's go to Catherine Cryer in the South. Catherine?
Thanks, Bernie. Well, battle lines in the Texas gubernatorial showdown have been scrawled in the mud. Let's look at some figures. Here's how the race between Republican Clayton Williams and Democrat Ann Richards is shaping up. Richards is now with 51% of the vote. 33% of those precincts have reported in. She's pulling ahead from Clayton Williams at this point in the evening, but as you can see, a very tight race. Education, taxes, the S&L scandal, and most other substantive issues have been lost on the voters. We have some figures here regarding the negative campaigning. Our exit poll shows this factor has been the second leading factor dominating the race behind experience. Bernie?
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to take you out to the land of Lincoln. Lynn Martin, she was asked by the GOP to step down and run against Paul Simon, whom we declared earlier the winner. He's going back to Washington. Let's listen to her remarks.
Exactly the ones each of us would have chosen. To the voters, I thank you for your unending patience with me and with everyone else who has sought public office. We're not always up to your kindnesses. We don't always give you as much as you deserve. To the people of this state who did not vote, I hope you will come back to the process. I hope you will find in some candidate sometime, in some race, a reason to come out and exercise this incredible right for which too many have fought and others have died. To the press, I give you my thanks. Not always, but mostly, and with a greater appreciation of what deadlines mean, what budgets mean, and how often you too are trying for a better state and a better country. To George Bush and the entire Bush family, I give my thanks. Perhaps our president hasn't heard that enough in the last few weeks, but I tell you I am proud to have been with him.
Well, Lynn Martin out in Chicago conceding, having lost to Paul Simon, the Democrat who's going back to Washington, a man she challenged. She was asked to step down and run for that, as were 7 other Republicans in the House. And she could not raise enough money out there in that campaign against Paul Simon. She flailed away at his liberalism, but the people who supported him are sending him back to Washington in her district, Rockford, which has always been Republican, so solidly so. It's a question mark.
Bernie, let's take a look at how women are doing across the board this year. This was to be the year of the women, and so far it hasn't proved out too good for women, too well for women. Josie Heath has lost her Senate bid in Colorado, a Democrat. Jane Brady lost to Joe Biden in Delaware. Lynn Martin, of course, we just saw conceding to Paul Simon in Illinois. In New Jersey, the Republican challenger lost to Bill Bradley in New Jersey. And Kathy Helling, a college student, lost her challenge to Senator Simpson in the state of Wyoming. The only woman in the Senate who has won so far today is Nancy Kassebaum, the senator from Kansas, Republican incumbent, re-elected. So women seeking seats in the Senate, only 1 has won so far, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 have lost. We still have some races that are outstanding in that level, and we'll get to those in a little while.
Okay. Early on, when we signed on at 7, was it 7 Eastern time? It seems like eons ago. We told you that this man is probably going to embarrass or please some of these high-paid consultants who work for all these candidates. Rick Allen has been following what their candidates have been doing, watching, looking, and what do you have now?
Well, Bernie, we just saw Lynn Martin giving a concession speech out in Illinois. She represents one of the new things in campaign politics this year, and that is the possibility that your own campaign consultant can become an issue in the race. Lynn Martin used Roger Ailes, and I think most people may remember him as something of a household word, the Mephistophelian figure who ran George Bush's campaign back in '88. He's the one who ran all those ads against Michael Dukakis. Here's a familiar one you might remember that managed to make Michael Dukakis look like a convicted felon. Well, Lynn Martin signed up Roger Ailes, and he did some commercials for her, but she ran out of money. And when she ran out of money, she tried the next best thing. She couldn't afford Roger Ailes' ads, so she brought Roger Ailes himself out to Chicago, where he held a press conference, and he denounced Paul Simon. And as you might imagine, that led to something of a backfire.
Do you think that's going to boomerang?
Well, I don't care. I mean, the reality is he's been hitting me, and I've decided to punch back. So if he likes to do that, that's fine. I'm not going to be a punching bag for him. I'm not going to stand around. I mean, the guy is a weenie. Come on.
Well, one thing you don't do in Illinois is call the beloved figure Paul Simon a weenie, so it didn't work. Bernie?
And one thing you don't do, unless you have some news to report, is interrupt Catherine Cryer in the South. Catherine, we're coming back to you, and take it from there.
Okay, Bernie. Well, let's go back to talking about a race where there's one woman not at all prepared to make concession remarks, and that's back to the governor's race in Texas. Prior to Lynn Martin's concession remarks, we were talking about some exit polling that shows the effect negative campaigning has been having on the voters as the second leading factor dominating this race. We can see here that out of the Democrats supporting Richards, that they believe Williams' campaign was quite negative. You can see that voters in both camps believe that both Democrat and Republican were highly negative in their campaigning. Now, that doesn't mean Richards and Williams are dirty dancing to a different Texas tune. Texas politics have been characterized by feuding and fighting before.
Let's look behind the screen on Clady TV. It's a lot different back here. Over 300 lawsuits documented in court records and newspapers. Mountains of debt, millions in junk bonds, allegations of fraud and price fixing. His own employees had to sue him for back pay. And that's just the public record.
Ann Richards is running a negative campaign. Again. She ridicules our president to advance her career. She runs ads about Clayton Williams that the Houston Chronicle calls a clear distortion. She got thousands of dollars in campaign loans from United Bank. United Bank got millions of our tax dollars, even though it had lost money the previous year. They gave, she gave. They got, she got.
Now, Williams had vowed to head and hoof Richards and drag her through the dirt like a cow. He's also labeled her a liar. Richards now has lambasted Williams, accusing the rich oil man of shady business dealings, and she's tried to link him to the S&L mess. Now, there are many, many races we're still watching across the South, and we'll be bringing you more information in our next update later in the evening. Bernie?
When we get a break, Catherine, I'm going to come over there and sit down and talk with you off camera and see what you really think about that race.
Okay.
Okay. CNN's Election 1990 coverage will continue with this entire cast. Capital game coming up, 2 at 10 before the hour. We'll all be right back.
Ford profiles in quality, protecting your investment.
It's really upsetting when something chips the paint on your new car. So today, we're demonstrating a remarkable chip-resistant spray we now apply at the factory to the critical areas of all our American-built cars.
Half this test hood was sprayed with it, half was not. Look for yourself. You can see the difference.
When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job. Feel the Hyatt touch.
The magic touch.
Announcing powerful PCs, priceless printers.
Explain. Easy. Just buy as few as 2 HP Vectra PCs and get an HP DeskJet 500 free.
And if I buy 5 PCs?
Free Hewlett-Packard LaserJet 2P.
But how about 7?
You get a free HP LaserJet 3.
27?
Free HP LaserJet 2Ps, 3s, and 3Ds.
Free HP LaserJet 2P?
3s and 3Ds.
Oh.
Wait a minute. You've only got 7 people in your office.
Yeah, but what a great time to expand.
Call now for the Hewlett-Packard dealer nearest you.
Tomorrow, while the U.S. ambassador defies the odds, maintains American presence in Kuwait, we'll meet his wife. Plus, tomorrow night, actress Victoria Tennant, just back from the Gulf. Tomorrow night, Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, on CNN.
Danny Ferry hits the big time in his national TV debut. Cleveland versus Indiana. Whoa! Followed by the championship rematch. Detroit versus Portland. Friday at 8 Eastern on TNT. Bigger than life.
Catherine Cryer was giving us the statistical lowdown on that race at the gubernatorial level in Texas. Let's take you to Texas now. Tony Clark has a guest there at the Williams headquarters.
Bernie, the last numbers that we've had were Ann Richards leading by about 50% to 49%. It has been a squeaker so far tonight. Zach Dawes is the campaign manager for Clayton Williams. Where did you expect to be at this point in the evening?
Well, again, that's hard to say. Certainly we would love to be ahead, but that all depends on the turnout, and we don't know where the votes are coming from right now. We do know that Beaumont, Port Arthur, and Corpus Christi and Austin are all in fairly heavily reporting. So those would be traditional Democrat and Ann Richards territory. So the news may be good is that rural Texas is not in yet, and we will do very well there.
Dallas County, though, is very important for you.
Yeah, it is. And right now it looks like it's about even in Dallas County. We certainly would have liked to have been ahead there. But on the other hand, we're leading in Harris County. And if that trend holds up, I think we're going to be all right, because Bill Clements, for instance, in 1986 did not carry Harris County. So if we can do that, I think everything's going to come up.
And one last thing, the gender gap, you're losing a lot of women. How serious is that?
Well, I don't know. We'll just have to see the data. Our last tracking poll showed us leading among men tremendously and not losing women all that badly.
Zach Dawes, thank you very much. We obviously will be following this throughout the evening. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from the Clayton Williams campaign headquarters. Bernie?
Thank you, Tony. One man following this very closely is Bill Schneider in Los Angeles. Do you have writer's cramp yet?
Well, it's getting kind of tough here with all the numbers floating around.
Bill, What really sticks out in your mind at this moment, at 10:30 roughly Eastern Time, based on what you've seen and what you've heard?
Well, what we're seeing is a lot of the Bush support is sort of crumbling away and helping a lot of Democrats around the country. You were just in Texas. 35% of the voters in Texas told the exit poll that they disapprove of the job that George Bush, a Texan, is doing as president. They voted 84% for the Democrat, A.M E.T. Richards. In fact, 28% of the Bush voters, those who voted for George Bush in 1988, are supporting A.M E.T. Richards for governor of Texas. We're seeing that in state after state. 44% of the Bush voters in Illinois voted for Paul Simon. In Minnesota, 40% of the voters disapprove of Bush. They're voting almost 80% for the Democrat for Senate, Paul Wellstone. We're seeing disapproval ratings of 35 to 45% for George Bush in state after state, and that's helping Democrats in a lot of these close races.
What about gender? We're looking at that race up there in Massachusetts, the race for the governorship, and we just heard Mr. Williams' campaign manager talk about not thinking that they had a problem with the gender vote. Do you see anything in what you've been watching in the tracking poll data?
Well, the gender factor is different in different states. I mean, usually women are more Democratic than men. Men are more Republican. And in some states, it's really making a difference. It's really helping A.M E.T. Richards in Texas. And it's really helping a couple of other women candidates. But in some races, the men vote is putting Republicans over. So it's a mixed pattern on gender.
Let's drop in on the ballroom there in Chicago and listen to what Paul Simon is saying in his victory remarks after beating back that challenge from Lynn Martin.
Congratulating all of us, and I heard her very gracious and generous remarks on television. I'm grateful to my colleague Alan Dixon, wherever he disappeared to around here, and everyone on the stage and everyone out here. I sat down this afternoon and pounded out a very brief statement. It'll take about 2 minutes for those television cameras on my typewriter. My opponent,
Your old-fashioned typewriter.
My old-fashioned manual typewriter. My opponent has conducted a vigorous campaign, and I wish her the best for whatever goals she may now pursue. To those who supported her, I shall strive to be your servant also, not simply for those who elected me. Tonight, I'm grateful to many people, to my family gathered here, and particularly to my wife. Jean has been an extremely effective
Paul Simon, very pleased with himself and his campaign workers up in Chicago. He alluded to Lynn Martin, the senator going back to Washington, said he wished her well in whatever she does. Some of the word we heard in Washington was that Lynn Martin might very well be George Bush's next labor secretary. Perhaps the biggest prize of election 1990, the state of California polls, they closed there in just a little under 30 minutes. Other governor's races still are too close to call at this hour. In Texas and Massachusetts, this is what we show, with 42% of the precincts reporting in the Lone Star State. Richards there with 52%, Clayton Williams 48%. Up in Massachusetts in that gubernatorial race, still close, 30% precincts in. John Silbert with 52% to William Wells to 48%. In the Senate, well, here's the look at Michigan there with 22% of the precincts in. Engler and Blanchard. No winner yet on that one. In Nebraska, 42 are in. This is the way it looks now, 50%, 50%. Nelson and Orr. And, of course, Kay Orr is the governor who got involved in that did she or didn't she raise taxes. Ken, they revised the tax code, and we saw when Rick Allen ran the piece he had of a commercial, Governor Orr apologizing, but obviously that and some other things are costing her tonight.
That's right, Bernie. She said she didn't raise taxes, and the voters seem to think she did raise taxes, and it is costing her tonight. So we have, Bernie, several races that are too close to call. We ought to take a quick look at those. In Minnesota, both the race for governor and Senate, too close to call. In Texas, of course, the governor's race between Ann Richards and Clayton Williams. The Massachusetts governor's race between John Silber, the Democrat, and William Weld, the Republican. And now in Michigan, between John Engler, the Republican, House Minority Leader, and Governor Blanchard, Jim Blanchard. And in Nebraska, a group of gubernatorial and Senate races too close to call at the present time. And otherwise, in the Senate, not a single partisan change so far. So no anti-incumbent revolt manifesting itself in the race for the Senate tonight, and that's for sure.
Well, money counts. Let's take a closer look. In the Senate, as Ken indicated, the incumbents are holding quiet, and so far there's been no sway in the balance of political power. Before Election Day, the Democrats held 55 Senate seats to the Republicans' 45. There are 36 Senate seats at stake in election 1990, 17 Democratic, 18 Republican. At this hour, CNN has declared Democrats the winners in 16 Senate races, including New Jersey, Iowa, Montana, Massachusetts, and Arkansas. We've called Republicans winners in 13 contests, including the states of North Carolina, Kentucky, and New Hampshire. So far, there has been no turnover in the United States Senate. Neither party has grabbed the seat from the other. There have been some turnovers in the governor's races now. Let's size up the partisan split in those contests. Going into this election day, Democrats occupied the governor's offices in 29 states, 21 states for the Republicans. 36 seats are at stake in election 1990, 20 held by Democrats, 16 by Republicans. So far, CNN has called Democratic victories in 15 gubernatorial contests in states including Idaho, Nevada, Arkansas, and New York. And Republican candidates are declared winners in 7 states, in the states of Iowa, Alabama, and New Hampshire, to name a few. Lowell Weiker's A Connecticut Party has won the governor's race in Connecticut, picking up the seat from the Democrats. The Democrats have picked up 15 gubernatorial slots from the Republicans in Florida, Kansas, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, and New Mexico. The Grand O Party has claimed one seat held by the Democrats before Election Day. That turnover took place in Ohio. I saw you gesturing with your pen.
Bernie, one state we're going to be looking at late into the evening tonight, I think, is Minnesota. Here's a state where both races, governor and senator, are too close to call. In the Senate race, Paul Wellstone, a political science professor who was Jesse Jackson's campaign manager in 1988, is giving incumbent Republican Senator Rudy Boschwitz a very, very strong challenge. There's not much money in the Wellstone camp. He traveled the state in a beat-up old repainted school bus. And Senator Boschwitz is in trouble in part, of course, because of the backwash from the sex scandal in the governor's race.
And also because of the letter. This is a unique instance in United States political history. Both these men are Jewish, and Senator Boschwitz sent this letter, in effect, questioning Wellstone's Jewishness. And this created a furor up there.
Supporters of Senator Boschwitz sent that letter. That's right. That's indeed the case. For the governor's race, Rudy Perpich, the Democrat, was considered to be one of the most vulnerable Democrats. The Republican candidate for governor got himself involved in a sex scandal in Minnesota, had to step down. The man who succeeded him on the ticket, Arnie Carlson, is making a very, very strong race against Rudy Perpich. Perpich was known to affectionately in some places and not so affectionately as Governor Goofy for some of the ideas that he had, which included making a state chopstick factory in the northern part of Minnesota where there are plenty of trees, and also taking an Austrian castle and turning it into an extension of the University of Minnesota. So we have two of these races in Minnesota that we're going to be watching for a long time, and they are strange races for the Gopher State.
CNN is going to make a declaration now in the state of Vermont. That was an open seat. Richard Snelling, the Republican, he's going to pick up that seat. Former Governor Richard Snelling over Pete Welch, Madeline Coonan retiring. I mentioned money counting in politics, Ken Bodie. Brooks Jackson, apparently there are some people who were incumbents who are in trouble tonight. How did that happen?
Well, that's true, Bernie. The wall of money protecting incumbents is breaking down here and there. You can see it in a few places. Of course, we've seen Senator Bradley in New Jersey with $12 million raised over his term in a neck-and-neck race against an opponent who raised maybe $500,000. In Florida, former Senator Lawton Chiles spent $4 million and won against an incumbent who spent about $10 million. In Georgia, in the House, Republican Whip Newt Gingrich in a neck-and-neck race. He raised $1.3 million. His opponent spent only $273,000. So it's a case where money does not determine the outcome. In Maryland, Democrat Roy Dyson defeated, raised $655,000 against a Republican opponent, Wayne Gilchrist, who raised $125,000. Congressman Dyson, the victim of a scandal involving illegal contributions and his lobbying for defense contractors. There are some other races where the incumbents are trailing. John Hyler in Indiana is trailing. There's a neck-and-neck race in Kentucky. Carl Perkins, congressman, a Democratic congressman, son of a legendary congressman of the same name. He spent $317,000 against a Republican challenger who only raised $136,000 at last count. Bill Grant of Florida, Republican congressman, raised $692,000 with the help of President Bush. Congressman Grant had switched parties to become a Republican, and he is now trailing to Democrat Pete Peterson, who raised only $198,000 approximately at last count. But so again, the wall of money breaks down here and there, but more typical of what's happening here tonight is a case of Senator Howell Heflin of Alabama. He once said of the Republicans during this campaign, he called Republicans the Grey Poupon crowd, the Gucci, Poochie, Coochie shoe-wearing, Mercedes-driving, polo-playing, jacuzzi-soaking, Perrier drinking, Aspen skiing, ritzy rich. But when you look at the campaign contributions, when Gucci shoe is on the incumbent's foot. Senator Heflin raised about $3.2 million. He's the winner now.
Thank you, Brooks. Let's go now to Minnesota. Incumbent Republican Senator Rudy Boschwisch is talking up there. Let's listen to this.
I think that tonight we are going to elect a governor, and you're going to re-elect a senator from Minnesota as well.
The way the board looks right there. Our coverage will continue in a moment. Brooks Jackson and the quote from still, we'll be right back.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, reliability.
The quality of today's Fords, Lincolns, and Mercurys is no accident. It's engineered into every car and truck we build. We bump before you bump. We open and close. We brake, we shake, we get in and get out. We freeze, we start. When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
Right now, astonishing changes are taking place throughout the world.
Now, look at it this way. Change is opportunity. They do things a little differently here. You may want to change your approach.
How can you keep ahead in a world that keeps changing? With Citibank, more people turn to us for a new home, an education, the good things in life. 1 in 4 American families, over 30 million people worldwide.
It'll give our customers some choices they didn't have before.
Use our resources, our energy, our ideas, not just the bank.
This is going to make a difference.
Citibank.
Now, we're going to give the business flyer what the business flyer is demanding. So we're going to say to them, at a coach fare on Eastern, you book and fly first class. We're going to give them a corporate rate that the corporate travel manager will approve. This is not a short-term promotion. This is a fundamental change in the way in which we're going to market business travel in the airline industry today, and Eastern is going to lead that effort.
If you sometimes feel like an underdog in business, here's a whole new way to compete. Make one phone call to Sprint and a telecommunications specialist will custom design a small business package just for you. It'll have all the cutting-edge technology that only big business used to be able to afford.
10,000 by the 30th. We're in business.
So you can get to be one of those big, rich companies that everybody resents.
Mary Tillotson is in the Midwest. Mary?
Bernie, the voting is all over in that part of the country. Now everybody just has to see the votes counted. And CNN, as of this point, is calling incumbent Governor Terry Branstad a winner in Iowa. Also, incumbent Senator Tom Harkin. We're declaring the winner in his race against Tom Talkey. That was considered a very close race, but we see here that Harkin is predicted to win with a 10% lead over Talkey. In the Illinois governor's race, Democrat Neil Hartigan is ahead of Republican Jim Edgar, but there is still no clear picture of just who is going to win that race. As you can see, Hartigan has 52%, Edgar has 48%, and only 37% of the votes are in at this point. It's exactly the same sort of situation in Michigan, where incumbent Democratic Governor Jim Blanchard is hoping to win a third term by beating John Engler. Blanchard is predicting a long night.
We said all along this would be a very close election, and it is. We may not know the result until very late tonight. We may not know the result until the more than 200,000 absentee ballots are counted. But I can tell you, when the final result is in, our victory will be due to the fact that you believed in Michigan.
It may be a long night in Minnesota as well. It's a state that uses paper ballots, and that was going to take long enough, but we've got two close races cooking there. With 6% of the vote in, incumbent Democratic Governor Rudy Perpich has 52%, and Arne Carlson, the Republican state auditor who got into this race only 8 days ago, is very close with 48% of the vote. That's extraordinary if you consider that Carlson got into this race on the heels of a sex scandal that brought the first Republican gubernatorial candidate, John Grunseth, to grief. It's pretty much the same story, only even closer in the Senate race in Minnesota, with 7% of the vote in. Rudy Boschwitz has 51%, Paul Wellstone, the Democratic contender, 49%, and that's extraordinarily close. Wellstone is a college professor. He ran Jesse Jackson's state campaign in Minnesota in 1988, and he has had enormous success making fun of the vast campaign war chest that Boschwitz put together. He has pictured himself as a sort of David versus Goliath. In Nebraska, incumbent Republican Governor Kay Orr is still fighting to keep her job. 51% of the vote is in there now, and it is neck and neck with Ben Nelson. That one is obviously too close to call. We have called Nebraska Senator Jim Exon's re-election as going his way. You can see the vote there. Again, half the vote in the state counted, and he's got nearly a 60% lead. Hal Dobb, the Republican candidate, a former congressman, has only 41%. South Dakota Senator Larry Pressler appears to have won re-election as well, 15% of the vote in. Pressler is leading with 54% of the vote. In fact, as Ken Bodie was pointing out, Bernie, for all the talk about voter wrath aimed at sitting members of Congress, we're not seeing it in our Senate races in the Midwest. All the other incumbent senators in our region apparently have won this evening, including Nancy Kassebaum in Kansas, Paul Simon in Illinois, Carl Levin in Michigan, Dan Coates in Indiana. We're not seeing any evidence of the throw the rascals out sentiment. Bernie?
Certainly not those incumbents with the fat wallets and purses. Thank you very much, Mary Tillotson. If you just have arrived home anywhere and you've turned us on, we're bringing you our election 1990 coverage. And if you're wondering what's coming up, very shortly we're going to be hearing from Brooks Jackson. He's been in Washington. He's been following the money for us throughout this election coverage night, telling us who did what. And Ken Bodie, of course, to my right here, he's the National Issues Desk man. He's getting the trends, the raw information from those exit polls, explaining what it means. Rick Allen, you're going to hear from him later on tonight. He's the man who's watching these candidates' media campaigns, the guys the candidates paid a lot of money to. How did their horses do? And the Capitol Gang coming up very, very shortly from Washington at 10 before the hour. In the East, Frank Sesno, you had a lot to say the last time, Frank, and since that time, you've got a winner there in New Jersey.
Well, we do. In fact, in New Jersey, we are now saying that, no, let me take a break right now. We're going to go to Washington and Mayor Marion Barry. We understand we can listen into him live. He's running for city council.
Thank you so much. Thank you. An amazing grace. How sweet the sound. Saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Blind, but now I see. And I've used these words in the time of triumph, but they're also appropriate in the time of trial and tribulation. That's right. Although this election didn't go our way, our campaign has been successful. We have taken our case to the people. That's right. Without our running, the whole issue of jobs for our young people would have been raised, wouldn't it? Without our running, services for our seniors would not have been raised in this campaign. Without our running, fair taxes wouldn't have been raised. Without our running, the whole question of minority businesses would not have been raised. And so to our supporters, this is not the time for tears. This is the time for a feeling that we have succeeded in taking our case to the people, aren't we? We're taking our case to the people. That's right. And so I want to congratulate all of the winners. First of all, I want to congratulate Anita Barnes, my campaign manager.
Former D.C. Mayor Marion Barry tonight saying sobering words of thanks to his supporters. The race for city council, for which he was running, is so far officially too close to call, but that sounds all the world like a concession speech from Marion Barry. Marion Barry, who was convicted on possession of cocaine charges. Marion Barry, who for all intents and purposes bows out of D.C. politics with this turn of events. Back to our report on what exactly is going on in the East. Let's start with Massachusetts. What had once been called the Massachusetts miracle tonight looks like a Massachusetts muddle, too close to call, as John Silber and William Weld battle it out for governor, both feeling the heat and responding to the causes of economic slump in Massachusetts. In fact, as we take a look at why voters have told us that they've cast their ballots for both of those men, we see right atop the issue, the issues list in both cases, for Silber and for Weld, the state's economy predominant on people's minds. That is because Massachusetts is suffering a very severe economic downturn now, and it is why Michael Dukakis's fortunes took a nosedive over these last several months. In Maine, there continues to be a battle there, with 19% of the precincts reporting still too close to call, or at least too close to call officially. But as you can see, the Democrat, Joseph Brennan, has opened up a 10 percentage point lead over Jock McKernan. McKernan feeling the heat. He was raked over the coals by Brennan for the state of the economy in Maine, which also is suffering that same regional decline most of the New England states are feeling. Over in Vermont as well, the economy had some fallout, but we are now calling, CNN now calling, former Vermont Governor Richard Snelling the winner. This is a crossover. This is a change. Snelling, a Republican, taking a seat that had been held by Madeline Kunin, the Democrat. And what we're going to do is backtrack just a minute here. We just concluded talking a little bit about Massachusetts, and Richard Roth is there in Massachusetts at the Silber headquarters. What's the mood there, Richard?
Well, the mood here is a nervous expectation. It was a little bit subdued a few hours ago, but as early returns showed John Silber, the Democratic candidate, leading, things picked up a bit. However, two local Boston television stations have projected the Republican William Weld to be the next governor of Massachusetts. With me right now is the press secretary for the Democratic candidate John Silber, Michael Riggenberg. What's the reaction so far of the Silber campaign to these projections showing that Weld will win?
We think it's slightly premature, to say the least. From what we've been able to gather from the results that we're getting, the hard numbers, John is still leading. In fact, the TV stations that projected the winner are also showing that John is maintaining a narrow lead, about 2%. And the returns are confusing. There are areas where we expected John to do very well. He's winning, but not by a lot. There are areas where Bill Weld should have done very well. He's winning by not a lot. So it's a little too confusing, and it's too close to call.
There was a report that John Silber had been told he will lose this race, that the early numbers were showing that.
And that's absolutely a false rumor. a TV station got on and said that, and that's just absolutely not true. We will know, John Silber will not declare until we know one way or the other whether he's won or lost.
Okay, the wait continues here at the Democratic candidates' headquarters. And now back to Bernard Shaw in Washington.
Thank you, Richard. The Capitol gang is waiting to come on from Washington, as they have done throughout the night. We'll go to them when we come back.
Ford, profiles in quality. Pride.
When you get pride, you get quality. That's what I said back in '81.
And today we still have that same pride.
And from what we hear, a lot of people think we're doing a pretty good job.
You can hear the quality.
You can see the quality.
You can feel the quality in the way it handles.
Thanks.
That's what happens at Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln when quality is job one.
Barbecue? Sure, but summer's over.
We apologize. We're going to take you to Vermont. The chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Claiborne Pell, speaking.
We here at home have tremendous problems to deal with. But with the grace of God and with a spirit that is a remarkable trait for the state of Rhode Island, I want to say to you all, God bless you.
A great name from the United States Senate there, a little bit hunched over. Former Senator John Pastore, one of the great orators from the Senate, and Senator Pell just beyond Senator Pastore there. Let's listen in to what's happening in Providence.
30 years ago, I had the honor of escorting Claiborne Pell's father up the freight elevator in this hotel on the night of the Senator's great primary victory in the first year he was elected to the Senate. Whether most of you know it or not, he licked three former governors in that primary. Claiborne and Nuala Pell have been my personal friends for 40 years, and nothing could give me greater personal feeling and warmth than to stand on this platform tonight as the governor-elect of Rhode Island and to congratulate the senator on his 6th victory and election to the United States Senate. Since that night 30 years ago when he was first elected, Claiborne Pell has belonged to Rhode Island, to the United States, and to the world. His legend of accomplishment in the United States Senate has helped the young, the old, and the poor. And everything that he has done has been done with a grace and a friendliness that endears him to everyone. I am overjoyed that the voters of Rhode Island have today reaffirmed their love and support for Claiborne Pell. It is a result that makes us all happy.
Well, Claiborne Pell now getting ready to talk to his supporters as distinguished chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
He was considered, Bernie, to be in very big trouble when this election started. It is a tradition almost for Foreign Relations Committee chairman to be defeated in elections, and Claiborne Pell had a strong challenger. But 150,000 Rhode Islanders have gone to college on Pell Grants. They didn't forget tonight. It was a very, very gentle Senate campaign. Claudine Schneider, his Republican opponent, never was insulting. It was considered the most gentle Senate campaign of the year. And now we have Senator Claiborne Pell, age 71, returning to the Senate.
In the South, the man from Georgia, the House Republican whip, Newt Gingrich, what is happening in that race?
Now, that's one that nobody expected. Newt Gingrich, however, having insulted his own president in the budget battle, is probably the congressman right now being rooted to lose both by the President of the United States and by the Democrats. Was almost certain that he was going to be the challenger for Speaker when Bob Michael retires in a couple of years, but Newt Gingrich is getting the fight of his life, and he's getting it from a young man named David Worley, who has really waged this battle mostly on local issues. Not issues of national importance at all, but local issues right here in Georgia. And, well, it's too close to call at this point, and obviously the Capitol gang is going to have plenty to say to us about Newt Gingrich.
You know who I'm looking forward to hearing tonight? Not just the members of the Capitol gang, Buchanan, Kinsley, Novak, and who's the other member of the gang? I've got a middle.
Shields. Mark Shields.
Sorry, Mark. But I'm looking forward to hearing Ed Rollins, Mr. Republican, the man in charge of victory in the House. I'm looking forward to hearing Ed Rollins here on CNN tonight. I can't wait.
Rollins also had his quarrel with the president, Bernie.
Our coverage of this election 1990 will continue in a moment. I'm really sorry, Mark.
The Fantastics, starring Robert Goulet.
I can see it shine.
You've never seen it before. Not like this.
Soon it's gonna rain. I can feel it.
Robert Goulet in New York's longest-running musical.
Try to remember, and if you remember...
The Fantastics.
November 13th through the 18th. Call now for tickets at Ticketmaster.
For 70 years, a slowly baked ham from Lay's has been a treasured family tradition. And today, that delicious heritage continues with Lay's new baked ham, a specially trimmed half ham, slowly baked for 16 hours. Tender old-fashioned baked ham, ready to serve. Ask your grocer for Lay's new baked ham.
Maximum Advantage Checking from South Trust Bank.
Celebrating a decade of achievement. This is CNN.
CNN Election 90. Election Night with Bernard Shaw.
It's 11 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast here in the United States and 8 o'clock out west. The polls have just closed in California, where the outcome of that high-priced, high-profile gubernatorial contest between Democrat Dianne Feinstein and Republican Pete Wilson is a question mark. This race, Ken Bodie, is just too close to call.
Too close to call. It's Dianne Feinstein trying to become the first woman governor of California, running against Pete Wilson, the biggest vote-getter in the history of California. In this one, it's a political race. There's not much ideologically separating these two candidates. In fact, one reporter in California suggested that given the difference between them on issues, they may have been twins separated at birth, Bernie. But what is at stake is the right to reapportion the state of California and do some permanent damage to the Republican Party in that state if Dianne Feinstein wins, because the Democrats control both the California House and the California Assembly and the California Senate. So the stakes, the political stakes in this race are just very, very high.
7 biggies.
Seven big seats. Right.
I can understand that reporter would say that the twins, each is 57 years old. One's a mayor of San Diego, the former mayor, the other's a former mayor of San Francisco.
And there wasn't a big ideological difference between these two candidates. They fought it out mostly, as I said, on political turf.
We have a call to make in the state of Oregon. Let's show you. That was an open seat, and Barbara Roberts, the Democrat, she has won in Oregon. Out in Hawaii, a close one. The Republican Party has its fingers crossed. No winner yet. Incumbent Daniel Akaka filling out Spark Matsunaga's term. Patricia Saiki, still no winner, too close to call. Let's take a look at some of the unresolved races to the moment. Texas, 50% of the precincts are in. This is the way it looks between Clayton Williams and Ann Richards. 40% of the precincts are in from Massachusetts. Silber leading by 3 percentage points. In Illinois, Neil Hartigan, the state attorney general, battling Jim Edgar. 41% of the precincts are in. Up in Minnesota, this is the way the race between Perpich and Carlson looks for the governor's chair. Minnesota, this is the Senate race between Boschwish and Wellstone. Boschwish leading there, 52% to Wellstone's 48%. In Maine, two men who've served in Congress now, they're battling it out for the governor's chair in Maine. This is the way Brennan and McKernan are breaking down. Out in Nebraska, Kay Orr, the governor of Nebraska, she really has a battle on her hands with 59% of Nebraska's precincts in. In Michigan, the incumbent, Blanchard, trailing on our board here. Engler is out in front of Governor James Blanchard with 36% of Michigan's precincts in. In Oregon State, we do not have a winner in that close race for the Senate. Mark Hatfield trying to return to Washington. The millionaire scientist, businessman Harry Lonsdale putting up quite a fight there, but we cannot declare a winner in that close race. Dan Blackburn is on Nob Hill in San Francisco. Dan?
Here in San Francisco, the enthusiasm level is slowly beginning to rise. What people in Dianne Feinstein's camp believe is that for the first time they are seeing the possibility that they could win this election. And that is a big turnaround for a lot of people on the Democratic Party side of the affair tonight. Because for the last several weeks, all of the polling, all of the internal polling, as well as that's been done publicly, has suggested that this was going to be Pete Wilson's race. That now tonight, the feeling is in the Feinstein camp, may not be the case. This is a campaign that has gone from not quite gloom and doom, but at least to a situation of deep concern, to a status tonight where they are beginning to believe that they could see the possibility of a dim light of victory at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, what they are also telling us, and I have spent quite a bit of time in the last hour or so reviewing their numbers as well as other figures that we are seeing here tonight, is that they believe this will be a very, very long night, that absentee ballots may hold the key, and that in point of fact, they believe there may not be a winner clearly established tonight in the California governor's race. So as far as the Feinstein campaign is concerned, they're seeing better news tonight than they had hoped for. They are also predicting now, or at least feeling, that they may see a long, long night, and that indeed their candidate may not come down to talk to this crowd at all until very late in the evening.
Dan, absentee ballots and the very long propositions California voters have to go through?
Well, you know, that's really a big factor here. This is a very, very lengthy ballot. If absentee ballots hold the key to this election, we're not talking 24 hours or 48 hours. Some of the election officials tell me here tonight that we could be looking at 2 weeks before you know who won this election, if it is indeed as close as they figure. I looked at some figures a short while ago that suggested, among the vote analysts that they have here, that this race could be decided by 100,000 votes. If that is indeed the case, then you could be talking about a governor's race in the biggest state, most populous state in the nation, that may not have an answer for several days.
Dan Blackburn on Nob Hill at Feinstein headquarters at the Fairmont Hotel. In the West also covering for us tonight, Gene Randall. Gene?
Bernie, the polls are just closing in Hawaii, and exit poll information tells us that Republican Representative Patricia Saiki is not getting a large women's vote, and that could be important. Importance also will be attached to how well she does with her Japanese-American community if she is to fulfill the GOP's best hope for picking up a U.S. Senate seat over interim Democratic Senator Daniel Akaka. In Idaho, CNN now is calling a winner, and that is Republican Congressman Larry Craig, a winner over Democrat Ron Twilliger. Craig had a huge fundraising advantage in this race to succeed Republican Senator James McClure, who is stepping down. We're calling Larry Craig the winner. In the California governor's race, exit poll information tells us that Democrat Dianne Feinstein is doing very well indeed, with voters who made up their minds late on how to vote for governor, and that could be important. The former San Francisco mayor also is getting large margins of support from women, abortion rights voters, and backers of Proposition 128, the big green environmental reform package. And California voters worried about how the state's economy is doing also are voting in large numbers for Ms. Feinstein. Maybe most serious of all, Senator Pete Wilson, the Republican, is not doing as well as he would have hoped with his claim of better leadership qualities. Looking now at New Mexico, Democrats will pick up a governor's seat. Republican Gary Carruthers was prevented from running again under a now changed state constitution. Democrat Bruce King, who has been governor twice before, is being elected again over Republican Frank Bond, a member of the New Mexico House. In Colorado, Democrat Roy Romer wins a second term. Republican John Andrews loses his first run for elective office. The Senate contest in Colorado, Republican Congressman Hank Brown proved a difficult target for Democrat Josie Heath. Brown is the winner here. He'll take the seat being vacated by Republican William Armstrong, who is retiring. There is a term limitation question on the ballot in Colorado, a product of anti-incumbency in that state. This would limit terms for state office holders and members of the House and Senate. And once again, there is a constitutional question involved here when it comes to members of the House and the U.S. Senate. But this one is winning by a large margin. In Wyoming, the race for governor. Democratic Governor Michael Sullivan got little competition from Republican Mary Meade, whose father, Cliff Hansen, was twice elected governor of Wyoming. It didn't help Ms. Meade in this race. The U.S. Senate race in Wyoming, Republican Alan Simpson wins a third term over Kathy Helling, a political unknown who stays that way. In Idaho, the race for governor, Cecil Andrus wins re-election to a large extent because abortion faded as an issue. As Ken Bodie has mentioned, Andrus earlier this year vetoed a restrictive abortion bill passed by the Idaho legislature. Andrus wins over Republican Roger Fairchild. The Nevada governor, let's look again at this race we have just called. This is Republican Congressman Larry Craig winning over Mr. Twilliger, the Democrat Ron Twilliger, a former Boise City councilman. While only a few votes are in, we're basing this on exit poll information. And that's the latest from the West. Bernie?
Thank you, Gene Randall in the West. We still have not made a call in that seesaw battle for the Arizona governor's chair being vacated by Rose Moffett. Terry Goddard, the Republican, and Jay Fife Symington, the Democrat, are battling it out. When we can make a call, we will do so. Election 90 will be right back.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one, and by Extra Strength Tylenol Gel Caps. For everyday pain, nothing works better.
Ford profiles in quality, employee involvement.
If you're working together, you do a better job. I said that back in '82, and the quality of our cars and trucks is proof that it's working today.
Money alone won't build quality cars. You've got to have better designs.
Better designs don't mean a thing unless engineering can live up to the designs.
Engineering works only when everyone is committed to quality.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
It seems that every time you turn around these days, another pain reliever with ibuprofen in it is comparing itself to Tylenol. But you know what they can't say? They can't say they're gentler than Tylenol, because they're not. Tylenol won't irritate your stomach, the way ibuprofen sometimes can. That's a medical fact. And is it any wonder that today hospitals use Tylenol 14 times more than ibuprofen? Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
From the beginning, PC Kind has searched for simplicity. Zenith Data Systems is the solution. the seamless solution. First, to combine PC power and pre-installed software that lets you glide graphically, effortlessly between applications. The seamless solution, the perfect unity of hardware and software. Only at your Zenith Data Systems Medallion reseller.
Television news. To children of the 90s, it's the newest form of learning. And CNN Newsroom is bringing world events into the classroom. Kids of all ages see, hear, and feel history in the making.
You learn more, and you get to know what's going on around the world.
I can talk to adults a lot better.
And we really do have to listen and think.
I stand up in front of the classroom and I just go, I can't believe this.
This fall, bring CNN Newsroom to your school. Call 1-800-344-6219.
It really makes a difference across the board.
And as I slap my wrist for having told you that Terry Goddard of Arizona is a Republican, he's not, he knows it. He's a Democrat. I said that J. Fife Symington is a Democrat. He's not, he's a Republican. My apology. The big balance of power story this election day 1990 is in the grab for governor seats. Let's look at the latest numbers. 36 governor's posts are on the line. At this hour, CNN has called Democrats winners in 16 governor's races. That includes turnovers in Florida, Kansas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Rhode Island. And Republicans are declared winners in 8 races. That includes turnovers in Ohio and Vermont. Contests so far undecided, 11. Also a win for Lowell Weiker's A Connecticut party in that state's gubernatorial race. Now onto the Senate, where there are 35 seats up for grabs this election 1990. 17 are Democratic, 18 Republican. So far, CNN has called Democratic victories in 16 contests, including New Jersey, Iowa, and Massachusetts, and Republicans are declared winners in 15 other contests, among them North Carolina, Kentucky, and Colorado. 4 contests are still undecided. All 435 House seats are up for grabs this election day. To this moment, CNN estimates Democrats will win in 115 contests, while Republicans will secure seats in 77 races. The margin of error for this estimate is plus or minus 4 seats. Our senior White House correspondent, Charles Bierbauer, has been watching all this. Charles, how is the president doing on this election 90 night?
Well, the big prizes as far as the president are concerned is still to be decided, and those are those key governorships. You know, Bernie, it strikes me as interesting that of all those Senate races, I don't think any have changed hands as yet, hardly any in the House. It is that difficult to unseat an incumbent in Congress these days. But we've already seen more than half a dozen of the governor's offices change hands from one party to another and in both directions, which seems to suggest that if the voting public is unhappy, it is taking it out and demanding change at the governor's levels in the state houses. Of importance already, the loss of the Florida race to the Republicans. That's one that President Bush campaigned heavily for, and nowhere has he campaigned more heavily than in the states of Texas and California. And if the president has any cause to worry, it is in both of those. You know, as we followed the president around Texas the last couple of days, he kept reminding us of Ann Richards' keynote address at the Democratic Convention a couple of years ago. He'd say he had this standard joke when he and Clayton Williams, the Republican candidate, showed up, saying they had trouble getting through the metal detectors with their silver feet. That was Ann Richards' line about George Bush. The problem that Mr. Bush had in Texas is the tin foot of Clayton Williams. He is a difficult candidate to campaign for. He has fallen steadily behind. George Bush, it appears, has not helped him. And even more so with all the campaigning that Mr. Bush did for Pete Wilson in California. If those early indications are that Dianne Feinstein is closing, well, Bernie, that is precisely what the White House and the president's aides were most worried about. Bernie?
Thank you, Charles Bierbauer up in Washington. And as Charles was telling us, I was just thinking California is going to pick up 7 new districts going to Washington. Texas will pick up 3 and Florida 4. A lot of jockeying, 92 just on the horizon, and the Democrats. What about the class of 92?
Bernie, we had some questions in our exit polls that are sort of interesting on that today. Not good news for most of the Democratic potential challengers to George Bush. In New York, Mario Cuomo won a landslide re-election, but 51% of the voters in that state said they did not think he would make a good president. And half of New Jersey's voters said the same thing about their incumbent Democratic Senator Bill Bradley. In Texas and Colorado, pluralities of the voters there today said that they didn't think that Senator Lloyd Bentsen or Congresswoman Pat Schroeder would make a good presidential candidate. And in Arkansas, Bill Clinton won re-election today, but 53% of the voters of Arkansas said they were negative about their governor as a good president. The only candidates for whom there was good news today in our Election Day voter poll was Al Gore of Tennessee, Sam Nunn here in Georgia, and Bob Kerrey of Nebraska. By their voters in their own states, they were all considered by majorities of those voters to be potentially good presidential candidates. And there you have it, Bernie.
And we have for you a CNN declaration. There is a winner in Texas. CNN is declaring the winner of the governor's race in Texas. Say that again to me, Bob Fernot. I don't want to get it wrong. Ann Richards. Ann Richards has won the race in Texas, a race that Charles Bierbauer was just discussing. They, of course, this is a seat which the Democrats will pick up. We just had mentioned that when it comes to redistricting next year, Ken, Texas is going to have 3 additional members in the House of Representatives in Washington. And, of course, it helps. This is the margin with 61% of the precincts reporting now. Ann Richards over Clayton Williams, 52% to Williams, 48%. And as Charles Bierbauer indicated, George Bush really worked the state of Texas the last 3 days here, and he voted this morning and flew back to Washington.
Yes, it has to be considered a little bit of a personal loss for George Bush in that state, but it's really a big win for the Democrat, Ann Richards, and for the Democratic Party. This gives them 2 of the 3 big governor's races now. Florida, with Lawton Chiles winning the governorship, change in the party alignment in Florida, and now the Democrats will control redistricting in 2 of the 3 biggest states. So Clayton Williams, the late deciders, I'm told, Bernie, had something to do with this. At the last final polls, we noticed that about 13% approval ratings is what they had, both Ann Richards and Clayton Williams, among the voters who decided late. Only 13% considered either one of them to have positive ratings. The late deciders tended to break slightly for Richards, but they really were the sort of voters who just didn't want to make their minds up in this race at all.
Rick Allen has settled in to my left. Ann Richards has won it in Texas.
Bernie, one of the big questions in this entire campaign season is how women run, how they cope with the gender gap. And in Texas, there's been a particular question of how you deal with a state that's widely seen as male chauvinism, a state where Clayton Williams once had a 30-point lead over Ann Richards. And the answer seems to be that, at least in her case, you sit back and you let Clayton Williams do the work for you by being a chauvinist. He said he was going to head her and hoof her and drag her through the dirt, and then he refused to shake her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
Clayton.
that's what you are. You've lied about me, you lied about Mark White, you lied about Jim Maddox. Let me tell you something. I'm going to finish this deal on your counter.
Well, I tell you what,
Yes,
Clayton.
sir, I don't shake your hand.
Oh, Clayton, that's too bad. Not very sportsmanlike.
And what do you think about that?
Just a devastating thing not to shake somebody's hands in the state of Texas and to start throwing around the word liar. By contrast, in another state that is proving closer than we had expected and where the women's agenda seems to be playing a role out in California, where Dianne Feinstein is doing well. We'll show you one of her commercials later. She approached it a little bit differently, Bernie.
Thank you, Rick. I had said earlier that I'm looking forward to Ed Rollins. We'll be talking to him when our coverage resumes.
Profiles in quality, customer satisfaction.
Today we realize that quality's got to be number one.
I said that back in '82, and today it's truer than ever.
The looks attracted me, but the performance sold me.
After 2 years, it still shines like new.
We love hearing things like that.
The only thing better than a sable
is two sables.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
When the party of the first part achieves control of 51,
Nation caused productivity to rise an estimated 50.
the manufacturing division is currently operating at full.
A successful reallocation of resources is how to decide.
Occasionally, mergers produce results that individuals would find impossible to produce on their own. State-of-the-art software and service worthy of it.
Bit by bit, putting it together. Piece by piece, the way to make an ideal work. Every moment's contribution, every detail plays a part. Just a vision's no solution. It all depends on execution. Putting it together, that's what counts. Ounce by ounce, putting it together. Putting it together.
Behind every great accomplishment, there is always a document. A document that bridges the gap between what can be and what will be.
Putting it together, putting it together, putting it together.
Xerox technology helps people transform ideas into documents that change the world. Faxing, scanning, copying, publishing. Xerox, the document company.
Putting it together, putting it together, putting it together.
The co-chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee is Ed Rollins. He joins us now from Washington.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
How are you, Bernie?
I'm well. How are you? You're the man who wrote that letter urging that certain Republican candidates ignore your president, your party leader, and campaign because he has abandoned his no new taxes pledge. Ed, how are those people you so advised doing tonight?
Well, actually, most of them are doing quite well. Obviously, there's a mixed bag out there in the races, both the governor's races, some of the Senate races, and obviously the House races. A little early on all the House races, but those who put some distance on the tax positions are obviously holding in there, doing well.
And how is George Bush doing tonight?
I think the president's doing fine. I mean, obviously, this is not a referendum on George Bush. He runs for re-election in 1992. Obviously, this is a lot of individual contests with a lot of different plays in them. You know, when we win a state like Ohio and lose a state like Florida, it doesn't have anything to do with George Bush. It has to do with the candidacies in those various states. Well,
he put a lot of his prestige on the line. He spent several days in Texas. He campaigned for Martinez. It doesn't matter?
Well, obviously, this president has been very unselfish with his time and has raised lots of money. Clady Williams, if he does go down to defeat, will have defeated himself in the last few weeks of this campaign by some behavior that obviously a lot of Texans may have felt was inappropriate.
Well, what did you feel about his behavior?
Beg pardon?
What did you feel about his behavior?
I thought that he could have won this race easily. He didn't have to get quite as negative in the end, and you always have to treat a lady like a lady, even if you don't like her politics, and I think that may have hurt him in the final analysis.
We had hoped to have your counterpart, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Ron Brown, on, but he canceled, so that's why you're solo, and that's not to
I can give you his lines if you
away
want.
from you. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Ken Bodie is here also.
Hi, Ken. How are you?
Hi, Ed. How are you? We have now the results in almost 200 House races, Ed, and of those 200 results, in this year that was supposed to be a year of great voter disaffection with incumbents, low ratings for Congress, we have only 3 turnovers in the entire House in all the results. Are we getting to the point where we all have to recognize that we have tenured government, where really these House seats are so uncompetitive that the elections are mostly over before the polls open, and we've got to address how we might do something about that?
I think realistically, by the time the night is over, you're going to see 4 or 5 incumbents on our side and 4 and 5 incumbents on their side go down to defeat. But in each case, it was some individual issue that drove it, not the institution per se, or not objections to the institution. There's no question there's tremendous advantages to incumbency, resources. I think when you find all of these races laid out, there'll probably be a 3-to-1 money advantage for incumbents over challengers. And obviously, you've got to level the playing field before you can have significant change.
Why, in your judgment, has not the Persian Gulf crisis and the Republican president's deployment of the force over there not been a factor in this election?
Well, first of all, nobody has run away from the president on this issue, with very, very few exceptions. Majority of Americans support the president. Vast majority of the members of Congress have stood up and supported the president. So I don't think it's a political issue at this time.
Anti-incumbency. Not too much made of it tonight based on what we're seeing in the exit polling and the results themselves. Do you expect this to really be a sleeper when it comes to 92?
No, I don't. First of all, there's going to be a lot of close elections tonight. Even though incumbents may not be defeated, there are a number of incumbents right today, right now, getting scares. And obviously they're doing all kinds of tabulations and may end up winning in the final analysis, but they're scared. They're not going to get the 60 or 70% votes that they got 2 years ago. I don't think the anti-Washington mood ends today. I think it begins again tomorrow. And obviously, if you find the next 2 years with a lot of disarray and a president trying to drive the country one way and a Democratic Congress trying to drive the country the other way, the American electorate is going to make its judgment in 1992 on which party, which agenda was the correct agenda.
Ed Rollins, thanks very much.
Thank you.
When we come back, the governor of Virginia.
Waterbeds is helping Santa by offering a large selection of linens, padded rails, and children's beds this Christmas. And Santa likes our free layaway, too. Wonderful Waterbeds, where your satisfaction is our pleasure.
I'm Tom Brokaw. In Nashville and the Mid-South, NBC is proud of its news partnership with the market leader, WSMV Channel 4. Now, WSMV brings you not only the quality of its highly acclaimed newscast, but introduces News Extra, news when you need it, 17 times a day. So tune in to WSMV Channel 4 for the best in local news with News Extra and The Scene at 6 and 10. And join me at 5:30 for the best in national news, NBC Nightly News.
What's soft, warm, and snuggly on a cold winter's night?
A wonderful waterbed.
It's the perfect gift that lasts for years, but says I love you every night. Wonderful Waterbeds, where your satisfaction is our pleasure.
Celebrating 10 years of growth. This is CNN.
Now that the polls have closed in every state except Alaska, we're starting to get a better idea of what the balance of political power is going to look like. Let's take a look at the numbers at this hour, starting with the Senate. There are 35 Senate seats at stake in election 1990, 17 Democratic, 18 Republican. So far, CNN has declared Democratic winners in 16 races. That includes winners in New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Illinois. Republican candidates have won 15 races, including those in North Carolina, Indiana, and Texas. Neither party has picked up a Senate seat that previously belonged to the other party. And while there haven't been any turnovers among the Senate contests, those governor's races have provided plenty of excitement on this election night. This is how the balance of power looked going into election 1990. 29 Democratic governors, 21 Republicans. At stake this year, 36 governor seats, 20 of them held by Democrats. At this point, CNN says that it is declaring the Democrats the winners in 17 races, including Texas, Florida, Georgia, and Oregon. Republicans have won 8 governor seats in Iowa, South Dakota, Vermont, among others. The governor's race in Connecticut has been won not by a Republican or a Democrat, but instead by a Connecticut party of former Senator Lowell Weicker. Ken Bodie, interesting figures.
Well, Bernie, it is said that this election in California is the most important non-presidential election of the 1990s so far, and it certainly is we see now, what, a 40% with only a few votes in California. It certainly is the most important election remaining tonight, because if Dianne Feinstein wins this election, it will give the Democrats a sweep of all three big gubernatorial races tonight. And that will be really the most important outcome, the way we have to read this election tonight. Florida, Texas, and possibly California. California is so big in the next presidential sweepstakes that it by itself will have 20% of the electoral votes needed to win the presidency, Bernie.
We're going to hear from the governor of Virginia, Douglas Wilder, in a moment. We'll be talking to him live. But first, let's pause for Susan Rooks. She reports on a breaking story. Susan?
Bernie, a huge fire is reported at this hour at the Universal Studios in Los Angeles. A brisk wind is feeding the fire in the rear lot of the studios. This is, by the way, just a quarter of a mile from the spot where Republican candidates have been watching election returns. Officials say the blaze has already caused millions of dollars in damage. There have been no immediate reports of injury. We will keep you posted on the latest. Now back to our coverage of Election 90. Bernie?
Thank you. Well, Governor Wilder is in our studios up in Washington. Welcome.
Thank you, Bernie. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Always good to have you. What do you make of everything that's happening? Let's first talk about what's happening at the State House level, these gubernatorial races.
Well, I'm very pleased with this. I was in Texas with Ann Richards last Saturday, and I sensed in the air that victory was imminent. And I'm so pleased to see what is taking place that I can't say that I'm surprised. Having been there with her, I can tell you that it's a great, great feeling to see that she's winning, and I congratulate her.
California, very close. Our man out there indicates that quite possibly it'll be days before we know who will have won that race.
That will be a very, very important race. As you know, the governors will be involved in redistricting, as you pointed out. California is a big, big state. Florida and Texas likewise. So the three races that are very important as far as redistricting and taking larger areas in terms of the congressional delegations would be those three states, and California is pivotal.
What happened in North Carolina, aside from the obvious that the incumbent Republican Jesse Helms is going back to Washington? You campaigned, you wanted to see Harvey Gantt win. What do you make of that race?
Well, I never believed in those polls. I went through it last year. I knew what the pre-election polls showed, and I also knew what some of the exit polls showed, and you can't rely on them. I think Harvey ran an excellent race, and he is running an excellent race, and to the extent that people never thought that he would mount a serious candidacy in North Carolina. People are now becoming to see that that can take place. The South can produce winners, and that those kinds of things that would have been prohibitive in the past are not going to be deterrents in the future.
Ken Bodie's got a question for you.
Yes. Hello, Governor Wilder.
Ken, how are you?
Fine.
Good
how
to see
are you,
you,
sir?
Fine, sir.
You know that both in New Hampshire and in Iowa, your name appears on the exit poll as a potential presidential candidate. Now, you've been around a couple of those states, given some speeches and so forth. How do you feel about the fact that you're being mentioned so early in your term as governor of Virginia as a potential presidential candidate?
Well, I think it's right early, and I'm trying to continue to be the best possible governor I can be in Virginia. I'm gratified by the kind of support that we're receiving, and yet I do want to engage in the forum to discuss the issues relative to what's important for the American people. And I think that Democrats can win in 1982. I've said it for a long time. I felt they could win in 1990, and they're doing that. And I think we can win in 1991. I'm flattered and gratified to hear the kinds of things that are being said.
Bernie, that's at least a toe in the water.
That's a toe in the water, and indeed, some of our exit polling indicated, Ken Bodie cited it a short while ago, Governor, you might have heard it, that people leaving the polls in New York indicated, what is it, 51% said they did not think that Cuomo would be a good president.
Cuomo had that problem, Bradley had that problem, Pat Schroeder in Colorado had that problem, and virtually everybody did.
If you had to, if your life depended on it, and the answer depended on it, whom would you say right now is the front runner for your party's nomination?
Well, you know, Bernie, you asked that question in a debate not too long ago.
No, I didn't ask it like that.
Yes, I know, but you spoke about a life being dependent on it, and in this instance, I don't think a life depends on it. I don't think there's any front runner. I don't think anyone is declared. I think the field is wide open, and I think Democrats can see as a result of what's taking place here this evening that any number can win.
Let's go to the man who was reelected tonight from North Carolina, the senior senator, Jesse Helms. Senator Wilder?
Yeah.
You're still there as Senator
right
Helms is basking in the applause of his supporters there.
Yeah, I see that, Bernie.
If you had to use 3 words to describe the outcome of this, what would be your feeling?
Not too good.
Thank you very much. How sweet it is!
You bet.
I'm sorry I'm so late, but I've been at home watching the grieving face of Dan Rather. Well, there's no joy in Mudville tonight.
Great Helms did not strike out. In Texas, lots of celebration. Ann Richards, hands spread open, enjoying the cheers of her supporters. She has won a long, tough, dirty, nasty campaign. Governor Wilder, you just told us on our air you were in the state campaigning for this lady.
Yes. And I was there last Saturday, and I can tell you, I felt it in the air. And I could see that people were rejecting somewhat of that reactionary opponent in terms of wanting to stay in the past and not looking to the future, not building, and pitting people against each other, pitting gender against gender. That isn't what the people of Texas wanted, and they've obviously shown that they deserve better.
What about this lady's negatives, though, in this campaign?
They weren't as high as her opponents. And to the extent that she took that and ran with it and won with it, I think it says a great deal in terms of how the people regard negatives and outweigh that with their positive influences at the polls.
She's quite a battler, isn't she?
She's quite a battler. She's a lady who doesn't give up. She's overcome tremendous odds, running in a state that had never had a woman governor, never had the opportunity to see what women could do. And when you consider her opponent was putting women down at every conceivable turn, her victory says far more than just winning the governor's race. She won for a lot of people.
Governor, thanks for joining us from Washington. Always good to talk with you.
Thank you, Bernie. Ken, my regards to both of you. See you soon.
Thank you, sir.
God bless.
Ken, Texas politics won't be the same, will it?
Well, I said this was a mudslide in Texas, and it was. It was a mudslide from the start of the primary, where she defeated the Attorney General of the state of Texas, Jim Maddox. It was a mudslide in the general election, and lots of negative campaigns, day after day, negative ads, and the voters in the state did register some disapproval of that. They said they didn't like the ads on the part of either Ann Richards or Clayton Williams. But in fact, it seems to work. At least the political experts that Rick Allen's been talking about tonight believe that negative advertising is really the key to moving voters quickly. Ann Richards and Clayton Williams used mostly negative advertising in this race.
And of course, when it comes to pickups, this indeed is a biggie for the Democratic Party.
It certainly is. This now means that the Democrats will control the reapportionment process in Texas. And when you have both the House and the Senate and the State House, the governor's chair, that's where you have an opportunity to do some real and lasting damage to your opponents in redrawing the district lines. And that'll mean redrawing the congressional district lines as well as redrawing the lines for the state legislature. Ann Richards will probably have some strongly partisan feelings on that subject, Bernie.
And Texas is going to get 3 additional seats due to redistricting next year. CNN is declaring that the incumbent in Oregon, Senator Mark Hatfield, who sort of laid back early on in the campaign, but he got hot when he saw his opponent was breathing down his neck. Mark Hatfield will be going back to Washington, CNN declaring him having won his race tonight.
I came over here because they said y'all were getting kind of rowdy.
As Ann Richards thanks her supporters now for all they did for her, we're going to take you up to Iowa now in that race, the Battle of the Toms. The incumbent, Tom Harkin, is going back to Washington, having beaten back that challenge from Tom Talkie.
In place. And they, too, are what this victory is about tonight. Policies of fairness and equality in our tax system, where the richest pay their fair share in our society. A policy of education that is second to none and is open to all. A policy of quality health care available to all and not just to those who can afford it. Policies for older Americans that ensure a decent and dignified retirement so they're not left out in the cold. Policies that enable our farm families and people in small towns and rural communities to share in a good quality of life. A policy of military spending adequate to our needs, but not a blank check for the Pentagon for Star Wars and B-2 bombers and MX missiles.
The surprises, the expected and the unexpected on this election 1990 night. Our coverage will continue in a moment.
Energy policy.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, vision.
The quality of the glass that goes into our cars is so important, we make it ourselves.
No other car company in the world does that.
Ford glass has to pass over 110 quality inspections. Our people check it, our lasers check it, our robots check it.
Our glass is so good, it not only goes into our cars, many other automakers put it in their cars.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Pentax News of the Week. Farmer with brilliant IQ shoots cow jumping over the moon. Here's the shocking photo. Here's his brilliant IQ. The Pentax IQ Zoom 105 Super with a powerful 105mm zoom lens. Brilliant.
We're here at an athletic shoe store to see people's reactions to this sneaker phone from Sports Illustrated. Now, the only thing is, we're not going to show it to them. We're going to let them discover it for themselves. Come on.
The sneaker's ringing.
This is a phone.
Can't believe it.
You like that?
Yeah. A sneaker phone, that's great.
Presenting the Sneaker Phone, only from Sports Illustrated. And it's yours free with your paid subscription to SI. It has push-button dialing, mute button, automatic redial, an on-off switch, and of course it plugs into a standard jack.
How much? It's free. Free?
The SI Sneaker Phone is yours free when you subscribe to 30 issues of Sports Illustrated for 3 low monthly installments of $14.97. That's over 45% off the cover price. So call now. The subscription includes the NFL and NBA previews, the year-end double issue, and the revealing 1991 swimsuit issue. So call now to subscribe to Sports Illustrated and get the Sneaker Phone free.
Hello? That's great.
Danny Berry hits the big time in his national TV debut. Cleveland versus Indiana. Whoa! Followed by the championship rematch. Detroit versus Portland. Friday at 8 Eastern on TNT. Bigger than life.
So far, apparently, as we look at the results tonight and as we look at the exit polling and everything else, Ken Bodie, it pays to be an incumbent, whether you're in the House or the Senate.
Well, we knew that going in, Bernie, but I don't think anybody really appreciated that even with this very strongly anti-incumbent attitude in the voters that we heard so much about, people running ad campaigns to throw everybody out. We have an S&L crisis that's costing the country $500 billion. We still would have the kind of no-change election that we're having. At the present time, with 199 House seats decided, we have only 3 incumbents who have lost. We have a new socialist representative from the state of Vermont, Bernie Sanders. We have a loss for the Republicans in Northern Virginia, Stan Paris, and we have a Democratic loss, Roy Dyson, in Maryland, the 1st District of Maryland, the Eastern Shore of Maryland. So that's all we have in the way of change right now, and that really amounts to the same old 99% re-election rate.
Let's go to North Carolina now. Harvey Gantt in his race with Senator Jesse Helms. Helms has won tonight, as we've been reporting, and he is coming down now, Ken, along with his wife, to talk to his supporters.
Thank you. You know I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Harvey Gantt in Raleigh, North Carolina. Jesse Helms, the winner. Gantt sounding very upbeat. The Capitol gang in Washington has been taking all this in. When we return, we will hear from them on this election, 1990.
I'm still...
Ford profiles in quality, protecting your investment.
It's really upsetting when something chips the paint on your new car. So today, we're demonstrating a remarkable chip-resistant spray we now apply at the factory to the critical areas of all our American-built cars.
Half this test tube was sprayed with it, half was not. Look for yourself. You can see the difference.
When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Not long ago, these women would have shied away from these hugs. You would too if you were wearing a diaper. But today, Johnson & Johnson brings you the breakthrough. Serenity Guards. Bladder control protection so advanced you'll never need anything bulky again. Serenity holds as much as something 5 times its size, locking liquid into a gel that won't leak. That's proven protection. So give yourself a hug for discovering Serenity from Johnson & Johnson.
Pentax News of the Week. Climber zooms up mountain just by using his IQ. Here are the amazing photos. Here's his amazing IQ. The Pentax IQ Zoom 700 with the 70mm power zoom lens. Amazing.
Tomorrow, while the U.S. ambassador defies the odds, maintains American presence in Kuwait, we'll meet his wife. Plus, tomorrow night, actress Victoria Tennant just back from the Gulf. Tomorrow night, Larry King Live, 9 Eastern on CNN.
As the ugly threat of war casts shadows on the Gulf, there is one source where President Bush checks Saddam Hussein's next move, and Kuwait's royal family gets news from home, where families of hostages and servicemen learn about loved ones, and King Hussein turns to offer peaceful resolution, where Iraq monitors UN sanctions and world reactions. The one source of information these people have is the source you have. 24 hours a day, CNN.
Bill Bradley has known what it's meant to be pressed against the wall, going right down to the wire. The senior senator from New Jersey did that tonight before he pulled it out, and he's talking to the people who love him right now. Let's listen.
For all those of you who are dissatisfied with government or your personal circumstance,
And even for those who voted against me as a sign of protest, I hear your voices too. I know you work hard, sometimes holding 2 jobs with your spouse working as well. I know you feel the pressure of housing prices, insurance rates, healthcare costs. I know your kids don't always have adequate child care, much less the prospect of a certain college education. I know you worry about the threat of drugs and the quality of our schools. I know you yearn for the days when only jails, not homes, had bars on the windows, and when violent crime occurred on TV, but not in the neighborhood. I know you don't distinguish between federal, state, or local taxes. To you, all taxes mean simply you work more for someone else. I know that all of you want a chance to be free of the constant financial pressure. And I finally know that you don't think politicians have much to offer. As I said to you when we met on the campaign trail, I understand. I really do. And however you voted, I'm glad I was there to listen, to feel your anger, and try to respond. And you've got my word that I'll try to make things better, to tell the truth, what I can do and what I can't do, and to lead on things that will make your future and your children's future better and brighter. Politics, on one level, is really very simple. It's about how we live our lives, how we deliver good schools and safe neighborhoods for our kids, how we assure them good health and an opportunity for good jobs. It's about how we guarantee our national security and protect our environment for our children and their children. It's about how we shape a new emerging world, one that comes from the end of the Cold War of the last 45 years. To see our future clearly requires many things. But above all, we have to stop seeing the world as a series of unending problems on the evening TV news and see the new possibilities, the connections, as someone said, between our highest aspiration and our deepest anguish, the bond that holds us together as New Jerseyans, Americans, human beings. During the last year, I woke many times, more than once, to the news of people marching in the streets, some dying for what we have, a democratic process. At those moments, I'm reminded that I'm a part of a unique bond between the people and their elected representatives. I'm legitimized by the people, as I have been again tonight. And that's why being U.S. Senator from New Jersey is a special trust, a trust to which I give my maximum effort, my clearest thought, and my absolute integrity. And I thank all of you for giving me that support once again. Thank you.
Ken Bodie, that sounds like the speech of a politician who's been stung the night and knows it.
That's exactly right. He's a politician who got a very late wake-up call, but he did get a wake-up call. Bill Bradley really didn't even see this wave coming, Bernie. There's always one that you can't forecast, and that was the one for tonight. Florio, Governor Jim Florio of New Jersey, the voters disapproved of Florio's handling of the tax matter by 80% tonight, and that's the backlash that got Bill Bradley. We do have some exit poll material on Bill Bradley tonight on whether the New Jersey voters wanted him to run for president, and you can see by the monitor right now, by the board right now, that 50% of them said no, 40% of them said yes. So overall, it has really not been a good night for Bill Bradley at all. Bernie?
Well, it's been a good night for the Capitol gang. They've been all over this country. They've been right, they've been wrong. You've agreed with them, you've disagreed with them. Pat Buchanan, what do you have for us now?
Well, Bernie, we're going to take up the case of not simply Bill Bradley getting a wake-up call. He's home free. Jesse Helms, incidentally, Mark, is home free. But somebody else got a wake-up call tonight, and that's George Herbert Walker Bush. He campaigned big in 3 Sun Belt states. That's Florida governorship, lost. Texas governorship, lost. California governorship may very well be in deep jeopardy. Bob, what do you think of all this?
I think it is an absolute, very bad setback for the president. One thing that we cannot really accept is that they're going to come out tomorrow and say, well, we didn't lose many seats in the House, in the White House. We didn't lose many seats in the Senate. So everything was pretty good. If they lose 2 out of the 3, if the Republicans lose 2 out of the 3 Sun Belt governorships, which they have, and then lose the 3rd one, that is big-time trouble, because what that does is that loses him the reapportionment of congressional seats in the 3 most populous Sun Belt states. It, in effect, loses the Republicans the decade of the 90s, when really the issue should have been going their way.
One of the really enjoyable things about this result in Texas is that Clayton Williams was probably the leading example of a guy running as, I'm an outsider, I'm Mr. Anti-Politics, I don't know anything about anything, and it turns out his ignorance really did him in, and the voters would just as soon have someone who does know a little bit about politics.
Now, don't be mistaken. They voted against Clady, not for Ann Richards.
All right, let me ask, how serious a problem is the presidential? He did put a lot of time and effort in these 3 Sun Belt states. California is hanging. The other 2 are gone.
I think it's a very serious setback. I do agree with Brother Novak on this, that George Bush concentrated his efforts, his energy, his talent, and his time. And let's be frank about this. Going into tonight, 3 Republican governors sat in the state houses of Tallahassee, of Austin, and of Sacramento. There's a good prospect that come next January 1st, you're going to have 3 Democratic governors. We're going to have 2 of them in Florida and Texas. And it's a serious setback, Pat, most of all because regardless of, and Bob is again right, regardless of the Republicans kind of holding off a debacle at the House level, at every level of government, the Democrats have increased their strength tonight.
Let me take up on that. Look, incumbencies. Look, there's no doubt governorships have been changing hands right and left, one part or the other. Senators, not a single incumbent tonight has thus far lost. House seats.
Although Rudy Boschwitz in Minnesota
Boschwitz is in trouble, okay, but not one thus far has changed hands. And we were talking about a dozen to 16 House seats or something like that. Republicans might lose tonight, which threatens Bush's veto strength. What is the situation right now?
As I add up the numbers, it looks to me like the probability is a 10 to 12 seat loss for the Republicans, which the White House will declare is just wonderful. It isn't. It takes the president out of his veto range. And the question is, what is the strategy for the next 2 years going to be when you can't hold off the marauding Democrats doing as Senator Harkin, as Senator
voted to elect them to do? Is that it?
No, as Senator Harkin was saying in Iowa, tax the rich. They think they've got the new formula defining the Republicans as the rich man's party, and if you can't sustain a veto, the president's in for big trouble.
That's a very Democratic sentiment, Bob. The Democrats are winning elections on this message, and it's too bad that Bush can't sustain a veto by overriding what the Democratically elected representatives...
He abandoned his own message.
Mark, you missed on Jesse Helms. Jesse made it through. Nice, clean win. Now we got Newt Gingrich. 80% of the vote is in on Newt, and he's 1,000 votes behind. Tell us how that one's going to come out.
My heart is with him, Pat. I got to tell you, we're down to the enclave theory. I mean, of rooting now. We mentioned Jesse every other paragraph because that's the one bright note that we've got for you tonight, and you're kind of hanging on to it. And if Newt goes down, I don't know what you're going to do. George Bush voted in the Houstonian Hotel in Houston. He voted absentee. He dropped his absentee ballot off with a concierge, I think, Bob. Isn't that how the Republicans vote?
Don't be insulting.
I'm sorry.
Bob, let me say one thing about Newt. Look, the conservatives, Jesse Helms, clearly Mr. Conservative, everybody's heart was with it, but there's no doubt that the leader in the House this year and one of the most prominent conservatives in the country is Newt Gingrich.
Well, he hasn't lost yet, but he is 1,000 votes behind. If he loses, it is a catastrophe for the conservatives. And the bigger catastrophe is how he is losing, why he's in trouble. He is losing the blue-collar vote.
Why?
And it is because the Bush policy alienates the blue-collar vote.
How's that?
And because when you tax them, you wouldn't know a blue-collar voter if he smacked you in the face.
But Bob,
when you tax the blue-collar voter, they say, the Republicans.
But there's one guy that stood up to Bush's Bush's tax program, one guy most identified with hostility and opposition to it, it was Newt Gingrich.
But life is unfair, Pat, and he is
What you're saying, your friends, the blue-collar voters, are so stupid that they're voting. They're voting against the guy who represents everything they're supposed to stand for. That's what you seem to be saying.
I think the worst thing you can present to the voters is absolute confusion, where the Republicans are going in two opposite directions. Right. There is no message. There is no theme. The Democrats, for the first time in a decade, have the theme, and the Republicans don't.
Pat, I think that Newt founded the Conservative Opportunity Society in the Congress. It was kind of a group of like-minded, new right supply-siders. I think the new president of it is Chuck Douglas of New Hampshire. Who lost tonight. So there's a vacancy there. There's going to be a couple of vacancies on the Republican side, Pat. Maybe.
Okay, we're going to talk about some of those issues and more, especially California, in the coming hour when our campaign coverage live continues.
CNN Election 90. Election Night with Bernard Shaw.
As we've been hearing throughout this night, those governor's races of 1990, that's where the real action has been on this election day, and the excitement is not yet over. As we wait for winners in key races, including the governor's contests in Massachusetts, Illinois, Michigan, and Minnesota, and then there's the real political gold mine of election 1990, California. At this hour, we are still waiting to find out which candidate, which party will strike it rich by winning the governor's seat in the Golden State. This is the way it looks now between Pete Wilson, the incumbent senator who is running for the State House, and Dianne Feinstein with, well, we show 1% of the precincts reporting, but you see the percentage breakdown so far. No winner yet. In Massachusetts, with 61% of the precincts in, it's still nip and tuck there in that race for the State House. In Michigan, no winner yet in that gubernatorial race. Incumbent James Blanchard being challenged by Engler. In Illinois, no winner to report to you between Jim Edgar and Neil Hartigan. Ken Bodie, it might be a little while before we
just have some news, Bernie, that Bill Bennett is resigning from the cabinet, resigning the position of drug czar tonight. An interesting time to decide to announce something like this, but we just received that breaking piece of news here.
I understand he's resigning for personal reasons. That's according to the Washington Post morning edition, and right away, a reporter's mind just goes to work here. Lynn Martin, who was put up to run against Paul Simon, the Democratic senator from Illinois who won re-election, one of the words around Washington was that quite possibly President Bush might name her, his friend, to the cabinet as the next labor secretary. And with Bill Bennett resigning for personal reasons, two possibilities.
Two cabinet jobs open, but also two candidates for those jobs, too. Claudine Schneider of Rhode Island, who was also recruited by the Republican Party to run against Claiborne Pell and who lost tonight, might also be in line for either one of those cabinet jobs, drug czar or labor secretary.
Two more races which we cannot call for you. The contest is still unsettled. In Minnesota, look at that. Rudy Boschwish and Paul Wellstone, the challenger. Boschwish, the incumbent. That one very tight. And out in Hawaii, Daniel Akaka, the incumbent, filling out the term of Spark Matsunaga, being challenged by Patricia Saiki. That is really nip and tuck. Minnesota is a state where the polls just closed, as well as Hawaii and Michigan. Up in Alaska, the gubernatorial race, we do not have a winner yet. That one is close too. Wally Hickel, the former Interior Secretary, indeed the former governor, and Knowles and Stergolowski, they are battling it out. At the Senate level, though, it's different. The atmosphere is clear. Incumbent Republican Ted Stevens will be going back to Washington.
Bernie, Ted Stevens at one point was asked in the Republican Senate conference about his opponent, to tell his fellow senators about his race, and Stevens could not remember the name of the candidate who was running against him. The financial disparity in this race was 2,000 to 1. Ted Stevens with an ability to outspend Michael Beasley by 2,000 to 1. And Beasley did have some strange ideas in that race. He considered abortion to be an international plot to eradicate America. And he also, I am told, was somewhat of a hermit. He was very difficult to find up in Alaska. So the Democratic National Committee denied Michael Beasley any money, and Ted Stevens denied him any seat in the Senate tonight.
Couldn't find him, huh?
Couldn't find him.
Is that why Stevens couldn't remember his name?
I don't know.
Gene Randall is watching the West. Gene?
Bernie, California is so important for both major parties, especially for the Republicans at this point, given what's happened earlier tonight in Texas and Florida. Here are the vote totals. Senator Pete Wilson with 55% of the vote, Dianne Feinstein with 41%. As expected, Wilson is getting about 2/3 of the Southern California vote. He was mayor of San Diego for 11 years. Feinstein is getting 2/3 of the vote in the Bay Area. She was San Francisco mayor for 9 years. In Oregon, Republican Senator Mark Hatfield, despite an aggressive campaign by Democrat Harry Lonsdale, is going on to his 5th U.S. Senate term. Political professionals will say Lonsdale peaked too early. Republican Mark Hatfield, an incumbent who for a while seemed a likely victim of anti-incumbency, has returned to the Senate from Oregon. In Hawaii, interim Democratic Senator Daniel Akaka is doing very well with Japanese American voters, and that will hurt Patricia Saike's bid to win this seat. She needs large numbers of Japanese American crossover voters. Additionally, Saike is getting only half the votes from women voters in Hawaii. Bottom line, the GOP may lose its best bet for picking up a Democratic Senate seat in Hawaii. 2 House races in the West could be directly affected by the S&L scandal. In California's 17th congressional district, longtime Republican incumbent Chip Pashayan, tied to indicted S&L figure Charles Keating, is in a tough race with Democrat Cal Dooley. No votes to report in that race yet. In Oregon's 5th congressional district, Republican Denny Smith, a board member of a failed S&L, trails Democrat Mike Kopetsky, who lost to Smith by only 700 votes 2 years ago. In the state of Washington, Democratic Congresswoman Jolene Unsold, who topped the GOP hit list this year, appears to be doing well enough to win over Republican Bob Williams. California had more than 24 ballot questions for voters today, by far the most controversial, Big Green, a wide-ranging package of environmental reforms. We're still waiting for numbers on Big Green. California had a pair of term limitation measures on the ballot, Propositions 131 and 140. 140 is the more restrictive. Both are winning. The one with the most votes will prevail in California. 2 ballot questions of note in the state of Oregon on abortion. One would outlaw abortion except in cases of rape, incest, or to save the life of the mother. 67% no. The other would require parental consent for women under 18 to receive abortions. 52% say no to that. Once again, we're waiting for returns from California. In the West, the big prize. Given what's happened in Texas and Florida, it is very important. Bernie?
Very important indeed. Thank you, Gene. In Texas, Ann Williams, the winner. She will be going to the State House there in Austin. Right now, she is receiving the plaudits. I misspoke. Ann Richards, the winner, of course, in Texas.
Teenage daughter to grow up and look as if they've been shedding a few tears here on election night. He has lost this election after spending some $20 million, about $8 million out of his own pocket. He is still vibrant, still upbeat, but the vote tabulations say a different thing than what he started out to do 22 months ago.
Appreciate it so much, you all coming out, your support. Modesta and I do thank you from the very bottom of our hearts. We can't. No. In addition to Modesta and I, I'd like Todd Smith and Buddy. Todd traveled with me 19 months. Buddy Barfield was the campaign manager. My middle daughter, Allison, and her husband. Her husband's a lawyer, but he's an Aggie lawyer, so it's all right.
CNN's coverage of election 1990 will continue in a moment.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford profiles in quality, reliability.
The quality of today's Fords, Lincolns, and Mercurys is no accident. It's engineered into every car and truck we build. We bump before you bump. We open and close. We brake, we shake, we get in and get out. We freeze, we start. When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
You're on your way. The world is opening its doors.
When I was growing up, Mom and Dad taught me that we've only got one planet and we'd better take care of it. Now I'm about to join a company that's committed itself to helping people preserve our wildlife and to finding new ways to protect the earth.
Yes, you can make a difference in what tomorrow brings.
Can't wait.
'Cause God lets you do great things.
Word is, Japan has it. The U.S. Air Force has it. Nearly half the Fortune 500, 3 major automakers, even a Major League team has it. The power of Northern Telecom. The world's most advanced voice and data equipment. Northern Telecom. Technology the world calls on.
While incumbents have not shown themselves to be totally invulnerable in election 1990, they've come pretty close. 23 governors wanted to stay on in their jobs. So far, 18 of the races involving them have been decided. 3 incumbents, all Republicans, have gone down in defeat. The re-election rate, 83%. In the Senate, 32 incumbents sought 6 more years in office. 30 of those races involving them have been decided. Not a single incumbent has been beaten. That's a re-election rate of 100%, significantly higher than the Senate return rate in the last midterm election. In the House, 406 incumbents sought to be sent back to Capitol Hill. 282 of their contests have been called. Only 5 have suffered defeats. The re-election rate, 98%. In short, members of the United States Congress enjoy more job security than members of the Supreme Soviet. Brooks Jackson in Washington, the ratio of spending incumbents to challengers.
Bernie, the Senate re-election rate of 100% so far is the highest we can find in the records we have here. In 1960, it was 97%. So if they all win tonight, it will be really something. We've done some back-of-the-Macintosh computer calculations and found that the average spent by those Senate incumbents who've won tonight was about $3.5 million. Their challengers had been able to scrape together only about, on the average, $1 million. So that really tells the story. The same sort of thing is happening in the House. Our numbers are a little behind what you showed earlier. Of the 262 incumbents that we count 262 who've won, 5 incumbents who have lost, for a re-election rate there of about 98.1%, about what we've seen in the last 2 elections. And figuring the money in those races, the House, the average spending by those House incumbents who have won was $291,000. And the average spent by their challengers, $45,000. Pretty well tells the story, Bernie.
Thank you, Brooks Jackson. Certainly does tell the story. Money, 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 and more money. In Hawaii, let's take a look at that gubernatorial race. CNN is declaring that out in Hawaii, the incumbent Democrat Governor John Waihee, with 72% of the precincts reporting, is the winner in that race. He was challenged by State Representative Fred Hemmings. Tom Mintier is at Harvey Gantt headquarters in North Carolina. We're going to check in with you one more time tonight, Tom.
Well, Bernie, when you talk about a 100% incumbent rate, there is one incumbent that just about everyone thought would not be around making a victory speech tonight, and that is Jesse Helms. He did make a victory speech. He won a rather impressive victory here in North Carolina against former Charlotte Mayor Harvey Gantt.
Jesse Helms only campaigned about 8 days full-time in the state. He relied on his fax machine for several weeks before, and he relied heavily on television in the final week of the campaign, and some of the ads were extremely strong and extremely nasty. But tonight it was Jesse Helms' turn to celebrate, and he did it in style.
There's no joy in Mudville tonight. The mighty ultra-liberal establishment, the liberal politicians and editors and commentators and columnists have struck out again.
Harvey Gantt, on the other hand, had no real reason to celebrate, but he did say that he still had some joy in his heart. Now, Harvey Gantt refused almost to say it was over. He almost looked like a candidate getting ready to start again in 6 years.
I'm still smiling from way down deep, even though I hurt a little bit inside. I hurt quite a bit because we gave our very best, and that's all that can be asked of all of you, that you gave your best.
So it is all over except the final counting, and probably a lot of complaining tomorrow. There were charges of voting irregularities. There were some places where 200 and 300 people were standing in line to vote when the polls were supposed to close. Now, they went to court twice, once in this area, in the Raleigh area, to keep the polls open 2.5 hours, and one other time to keep another polling place open for another 30 minutes. But it appears now that keeping the polls open all night probably wouldn't have done it for Harvey Gantt. It's over for tonight and possibly for another 6 years until somebody else tries to take on the arch-conservative Jesse Helms once again. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Raleigh.
And we'll be right back with more of our coverage of election 1990.
Profiles in quality. Pride.
When you get pride, you get quality. That's what I said back in '81.
And today we still have that same pride.
And from what we hear, a lot of people think we're doing a pretty good job.
You can hear the quality.
You can see the quality.
You can feel the quality in the way it handles.
Thanks.
That's what happens at Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln when quality is job one.
What makes a child seat safe is how an adult uses it. To make sure you're using your child's seat right, see an Allstate agent for a free booklet.
Help you? Just looking.
We interrupt this browsing for another useful tool.
Perfect.
The card that actually pays you cash back for every charge.
That's it.
The Discover card.
Thanks for just browsing.
It pays to Discover, the card that pays you back.
Who's up, who's down, who's in, who's out? We'll review the election results tomorrow on Sonia Live, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, only on CNN.
Now on video cassette.
What?
They fought the law,
I'm for stringing them up and be done with it.
and the law fought back. Border Shootout from Turner Home Entertainment.
We have a winner for you in Maine. Let's take a look at the latest information. Governor John McKiernan, the Republican incumbent. Our estimate is that he has won his bid and he's staved off that challenge. Now for a final wrap-up report from the Midwest. Here's Mary Tillotson.
Bernie, Minnesota has been called a state of confusion this election season because their first gubernatorial candidate for the Republican Party dropped out, but now it looks as if GOP candidate number 2, Arne Carlson, could be the comeback kid. With 28% of the vote now in, only about 1,000 votes separate Carlson from incumbent Democratic Governor Rudy Perpich. There is a similar spread in the Minnesota Senate race, in which we see Rudy Boschwitz still very much in a horse race with college professor Paul Wellstone, who is now at least a number of votes counted ahead in that race. CNN has not called the Michigan governor's race yet, but with more than a third of the votes counted, Republican challenger John Engler has declared himself the victor over incumbent Democratic Governor Jim Blanchard. Blanchard has not as yet conceded. Democratic State Treasurer Joan Finney did defeat incumbent Republican Governor Mike Hayden in Kansas tonight, and the governor's mansion in Ohio has switched from the Democratic column to the Republican fold with the win of George Voinovich, the Republican candidate in that race. There is still no winner predicted in the Illinois governor's race, where Democrat Neil Hartigan is ahead, but still trying to sew up the governor's mansion, which Jim Thompson has held in the Republican column for 14 years now. And what may be a long night ahead in Nebraska as well, before incumbent Republican Governor Kay Orr knows if she's going to keep her job, with about 2/3 of the vote. No, it's more like 3/4 now reported. Democratic challenger Ben Nelson is claiming 50% of the votes counted so far, and the incumbent governor, Orr, is trailing. It's probably going to be a while this evening before we know who gets to break out the champagne in either Minnesota or Nebraska. Bernie?
Thank you, Mary Tillotson in the Midwest. They're breaking out lots of water out west, and Susan Rook is here to bring us an update on what's going on. Susan?
Thank you, Bernie. But first, as we reported just a few minutes ago, anti-drug chief William Bennett reportedly will resign from the Bush administration within a week. The Washington Post says Bennett feels he has accomplished his main task, designing a strategy for the war on drugs. Apparently, President Bush has not yet chosen a successor for the drug policy director. Well, one of the big movie lots in Los Angeles is on fire tonight. 24 engines are battling the blaze in the rear lot of Universal Studios. Officials say the fire apparently broke out on a sound stage and quickly spread to other buildings. No injuries reported so far, but some people have been evacuated from the area. Republican candidates who are watching election returns at a hotel just a quarter of a mile away reportedly stayed put. And there is a report that some members of Congress may be discussing going to Iraq in search of freedom for American hostages. California Congressman Mervyn Demali and Nevada Senator Harry Reid, both Democrats, told the Los Angeles Times that they have already talked with the Iraqi ambassador to the United States. That's a quick check of some of the other headlines we're following. Now back to Bernie Shaw at Election Central. Bernie?
Thank you, Susan. Desk full of papers. We're tracking things tonight. Your thoughts, my friend?
Well, Bernie, one thing that I have noticed is that in the 3 of the races that are still too close to call, up for grabs, it doesn't seem to have been bad to have been a political outsider tonight. Paul Wellstone in Minnesota, who's deadlocked in a race for the Senate, is a college professor. John Silber, deadlocked in a race for governor of Massachusetts, a college president, never run for office before. And in Nebraska, the Democratic businessman who's giving Kay Orr such a run for her life, again, a businessman who has never held public office before. And in Rhode Island, the new governor, Bruce Sunderland, again, a businessman who's never held public office. In Oklahoma, the governor, Bill Walters, the incoming governor, will be again a political novice who's never held office before. So it's not been a bad year for the outsiders in that respect, at least, even though we haven't lost many incumbents all night long, except for governor.
And they haven't been outsiders with deep pockets either.
Well, one was Bruce Sunderland.
Well, the millionaire.
Yes. Bruce Sunderland is a very wealthy man indeed. John Silber's no pauper in Massachusetts either. He's got the highest salary level for a college president any place in America, of any man in America. But Paul Wellstone doesn't have deep pockets, that's for sure.
Well, and of course, I think Mr. Wellstone endeared himself to a lot of people, not just in that state, but elsewhere, watching those commercials that he ran.
Exactly. Excellent commercials. Peripatetic Paul Wellstone dashing on and off the screen, running against Rudy Boschwitz, a Republican incumbent senator who outspent him enormously and is in a race for his life tonight.
Well, we're not racing to go off the air. We still have about 34 more minutes before we conclude this segment of our coverage. It's been 4 enjoyable hours, and we'll be right back. Well, 6 enjoyable hours. Ken Bodie and I and the rest of our crew will be right back with more of Election 1990.
Waterbeds is helping Santa by offering a large selection of linens, padded rails, and children's beds this Christmas. And Santa likes our free layaway, too. Wonderful Waterbeds, where your satisfaction is our pleasure.
You're bringing how many people home for dinner? In 20 minutes, I'll be ruined socially. Lay's honey-cured ham. What an incredibly good idea. It's already fully cooked and pre-sliced. Thanks, but I had a little help. Lay on the flavor with Lay's.
Who cares if you give to United Way? A lonely child cares. Through United Way agencies, kids like Adrian find friendships that make a real difference. Please give.
What's soft, warm, and snuggly on a cold winter's night?
A wonderful waterbed.
It's the perfect gift that lasts for years, but says I love you every night. Wonderful Waterbeds, where your satisfaction is our pleasure.
Celebrating 10 years of growth. This is CNN.
They are the big three of election 1990, the governor's contests in California, Texas, and Florida. 3 states with growing populations and most likely a growing number of seats in Congress. Of that troika of heavyweight states, the Democrats are victors in Florida and Texas, but the biggest plum of all, California, still is up for grabs. This is how it looks now with 2% of the Golden State's precincts in. Pete Wilson, the former mayor of San Diego, going against Dianne Feinstein, former mayor of San Francisco. In Massachusetts, 67% of the precincts are in that gubernatorial race. Those are the figures you can see for yourself. In Michigan, 64% of the precincts have reported. That's the breakdown there. James Blanchard fighting for his political life. In the land of Lincoln, Jim Edgar, Neil Hartigan going neck and neck, 64% of the precincts in there. The Minnesota governor's race, you see what it is. One governor who is victorious tonight ran as an independent, Lowell Weicker, the former liberal Republican senator from Connecticut. He says he's going to be brief. Let's see.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going. I'm home, and I'm staying home, and we're going to work together now for the next 4 years. But you've been very patient. You've been very patient. But you've been very patient. But I think there's more than a little bit of fate in the fact that it's 12:29 in the morning, and good morning, Connecticut. You should all know that this moment really belongs to each one of the people who worked so hard in the 169 towns to make Connecticut more important than politics. And I wouldn't be standing at this platform, Eunice wouldn't be here, my family wouldn't be here, were it not for the efforts of each one of you who gave of your time without any reward whatsoever to make certain that once again in this state, the quality of life was the most important thing in terms of our kids, the fact that whatever we did was going to be for the future, the fact that we weren't walking on the other side of the street insofar as those that needed our help, and most importantly, for each one of you that made this moment possible. Aside from the fact we're going to put the state back on its feet, I hope we've sent a message that dirt is out of politics in the state.
Lowell Weicker, the man who gained a lot of attention when he was in the Senate during the Watergate scandal, a man who's always expressed himself very forcefully, Ken Bodie, telling people that there's not any place in Connecticut politics for dirt.
He becomes the first independent to achieve a governor's seat in this country since James Longley of Maine in 1974. He's probably the best-known politician in the state of Connecticut, Bernie. We have two other governor's races that we did not mention that are still undecided, Arizona and Alaska, which gives us 8 gubernatorial contests still outstanding at this point.
Let's take a look at the Senate races still outstanding. First of all, in Minnesota, still too close to call, Wellstone and Boschwitz. Boschwitz, the incumbent, out in Hawaii. That race between Mrs. Psyche and Senator Akaka, the incumbent, 72% of the precincts reporting, and that's the way it's shaping now.
Bernie, I guess everybody knows by now that the Minnesota gubernatorial Republican candidate had to get out of the race because of a sex scandal. And at the very last minute, his substitute was added, Arne Carlson. That's the reason Minnesota's count is going so slow tonight. With the polls closed now for 3 hours, we still only have 24% of the votes counted in Minnesota, and could be a very, very long night for both the Senate race and the gubernatorial race in Minnesota, Bernie.
Well, CNN will be watching that race throughout the late hours of the night and the early hours of the morning. Catherine Cryer now. Let's check in with Catherine for the wrap-up on the South.
Bernie, Ken, let's wrap it up with Ladies' Night in Texas. Democrat Ann Richards turned the tables on her GOP opponent, Clayton Williams. It was she who corralled a big victory. We can see from those figures 52% of the vote going for Democrat Richards, 48% for Williams. It was a hard-fought, harsh race, punctuated by lots of name-calling. Williams, a rich oil man, banked on the state's wealthy vote, but Richards cashed in on the state's grassroots support.
The strength of this campaign was based on what I have always believed that the strength of government is, and that it was based on the power of the people, not the power of money.
And another note for the women, Governor Doug Wilder said earlier this evening that Richards was the first female to occupy the Texas governorship. Not so. Ma Ferguson in Texas joined Nellie Ross of Wyoming in 1924 as those women became the first of their sex elected to that position. Ferguson was defeated in 26 but was re-elected during the height of the Depression in 1932. Well, victory is sweet tonight for Lawton Chiles, who turned grassroots support into a strong victory. He's unseated current Republican Governor Bob Martinez. We can see here with 86% of the precincts reported. Chiles has got 56% of the vote to Martinez at 44%. Chiles, a former U.S. Senator, left Capitol Hill a couple of years ago, saying he was burned out. Later it was learned he suffered from depression and took an antidepressant. Well, tonight, Chiles is elated.
There was a lot more ego involved in that trip, and maybe 18 years took some of that ego out. Something did. This time, it's different. I can't tell you how wonderful from April to now has been for me. It's been the most glorious time of my life.
And in North Carolina, the right wing will still have its Republican leader on the floor of the U.S. Senate. Incumbent Jesse Helms defeated Democrat Harvey Gantt tonight. We can see here with 90% of the precincts in, Helms has garnered 54% of the vote to Gantt at 46%. Gantt, a former mayor of Charlotte, was overwhelmed by Helms' deep-rooted conservative support in the Tar Heel state. Helms wasted no time in railing against those who had predicted his political demise.
Dot and our children and grandchildren have been real troopers through this thing. They've endured the worst sort of thing that a family can experience at the hands of cheap politicians.
And it's been a rough night for Congressman Stan Paris in Virginia's 8th District. With all of the precincts reporting in, Paris has been defeated by Democrat Jim Moran,
We've got 100% here. Moran showing 52% of the vote to Paris at 45%. Jim Moran successfully hammered away at Paris's conservative stature in the House to win that race. And we have a real cliffhanger for you in the 6th Congressional District of Georgia. Surprisingly, the House whip is in danger of being whipped tonight. Republican Newt Gingrich is in a dead heat with challenger attorney David Worley. Worley, a Democrat, has blasted Gingrich for tax hikes and congressional pay raises. We can see here with 94% of the vote reporting, we've got a 50-50 race with only about 200 votes separating Gingrich and challenger Worley. And lest we forget the referendums tonight in Florida. Gun control advocates appear to have drawn a bead on a ballot measure that would mandate a waiting period to purchase a handgun. More than 4 out of 5 voters so far are supporting a proposal to institute a 3-day waiting period to purchase a handgun. Proponents say the constitutional mandate should keep pistols out of the hands of hotheads. So to wrap up, the Democrats have picked up 2 of those 3 big governorships, Texas and Florida, in that critical race to redistrict. It's been an exciting night, and there's still some races out there waiting to be called, so it's back to you, Bernie.
Thank you, Catherine. And of course, let's see, 3 new districts for Texas and 4 for Florida. 7 biggies with the jury still out in California. We are going to declare for you in Massachusetts a winner in Massachusetts. CNN is declaring, well, the Republican, the former U.S. attorney, the next governor of Massachusetts over John Silver, the president of Boston University, who is on leave. This was an open seat. Michael Dukakis had decided he could not run again, would not run again, and this is what it looks like right now with 68% of the precincts in. Well, the Republican, Ken Bodie, the man did an astonishing thing tonight. He pulled over so many Dukakis liberals and independents and undecideds.
He did that, and John Silver is going to be a voice to be reckoned with in the Democratic Party. He's the toughest man who ran in this election. He ran as a very conservative Democrat. He managed to offend virtually everybody, but he came off, I think, as the only man in Massachusetts madder than all of the voters. And he is already being mentioned as a potential presidential possibility sometime down the road, if the Democrats are ready for another nominee from Massachusetts. I don't know if they are.
Can you imagine the platform committee hearings 2 years from now?
He's an amazing character, and he's certainly going to be, he's not a shy fella to hold his views under a bushel or anything like that. He's going to be somebody that the Democrats are going to have to reckon with ideologically all over the country, Bernie.
We'll be right back.
CNN Election Night is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one.
Ford, profiles in quality, employee involvement.
If you're working together, you do a better job. I said that back in '82, and the quality of our cars and trucks is proof that it's working today.
Money alone won't build quality cars. You've got to have better designs.
Better designs don't mean a thing, unless engineering can live up to the design.
Engineering works only when everyone is committed to quality.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln, quality is job one.
You've heard it said before. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. LaserJet printers from Hewlett-Packard. They'll get you noticed. The Hyatt Touch.
The magic touch.
Dad had taken me there for my first fish. So that was where I promised Billy he'd catch his. The last thing on my mind was my credit card.
I noticed a lot of charges on his Citibank Visa and suspected they weren't his. With his wife's help, though, I was able to reach him.
The charges weren't mine. So Citibank told me I wouldn't be responsible for them and to go right on fishing. After all, I had a promise to keep.
Not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
Soldier Field, Chicago. Over 300 dead batteries and 1 die-hard battery. Our most powerful ever jump-starts every one. Die-hard. More power when you need it most.
We have been looking at so much information. We've been trying to give you snapshots of what's been happening in the outcome of the election 1990, and Ken Bodie has another snapshot.
Bernie, there's one agenda that is incomplete right now, but worth mentioning for sure, and that is the fact that the Republican Party ran 3 blacks for congressional seats this year. One of them has won, Gary Franks in Connecticut, a 37-year-old Republican alderman from Waterbury, has won that Connecticut open seat. So we will have the first black Republican in the House of Representatives since Oscar DePriest of Chicago was defeated back in 1934. Al Brown of Kentucky, another Republican conservative black, has been defeated in Kentucky, but J. Kenneth Blackwell of Cincinnati is still in a race that's too close to call. So the Black Caucus, 100% Democratic at the present time, could have 2 Republicans added to its list of members when Congress goes into session in January.
That ought to be interesting strictly along political lines.
Certainly should, especially because if Blackwell wins, he and Franks are both very conservative and ideologically very consistent.
Potential sparks flying in the Congressional Black Caucus. For our last check-in on the East, here's Frank Cessna.
Well, Bernie, it's been quite a night. Win or lose, New England's governors took it on the knuckles tonight as voter turnout in New England was up, contrary to the rest of the country, amid resentment over high taxes and resentment over economic decline seeped into the voting booths. Rhode Island incumbent Edward DePreet was turned out early by Democrat Bruce Sundlun. In Vermont, a horse race for the seat abandoned by Democrat Madeline Kunin. In the end, her job went to a Republican, former Governor Richard Snelling, who beat out Democrat Peter Welch. While in Connecticut, it was former Republican Senator Lowell Weicker, running this time as an independent, who capitalized on economic uncertainty to claim the job vacated by, yes, again, a Democrat, William O'Neill. In Maine, Governor Jock McKernan, the incumbent, wins a close one over his Democratic rival Joseph Brennan, who flogged McKernan throughout the campaign with blame for the economic downturn. It didn't work. And in Massachusetts, a stunner as William Weld, the Republican, defeats the acid-tongued John Silber. Only in hardcore Republican New Hampshire did incumbent Governor Judd Gregg easily keep his seat. Elsewhere in the East, Governor Mario Cuomo won overwhelmingly in New York, and Pennsylvania's Governor Bob Casey got to keep his office, as did Maryland's William Donald Schaefer. No surprises there. But on the Senate, while there were no real surprises, the New Jersey race looked surprisingly shaky at first. For Senator Bill Bradley, it was a good news, bad news kind of night. The good news, he gets to go back to Washington. The bad news, an underfunded opponent, Christine Todd Whitman, gave him a real run for his money. Voters went for him overwhelmingly, for Bradley, that is, because of his experience. But there was more bad news. A majority said no when asked if they felt Bill Bradley would be a good president. The Senate baton changed hands in New Hampshire, but didn't change parties, as Republican Bob Smith filled the seat left vacant by the conservative Republican Gordon Humphrey. Otherwise, incumbents returned easily, including 71-year-old Rhode Island Democrat Claiborne Pell. He beat out Claudine Schneider, who tried to capitalize on Pell's age. It didn't work. Claiborne Pell remains popular and elected. West Virginia's Jay Rockefeller is safe in his office, as is Delaware's Joe Biden. Massachusetts' John Kerry beat out Jim Rappaport, an untried but well-financed rival. Rappaport came on strong in the end, trying hard to link Kerry to the wildly unpopular outgoing Governor Michael Dukakis. And in Maine, another incumbent, another victory, in this case Republican William Cohen. In Washington, D.C., Jesse Jackson finally wins an elective office, sort of. He'll be the shadow senator, an unpaid, non-voting job for a place that isn't a state. He'll get his podium, though. On the House side in Connecticut, history is made, as Ken Bodie mentioned, as Gary Franks, a conservative black Reagan Republican, is elected, beating former Democratic Congressman Toby Moffett. Franks will indeed be the first black Republican elected to the House of Representatives since 1932. In Vermont, another incumbent falls, this time a Republican, Peter Smith. The victor, Brooklyn-born Bernie Sanders, a self-styled socialist who wants to tax the rich, slash defense, and promote national health insurance. In Pennsylvania, incumbent Democratic Congressman Doug Walgren has been defeated by Rick Santorum in an affluent Pittsburgh suburb that the Republicans have long coveted. And in Maryland, Democrat Roy Dyson, an incumbent with much criticized ties to defense contractors, is defeated by Wayne Gilchrist, considered a liberal on gun control, abortion, and the environment. So, in the East, in New England, where the economy is a problem, the governors felt the heat the most, Bernie, while the others, most of them anyway, returned to Washington to fight again.
Thank you, Fresno. You'll be returning to Washington, as will I. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Ken Bodie, what are
Listen, you just called him Fresno, and I said,
what did I just say?
And I said that John Silber won the race in Massachusetts. It is getting late up here. I saw the arrow in the wrong box, and I apologize. I was William Weld won the race for governor in Massachusetts. Maybe John Silber still will be a voice to be reckoned with, but I'm not sure. Jesse Jackson will be back. That's we see that now, and he's won what's called the shadow Senate seat at the District of Columbia. You can make much or little of this, I suppose, but it's a tradition in jurisdictions that are trying to achieve statehood to elect a shadow member of the House and the Senate so they can come and lobby and make the case for statehood, which is what Jesse Jackson will do for the District of Columbia. Bernie?
Did I say, what did I say, Frank Fresno? Well, at the grassroots level, this election 1990 is critical because, as you know, it determines which party controls the redrawing of congressional districts. In states expected to gain or lose seats in the U.S. House of Representatives, 8 states are expected to pick up congressional seats because the 1990 census shows a jump in their populations. California, Florida, and Texas are likely to score the biggest gains. 13 states with shrinking populations are expected to lose congressional seats. New York, Michigan, and Ohio are likely to be among the biggest losers. Let's check the current balance of state house power in the 21 states expected to face redistricting. Going into Election Day, Democrats control the governor's seat and the state legislature in 7 states. So far tonight, that figure still stands at 7 states, including Texas. When Ann Richards' victory marks a takeover for the Democrats, giving them full say over the drawing of 3 new House seats likely to be gained by Texas. On the Republican side, before election 1990, the GOP controlled both the governor's office and state legislature in 1 state, Kansas. But tonight, the Republicans lost their hold on that 1 state because of Democrat Joan Finney's win over GOP incumbent Mike Hayden. Heading into the 1990 vote, state house power was split among Democrats and Republicans in 13 states. Based on the results so far on this election night, there's a partisan split in 6 states. But on the redistricting landscape, the balance of political power still is undecided in 8 states, including Florida. In that state's governor's race, Lawton Child's win over Republican incumbent Bob Martinez means the Democrats will have some control the creation of the 4 House seats expected to be gained by Florida. But we still are waiting for final results in races for the Florida legislature. And that's the story on redistricting to the hour. Again, for the big 3 Sunbelt states, California is expected to get 7 new districts in the House of Representatives, Texas 3, and Florida 4. Big doings, Ken Bodie.
Redistricting is Old Testament politics. It really is, and this is some of the most important considerations of this evening that still remain outstanding. Bernie?
We are still outstanding. We have about 9 more minutes in this hour before the rest of our crew takes over. We'll be right back with more coverage.
Ford profiles in quality, customer satisfaction.
Today we realize that quality's got to be #1. I said that back in '82, and today it's truer than ever.
The looks attracted me, but the performance sold me.
After 2 years, it still shines like new.
We love hearing things like that. The only thing better than a Sable
is 2 Sables.
Our goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job 1.
You've heard it said before. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. LaserJet printers from Hewlett Packard. They'll get you noticed.
Malaysia Airlines. Enchantment wherever you fly.
Television news. To children of the 90s, it's the newest form of learning. And CNN Newsroom is bringing world events into the classroom. Kids of all ages see, hear, and feel history in the making.
You learn more, and you get to know what's going on around the world.
I can talk to adults a lot better.
And we really do have to listen and think.
I stand up in front of the classroom and I just go, I can't believe this.
This fall, bring CNN Newsroom to your school. Call 1-800-344-6219.
It really makes a difference across the board.
They're anti-Israeli, anti-American, human rights violators, acknowledged supporters of international terrorism, and they're on our side. Syria, enemy of my enemy, a CNN special assignment throughout the day, Thursday.
Election 1990. Ken Bodie, I liked you when I first met you a couple months ago, and I like you even better tonight, having worked with you for more than 7 hours and over this weekend. It's been a pleasure.
My sentiments exactly, Bernie. Thank you very much, and my thanks to Frank Sesno and Catherine Cryer and Gene Randall and Mary Tillison, who did such a fine job with our regional reports. It's nice to be part of the CNN team.
It's good to have you, brother. Patrick Emery, Donna Kelly, they will be along very shortly because, as you know, there's still some outstanding races, and who knows, maybe in the next hour or so, Patrick Emery and Donna Kelly can wrap it up. I'm Bernard Shaw. On behalf of all of us, we thank you for joining us. It's not over yet. And now, credit to people for a very long night, a long day, and some hard work.
When they put that money for other things, with their doctor choice, or multiple choice. Choice group. And then all of a sudden,
personal check for over $8 million.
Hi. Well, I disagree with Diane. Thank you again.
Get ready, America. The best name in water's now in a bottle.